everyone, welcome again to the Overwatch League APAC knockouts for the summer stage. We're here, sort of here, at the WDG Esports studio.
I'm here.
And we have the two most annoying people to be bringing you. Oh my god, we got our whites on, man. We're looking fancy for today's first match.
It's actually like a light pink, but it just kind of washed out in the camera. It is what it is. But we're getting serious now. It's knockouts time. We're starting things, on the deep end in terms of the two brackets again. This is for playoffs qualification. Only one team from each group is going to make it in, and then the rest of the Overwatch League teams that don't make it end up going to a play-in. So NA still got a couple of weeks left of the regular season. We're done with the regular season. This is it. We're essentially, is this the postseason now? It kind of is, right?
It's like the end of the road. It's close to the finish line. We're getting to the peak.
This is the last thing before playoffs. This is the last thing we do before playoffs and play-ins.
Making me sad, and we just started the day. This is the average.
We just started the year. 2023 just started, and we're already here. How wild is that?
We're still here, and that's what matters. And on a whole different patch too. We'll be starting off with Group A: Poker Face, Panthera, Rhodes, Dreamers, and then Group B has Guangzhou Charge 02 versus SPG Shanghai Dragons. But a lot has changed since the qualifiers, man. We got a new hero and everything.
I mean, that's why we needed a 2-week break. You got to implement the new patch in there. All the pros have to get, the hours in for the PV. Make sure they all beat that on Legendary. I'm just sure they did. And obviously get a lot of practice in for the new patch. It's not just one new patch for them. It's, a pretty major patch for everyone on the live server in terms of if you've been playing the game live. But, the Overwatch League patch has been fairly... What would be the right word here? Like, we've been in the past for a while. And we're now finally caught up to the live patch, so it's been several patches as far as the Overwatch League is concerned, even though it's been just the one major patch for everybody else, but it's enough patches that the game is considerably different to what we remember. And here is our current pathway from, the start of the summer stage to some qualifications in terms of the contenders teams coming in as well. So we landed in with our extra contenders teams for the summer stage. We've seen all of them play. Everyone's still here in the knockouts here. We're joined in by 2 more contenders teams that came through a qualifier. And after the knockouts, you can see that there's going to be a play-ins portion as well. And obviously, after qualifying everybody in from both North America and also the Eastern Division APAC here, we're going to get to the Grand Finals. We're going straight to Toronto.
Oh, yeah. SPG and Rhodes will be joining us from the East Opens, and the rest of qualifiers determine the seeding and whatnot. And the patch, a lot has changed. Do we care about going into the numbers? Nah, but guess what? Your favorite Garden Gnome all the way on the right, Torbjorn, has been seen a lot in the scrims. Of course, every region has always done their own thing, so we'll find out today what APAC's interpretation is at the end of the day. But from our scrims that we've watched, Avril, it's been a lot of Torb, Soldier, but on the tank situation, a lot of Orisa too. I didn't say who's playing what.
being missing is, we're about to find out. Look, in less than however many hours everyone's going to end up playing. Sombra is going to be missing, and most importantly from this meta. I'd be very doubtful if any Sombra got played at all. I think that's probably the biggest difference from the previous meta
like
when we exited the regular season summer stage. You mentioned tanks already. The biggest change to me was on the Orisa side. Not seen in this particular graphic here, but Orisa is the tank that is shot up the most in terms of pick priority. I also managed to spot a decent amount of Doomfist. Winston is not dead either. Winston actually got a buff, so there's a possibility that Winston also still gets played a little bit. So I think Doom, Winston, and Orisa will see a decent amount of play time. I've seen some teams experimenting with Sigma as well. On the support side of things, surprisingly, or maybe unsurprisingly, one of the biggest winners on this patch was Lifeweaver. And I talked about Doomfist and Winston. Well, one of the ways you play with the Doomfist and Winston now in a dive is you actually pair that hero with a Lifeweaver, and you essentially get a free escape tool in the Life Grip. And now the stats on Lifeweaver are so insane that I think there's a real possibility we see some Lifeweaver.
Maybe. At least people are keeping that ace up their sleeve. It could be a situational thing, too. We've seen a little bit of Lifeweaver in Owl already, even before the buffs of just
that was trolling, though,
Come on, I thought it was cool. Rack Attack was cooking up something on that side. I'm not gonna lie. Now the tree is super tree. Nature is healing and healing a lot now. But I think the support du jour has been a lot of Illari, a lot of FAP, and This new hero is so fun to watch.
I think it's one of the most exciting hero releases we've had in a long time. Skill expression on Alari is insane. It's so super high, very mechanically rewarding. I mean, at this point, everyone's watching has probably already seen the gameplay. You've either played Alari yourself or you've seen someone else play it, and I think in the hands of the pros, you're going to be treated as something special, especially when top flick support players get their hands on this hero and you see their POVs. It is wild in terms of what you can do. Super strong ultimate, a lot of ways to block it. We are also playing on the live patch as well, so for those curious, yes, the nerfs to Alari didn't end up going through, and we are going to be playing the slightly nerfed version, even though I think a couple of things might still need a nerf extra. Healing pylon to me is still really strong, like maybe way too strong. It's all your healing, really. You don't even really need to right click to heal. You'll right click to save your wrist if she's really in trouble, but your pylon's going to do the bulk of the work there.
Yeah, she feels like the new Zenyatta these days, of just that really pure damage support, but she does kind of build up a sort of energy, so you're not just piling on the damage nonstop. There is a sort of measured approach you gotta do. You got the new mode of Flashpoint. If you're new to this, it's kind of like Control, but there's 3 control points, or at least there's many control points on one map,
5
and
control
there
points
are
on a map.
5 control points, and I think first to 3s, and they're spread all over the map. So excited to see that in our 3rd rotation, or map 3 in our rotation.
It's also loser picks as well, so I'll be interested in seeing what teams are end up choosing here. My big sadness out of the sort of new map pool is that Escort, my favorite game mode, is relegated to map 5. But I guess the silver lining there is we're going to end on what I think is the best game mode. We're going to be ending, if we're going full 5 mappers, map number 5 is going to be hype, because I think some of the best moments are going to happen on Escort. But yeah, map 3, Flashpoint. We're going to see a lot of Flashpoint. I think the good news about Flashpoint is that there's enough variety within the maps themselves. As we talked about, 5 control points on the single map between Yuzhong City and Survasa. So hopefully it's not going to get too stale, because you're only going to see 2 maps, but at least both maps have a lot of variety within the map.
For sure, and it gives you another game type too to play a lot of Lucio. The Lucio players aren't just going to be playing Control and being subbed out, at least if that's their bread and butter. They're seeing a lot of Lucio play on Flashpoint to rotate from one point to the other, because they're very spread apart, and you actually don't know what the next point is until it unlocks, or until that point is complete. And what's interesting about going back to Alari, and just the adjustments that people are making in this patch, is that DPS players, I'm hearing whispers that DPS players are starting to flex themselves to support to play that Alari, because it plays so similarly to Hitscan.
Yeah, as others have mentioned, they gave a Sojin to support role.
Yeah.
And finally, those teams that have held onto 3 DPS players, the third guy's like, it's my time to shine. It's ready to go. Let's take a look at standings here, 1 through to 10. Not the best regular season finish in the summer stage for going to a Charge Pokerface, who we'll also be covering in our first game today. Didn't go too hot at 1 and 7 either. Top of the line is going to be Dallas Fuel and the Soul Inferno. Only 1 map separating those 2. And of course, for finishing the regular season in first place, Dallas Fuel are going to get a recolored skin as well. So they're going to get their championship skin from last year, winning the grand finals, plus then being the top finishing team in the summer stage here in the East. They'll get a recolored skin of, I'm not too sure which one they'll get, but they'll get something for that. Unfortunately, Solarfield will miss out twice. Oh, that sucks. But they can still make an insane run through the playoffs and pray that they can win the grand final, do something special there. Here's all the teams that we're going to be seeing in the knockouts. 12 of them, you mentioned, extra 2 teams in Rose and SPG as well.
And the MVP nominations are out if you guys have just been under a rock. And from the Apex side, Skewed and Zest from the Soul Infernal have their names up. So stay tuned on how you can vote and support APAC and see if they can make it high. But hey, here's our schedule for the week too. We're starting with our first matches of the group. No matter what happens, there's a lower bracket. And then waiting on the other side is Fuel Spark, the Souls on Sunday.
Yeah, I might get another Soul Ball down bottom. That'll be pretty fun. It'd be a good way to end the knockouts. Does mean that only one of them can make it through the knockouts. The other one will be relegated to play-ins. The safety net for the Overwatch League teams, as previously mentioned, is that they get to at least be in a position where if they fail here in the bracket, they get knocked out, they lose 2 games, they still got 1 more shot to play through. take a look at bracket A first. We're going to be covering this one personally ourselves. Pokerface, Panthera, Rhodes, Dreamers are going to be two games that we're going to be looking at. Winner of the first game goes up against the Fuel. That will be pretty unenviable given that Fuel ended the regular season summer stage in #1. They, generally speaking, look like probably one of, if not the best team. Aljo Spark also had a really nice turnaround towards the end there. Actually beat Dallas Fuel, so Dallas Fuel didn't get a perfect record because they lost to Spark.
And just to reiterate kind of the stakes of knockouts, we're taking the average of the spring and summer knockout placings to determine the qualification for playoffs. Contenders teams are not eligible to play in play-ins, so this is the only opportunity for them to sneak their way and rob somebody of their playoff spot. And I've talked about this through the spring. Yeah,
only Dreamers, because they are the only contenders teams that actually had any sort of real placement in knockouts for spring, and so that counts in terms of your playoffs qualification pathway. So yeah, of the contenders teams, most of them are here for fun. The Dreamers, that Dream is still alive. They are the one contenders teams out of all of them that they can actually make it to playoffs. Dreamers could go to Toronto.
Well, there's two teams that are not going to be here for fun, okay? Because we got to settle the score between Pokerface and Panthera. The last time these two teams faced at the beginning of this month, Panthera reverse swept them. And these teams have been neck and neck since even the last knockouts had very similar results. When they both started their journey in the Spring Opens, Pokerface actually had the higher seed coming in second, had so much hype behind them with all the former OWL players, and Panthera flew under the radar as one of the lower seeds. But without promoting so much talent, it's Panthera's turn to shine. But it's still Pokerface that have so much name value behind them, and even with some new pickups.
I'll tell you what, Muse, he's still looking for that. Is it 100th map win? It is 100th map win, and we thought he was going to get his last game played versus Panthera. He missed out by one map. He's on 99, and he's got another shot, and that went to 5 maps, right? So he got 2 out of the 3 maps required to go to 100. It's likely he does it today. In fact, I'm certain that he does it in this particular game, because I don't see Panthera getting 3-0. However, I mean, it is a new patch. Anything can happen. Things will get wild here. Pokerface, plenty of our veterans. Hidden joining the team. Victoria's gone. FYI, no longer on the squad, so it'll be Hidden Valentine full-time now.
Still breaks my heart. I've just been casting Victoria Valentine, the queen and the lover, for so long, and just couldn't get to the heights that they had hoped in their career and as a duo. So Hidden was already playing with them as the Sombra during the double flanker meta, which just didn't bode well for Pokerface. But Panthera, they looked good in that double flanker, but actually moved away from it, went towards more Hanzo and Echo, and that's what allowed them to reverse sweep. They said, instead of forcing this meta, let's get away from it. And Do is that new pickup for them too.
Nice is still here, so interesting that Nice will not be starting out. When I first looked at this Panthera team with the introduction of the new DPS players, there's a lot of overlap between Do and Becky. I think they have mostly the same heroes, especially when we talk about the Tracer. I do wonder if this is, you know, the particular situation where you want one Tracer player and the other one's on more of a Echo type look. We know Becky leans into the Echo heavily. I think Echo is still viable on this patch, but you know, largely there's a lot of unknown factors. We talked about the fact that Bastion is quite good now. Torb is quite good now. Soldier is really good now as well. There's a lot of potential that it might not be Tracer at all. It could be hit scan and a flex DPS as well. Genji's starting to creep in. Also, I'm a little sad personally that Tracer might not get played as much, but we'll see how these teams move through.
Maybe on a Flashpoint, when you need that super mobile hero, kind of whoever plays alongside a Torbjorn, and that's been a lot more flexible depending on the preference. And Oasis will be our map one. Still getting used to it being so bright. It used to be such a beautiful beige orange sunset map, but map 1 begins. And another thing we want to mention about Panthera is they have Develop, who swapped his role from DPS to support. And I wonder if that's an Illari preparation.
That's the Illari player right there. I mean, he did that before he even knew what the new hero was, but that's exactly what I'm talking about, where it's like, it's time to shine. Dude was a Sojin player last year as well on the charge. Predominant hit scan player. Now you've been given the hit scan of all hit scans on a support position. There's no way Developer's not going to have his hands all over the new hero. I think that's going to be an exciting POV to watch. I'd be surprised if he didn't bring it out straight away.
I hope we get to see some Illari. That'll be my first time casting it. Maybe you guys' first time watching it. And even a different look for Panthera too. Having Jasmine and Arpen sharing tank duties once Fate was promoted. And now with more time, more play time, now in a new patch, how will Panthera adapt? How will Pokerface overcome that? Because they forced that double flanker meta on the previous patch and didn't look good for them. Do they stick to their game? Do they go to the meta stuff? Do they watch what the Overwatch League teams are scrimming and do what they're doing? Panthera cooking up some Illari though.
We were betrayed. It's develop on BAP instead, so that happened. Oh well, it is what it is. I mean, look, you essentially have two massive damage dealing supports now. I think BAP Illari has been noted as one of the predominant combos. We did also see the Rhine for Arpen being hovered. Yeah, Ryan actually got a buff in the last patch. Shield amount increased. So Hardy's out there clapping, he's celebrating. And it means that, you know, if you want to play Illari BAP, you're not going to have the Lucio. And the loss of speed is probably going to affect this comp a little bit. I'd be surprised if they didn't also run the Sim. Oasis, University, you're expecting some sort of Brawl mirror. This patch is still really good for Brawl. I think this patch is much better for Brawl than actually the last patch. Last time you would have to be kind of running it head first into a Sombra dive, and depending on the map that could be painful. Here it's pretty viable across the board. So yeah, I think these are pretty real comps. Ram got highlighted there for Muse.
Where Muse was just so well known for his Winston, and it felt like one of the best, maybe only things he could play, and that's where the meta you thought that Pokerface were going to thrive in, but just the Sombra Tracer was what they lacked. It's a very difficult DPS duo to execute. So I wonder how Muse is going to fare, and especially with what the Ram nerfs that we saw, we weren't seeing too much Ram being scrimmed, and it's been a lot more Reinhardt, but again, Muse, when it came to the rush preference, he was the Ram guy, so see if they stick with that after the pause.
I think as far as, you know, Brawl goes, Orissa's even really climbed up the rankings in terms of being the predominant pick there. Like Orisa Ryan is not uncommon. I mean, Ram did get like a kind of buff in other directions, but maybe Ram's gameplay will start to go down a lot now as well. We'll have to see if that's the case. You know, you mentioned Muse had a certain likening to the Winston. I would have actually described Arpen as that player as well. So both players would have probably preferred the Winston. Winston is still viable if you want to build the comp around that. It really is going to come down to, you know, for Hidden and Valentine, moving away from the Sombra, probably a good thing in terms of, you know, you didn't think they were that competent on the Sombra meta. They're probably happy to be away from it.
And Du, known for his Genji, Tracer, Hanzo, maybe getting hints that Genji could come out too. It's such kind of an open table meta where a lot of teams are still exploring and experimenting what's going to work for them, and it's the race to figuring out how to crack the meta, crack the cheat code of what's going to be the thing that everybody runs. And unironically, even Bastion is a thing, but on small maps like this, not expecting it, but I'm ready to be surprised. Finally unpausing after some frame rate issues from one of the teams, and yeah, it'll be the rush, but Ram versus Rhine.
Soldier's also found our way back in the meta here as well, so a lot of things are viable. Start of a new meta is always exciting, and as expected, there will in fact be the Sim coming on through TP straight into the high ground. Contest for Panthera, they want to hold it early. You mentioned Muse playing a little bit of that Winston. He's going to stick on that Winston.
Yeah, and he got forced right out and tried to maybe bubble off the heals from Arpen, jumped back, avoided the wall from Du, but Becky was first to be picked, and that's a lot of DPS gone. You gotta watch out for Aiden as you step down and not get booped, but he got so greedy looking for that onto Arpen. So now it's a trade on the other side. I'm sure Becky is back, so Panthera in a 5v4 need to force their hand. Arpen can swing a little bit harder at Muse. He's playing a lot more scared than I was expecting. Maybe worried about the DPS of Panthera, but the point is unlocked and no one's capped yet.
Panthera have control. They got the first ultimate as well. Develop farm that one nice and quickly. Thought about using it, but not going to be required to take down Muse. And with Muse gone, it should be a fairly easy cap now. They've got the cap indeed. And can they clean up further members? Maybe just hit, and the rest of Pokerface seem to have gotten away.
Maybe some more tech issues coming from the Pokerface side. At least they'll have a Kitsune Rush silver lining for the next fight. Yeah, Muse has been a lot more conservative with his jumps, and he's quick to just disengage. And I think once Arpen and friends on the Rhine realize that disengage, they should really try to be aggro off of that. But if Muse can kind of split up the team, cause confusion, break up the heals, there's win conditions on both sides. But
yeah.
Muse versus Arpen, you know, Winston versus Rhine, that's not in a vacuum going to favor the Winston.
I think this is a dangerous composition for the Winston as well, because notably it doesn't include the Ana here, and Ana did get nerfed in the most recent patch, so, well, rather, the Season 6 starting patch, so it's maybe not a surprise that Simple's playing the Kiriko instead, who did receive a little bit of a buff, but you're just kind of missing, I think, the raw output of what a Nano Boost does, and the much superior pocket healing that an Ana can provide over what the Kiriko does, especially given the Bionade. And the Bionade is also very important for dives, and we established quite a lot in the previous meta with Sombra Tracer Winston that Bionades offensively thrown were pivotal to getting key targets down to make sure that they weren't just going to be healed out of it, and that's especially important versus, I think, a heavy heal, brawl type composition where players are stacked. I mean, previously that would have been prime Ana territory, but for Poker Face, they're kind of still clinging on to bits and pieces of the dive. The Reaper is interesting. You do like the Tracer in this particular dive as well. So, yeah, the comp is maybe a little bit washy-washy from my perspective of the Poker Face side, and Panthera are playing to their strengths in terms of what is good on University, and that typically is Brawl.
Yeah, Kiriko being able to just play on that off angle too. Wants to go exploring with someone like Valentine or Hidden, who have the mobility to do so. Valentine has already TP'd to that left side coast, hoping to find his way into the flank. The Kitsune Rush engaged for Poker Face, but they just get the door shut on them. On the engage, they lose 2 on impact. Panthera bring out the Amp Matrix in their face and make Poker Face pay for it in blood. And Panthera will keep the point.
Valentine just gets ripped apart straight away. No shift even to be able to save him. So Kitsune Rush is not going to end up doing enough there. One ultimate used to counter from Develop's POV, and that's it. Panthera get to hold on to everything else. So big ticket items that they have on board they didn't even have to use in that last fight there. Really looking good to push this one all the way to 99 as Pokerface just kind of struggled to get anything together.
You got the Photon Barrier. Once Poker Face look a bit more committed into this fight, this could be another defensive tool for Panthera, but not if Muse just engages. Develop didn't see that coming. Where's the call for Panthera? Now this Photon Barrier used to seal up the corridor, I guess, as Arpen wanted to contest it. Wasted his life, and now Do is wasting the Blizzard, thinking that's winnable when they're down by 2, including Arpen and Develop. Panthera are just in shambles.
They're trying to regroup at the moment. They can still engage this one fairly easy with the 2 ultimates remaining. It's decent. Have to make sure they can outplay Valentine. I mean, Death Blossom can just get shattered here. Unless Simple comes with a save. And I guess the save was kind of there. No shatter to be found. Death Blossom out. Saw the Suzu come in to prevent anybody from stopping Valentine. Now this is where Panthera, they're going to get wiped. And the cap already went to Poker Face in the previous fight, so now they just get to get extra percentage points.
Yeah, not a ton to answer besides the Immortality Field and a boop, and Valentine just crept up from the side. Panthera, if they're going to be playing clumped up together, they got to watch all the angles. Poker Face be able to close the gap in the score, but Panthera just TP past this, or sorry, just TP back to the point. It's Poker Face with the Kitsune Rush. They engage us once the wall breaks down for Do and Becky. What a shot from Hidden. The Sound Barrier too late, but a 4v5 that Panthera wants to engage in. What a shatter. Got 3 on the ground. Actually only 2, but the Sound Barrier from Aiden keeps them still standing. Muse won't allow anyone to stand, not on his side of the field. Primal Rage locking up multiple people as Poker Face invests more, but got a lot more valuable out of those tools.
I was almost thinking that Panthera could have just tempo beated there to get into the fight. I mean, tempo has gone all the way of Poker Face at this rate. Hidden with the nice quick shot to take down Panthera and get a 5v4 early as we make a huge swap now. Panthera going full dive. We're back in the old meta with the ball as well instead of Winston. Do even come through on Sombra. Quite nerfed. I mean, much harder to charge the EMP now and not a lot of time to do it with as we head into the OT. Hidden holds on to the only ultimate available. I think he might find this pulse bomb in the middle of the fight. It's Hidden that can make the damage done.
Oh, Poker Face extending out of the point, not letting Panthera touch him. There's no supports, no slay, no develop, no hope. Hidden. I'm so glad to see him on this roster. He is popped off. Even gets gotten these initial shots, these initial picks onto Becky, which cuts that DPS in half for Panthera. Then you got the 3K at the end styling on them, as we'll figure out what issues Pokerface are having, but no issues, at least results-wise, as they're up around.
Yeah, Hidden did so well over the course of University there, really opening up the fights and saved the overclock until the end and didn't really need to use it earlier. I think part of the woes for Panthera there was the fact that I think the mage just doesn't find enough value in a brawl versus dive composition. So that could have been one hero you look to remove. And given the fact that they were playing the Lucio, the Sim could have probably have gone to the sidelines as well. They could have looked towards, you know, more of a Sojin type look for Panthera. As we already mentioned, Torb is very good on this patch as well. You'll play some strong anti-dive. Valentine brought out a Reaper. That's also an option for Panthera. I think trying to hard force the Mei and the Sim at the same time, which would have been really good in a Brawl Mirror, much less good versus Pokerface, especially once their dive starts to really get rolling. They maintain map control. They have all the tempo. Panthera are stuck playing this rotation game, and they're losing members off the rip and a lot of 4v5s.
I think, yeah, just Becky going to anything but the Sim. It's just so weak to the dive, as you already explained. And we know that Becky, the best heroes we've seen them on in the previous patch, was a lot of Hanzo and a lot of Echo. Do you want to play Echo against that good of a Sojourn and Hidden? That's a tough one. You can make that work. Then the Hanzo, do we even have the space to operate? Teams have played Hanzo against Winston before. But it's if do you even have the space and the time to think, the time to land the shots? It's something Becky has proven himself in before. But Panthera looks like they have a lot of time to figure out what their next comp is going to be once Pokerface figure out what's up.
We'll be moving away from University at least, which opens things up
Eventually.
to far more dive-favored territory. Yeah, it's surprising that Pokerface found as much,
Not a fan of your home team,
I think,
Don't
distance
put
as they
words
actually
in my
got
mouth.
in terms of effectiveness of their comp, because it didn't look good to start with. They're essentially playing, and still are for the time being, essentially playing the Grand Finals playoffs comp from last year, but in a very different state of the game. This time around, Panthera, yeah, they flirted with the idea of playing the new hero, but they're just going to be going towards the Brigana with the Winston. Yeah, this is a far more previous patch, or previous meta for Overwatch League kind of look, with Becky on his signature Echo. Talked about this being his best hero. Well, he's going to find any excuse he can to get on it.
And City Center's just a lot more open, unlimited skies too. You give the nano to Becky every second of every day, and how does Valentine just headshot a Tracer? You should be able to blink from that. Now Valentine going for more and spots Becky on the other side of this pillar, but dropped off, loses that DPS range, but converts all of those bullets right into R-Pen. And I like that Pokerface just kind of readjusts their focus onto the people that matters. You spot R-Pen without jump, and that's when you gotta go for him. Pokerface look good on the dive.
Well, they're already leading one, so Musey's looking for his 100th map win in our first map today. If he can clean up this as well on City Center. I think Panthera have a lot more to say on this particular round than they had on previous ones, as Becky's already leading the charge here in terms of ult. Finds the duplicate already, but Arpin repeatedly, he's been first pick, or technically speaking, Du was first pick last time, but Arpin fell really quick in this time as well, exactly the same.
Arpin just has to be careful on where he dives. When this Reaper Valentine just plays so close to his team, Hidden can jump in to the fight no matter how far away he is with that mobility that hitscan has. But you're going up against, you know, a former Owl Pro on one of his best heroes, Muse. I'm glad that he didn't let the meta get away from him too much. Becky dupes the Reaper, can generate this Death Plus quickly, but already out of that form. Arpen has been nanoed, and he has the Primal. Panthera, though, they're forcing so many ults out of Pokerface. The barrier, the Kitsune Rush, Valentine with the 2k Death Plus, and that's enough to win the fight when you take care of both supports.
Yeah, Becky opened up with the duplicate, but that duplication form was instantly gotten rid of, and Pokerface shoved themselves straight into the middle of Panthera. Death Blossom getting a large amount of value again, and the Sound Barrier, perfect timing from Aiden, has that one farmed up, ready to go. Cancels out the 4-man, Byron coming through from Development. Continue we are with the Pokerface 5v4s, but they just can't quite catch a break here, whether it's Du going down first, Arpin going down first, and now being pseudo spawn camp. 90% final fight territory. Pokerface is looking comfortable in Oasis.
Yeah, Yeah, Poker Face started off the series last time they met in good fashion, but it's how they end that matters. Arpen not able to use the primal. Yeah, at least someone's able to touch the Panthera, and Arpen should use this out of spawn if he can even get back, too. Been consistently first pick, too, as someone who needs to lurk and be a lot more hidden. Speaking of the guy, he's insane. He's cracked the first game. And he's hitting shots like that. Good Suzu to get Valentine back in the picture after the ante from Develop. Du actually gets the flip for free. Poker Face focused on winning the war, and so they have. Muse is primaling the backline. Slay was able to get Mega to keep himself alive, and as Poker Face overextended to kill Slay when he was low, he somehow kills too. So this has been turned by Panthera.
It's capped as well. Du got that one with the back cap. Arpen could still go down here. Still opportunity for Poker Face to clean up. Tuna Rush ready to go. Panthera, they've been bought another life here. Another lifeline just off the back of the double kill from Slay. That with the fact that Du managed to get the cap, so yeah, those two things combined have allowed Panthera to still remain in City Center. It was looking extremely dire. It's not over yet.
Not over yet. Poker Face, don't choke this. Kitsune Rush, is it enough? Barrier coming up. Panthera have 2 tanks now. Becky hasn't even gotten an ultimate out of these 4. Kitsune Rush down mirror. And the Death Blossom. Panthera, their backs have been pushed against the wall, and they made this possible. They had to nano the break to keep Slay alive. Develop gone again. Only 1 healer, but no team left to support. Panthera will be giving up the point once Poker Face decide to flip.
Yeah, the only thing they did wrong there was they didn't send one player back to cap. They needed to be able to get the cleanup while capping at the same time, but with that kill to do, it probably doesn't matter here. Another 5 versus 4. Panthera, no one left alive to actually continue to touch after Trace has gone down, and with a little bit more back and forth than maybe we expected for City Center, Poker Face finally get it done, and Muse finally gets number 100.
And he's all smiles. I'm glad that Poker Face stuck to their strengths. Pick up this new DPS player, and look how good he is. Mashing up with Valentine, the Reaper Winston, back to kind of the old meta you were talking about. Poker Face up in the series, but they got reverse swept last time. Will they flip the script this time again? We'll find out on the other side of this break.
This ends now. Cleaning house. Feels like this never get old. This ends now.
Poker Face up 1-0 in the series. After a win on Oasis, we go to the choice of map from Panthera. Some substitutes coming in. Once again, congratulations to Muse on the 100th map win. The guy's still trying to prove himself. Leg day?
He's not here.
He's got fans across the ocean.
He's in another castle.
Maybe he'll be here tomorrow if you'll be here tomorrow. I'll tell him I'll actually screenshot this right now. I'll send it to him. You talk now.
Leg day may or may not be awake. I don't know. Well, leg day was yesterday.
I'm waking him up.
Alrighty, here we go. Hippie coming in. Exy coming in. Which means it's off tank time. Map is going to be Numbani, by the way. There it is. Use 100 wins. Map wins.
Woo!
So Pippi Diva
You're
is
done.
probably what's on board.
You can rust now, my man. You've done all the work you needed.
That's actually the real reason. He's finished 100 maps, and he wants to just keep it clean at 100. He's not going to play again. He's done for the season.
KDA player. Peppy's in, who's that off-tank player, and Numbani coming up. We were trying to figure out. We were cooking on whether this was going to be Divas, Zarya, Orisa. Who knows?
I don't think it's going to be Zarya's here, unless it's
Hey, APAC cooks up some Zarya sometimes.
some really desperate scenarios. It's C point, and this is all I can play.
Oh, and Axie's in too, replacing Aiden, and Aiden was main support. Axie is flex support, so double flex support for this team, which usually this was a lot of Ana Kiriko, but with Alarian, who knows?
I think it's Bapalari Orisa. I think it's Diva point A, and then we go into hard Bapalari Orisa for B and C. That's what my read on this particular swap. Poker Face. Might even start Bapalari for A as well. Maybe a little bit more risky, but we'll see.
Cool story, bro.
No changes. Panthera.
Well, at least
I
you
thought it
hope
was a cool story.
compositionally.
I put F in that story.
I could tell. In our bet, I mean, we've seen the Ryan from them. I don't mind Ryan on Numbani defense and offense
I do.
if you go top left, but you mind it? Okay. You don't like the cheese, huh?
I don't mind Ryan if it's C. I think the other 2 points are not good for Ryan, so that would be a mistake.
I know, like, Justice like to play Ben Best only on this map for Ryan. So the owl cheese transcends time and regions.
Most likely, a lot more Winston. Rolled up in here. Keeping, again, they got Nikes on the roster. So, essentially double Tracer plays available here. With maybe a little bit of extra hit scan on Doo's side. I'm ready for Panthera to blow the gates open with a totally different comp, though. I think Numbani is going to be our first look at some of the new stuff, given that our control map is still going to mostly die favored. Not a surprise, it was mostly Winston at the end of the day there. I also mentioned that Winston was probably still going to see some game time. He didn't get nerfed at all, so why not? Numbani, especially Peppy in. I'm sensing, I'm seeing it. I'm looking to the future. I'm seeing the Bapalari Orisa.
Okay, I'm seeing maybe Nice go on the Hanzo too, which I think is strong on Numbani. Very meta on Numbani, no matter what happens to the guy.
But Nice isn't here.
Oh, I heard you say his name.
I was mentioning that I mentioned that he wasn't subbed in, and that wasn't off.
Ah, you tricked me. Maybe they should put him in.
That's what I was thinking. I'm gonna do hard
No
dive
hate.
here. Tracer,
I'm not a hater.
Tracer Echo hard dive. Brigana. So we're gonna get confirmation. First actual Lari gameplay in the Overwatch League.
Ooh.
It's gonna come from Simple.
No pressure.
So the original that turret spot, by the way, that's really OG. Like I remember seeing that in 2016, back in full 6v6 mode. 2016, Torb defense from Barney. That was the original spot. Pylon placements are very important here, very key for especially the defense. You hide them in difficult to attack spots. One of them is right above, because you see on the top left there for Simple. I think you can put it even higher. The range on the pylon is super long.
Poker Face have this split approach too. They have their Ashe and then one support. Okay, they're simple.
Hold that
On
nade.
one side, that's a triple ante from Develop, and as Do went to capitalize as the rest of Panthera dove in. They took so much damage and did so little to Poker Face. Torb ends up being such a good anti-dive hero with a shotgun, turret that you gotta deal with too, which forces the hand of Panthera to deal with that first. And Panthera really got burned.
Hit on the Ashe as well, so plenty of long range poke. I mean, this is extreme poke damage, even the turret adding some value in there. Properly taken down by the stickies of Becky, though. At least when you're playing the Echo, turret's not usually too much of a problem. Also notice that the turret is not really doing much for Peppy. Peppy is kind of static as a Sig. It's the one downside of not having a mobile hero like a Diva is your Sigma is just kind of stuck on the other side of the map. Break the pylon. Both your backliners are dead. And Sigma can't do anything about it.
At least Panthera chose the right direction this time. It was a triple ante that went to the top left. That didn't work out. Let's try the other side, top right, where there was less people. It was hidden and simple on that side. Panthera capitalized, and there's nothing Peppy can do on a Sigma to
this is why you gotta
cross
run
over
Diva
and
here.
be involved.
I think the Sigma just doesn't... Okay, well, don't dive the side of the Sigma. Dive the other side of the map. And the Sigma just AFKs because they can't do anything.
Yes.
So it's unlucky. This would be a nice time to go Orisa, but Pippi is committed 52% towards the Flux. Oh, snap from long range. Downtown Valentine hit that.
Kind of tough to hit those too, unless you're just grind the Junkenstein game mode. At least that's how I became good at Torb. Because the primary fire has this kind of weird drop off. Pretty large projectile though. That forces Panthera's momentum down a lot, but gives Do a chance to maybe build up towards the Dragon Blade, which he's already overextending, trying to duel against this Torbjorn who has the turret up. Forcing now this Torbjorn back. The Nano actually goes to Arpen, even though Do was so close to the Dragon Blade. And they're simple. Who, well, gets nothing with that, but Poker Face did look threatening.
Panthera basically all alive here. I mean, Becky's got the copy here as well. Arpen survived. Develop was the only one that went down. I was personally very much ready for our first Captive Sun ultimate of the Overwatch League to also be deflected because Dude's playing Genji. That would have been insane. That would have been... I would have lived for that. That would have been perfect. It didn't happen. Simple got that off, but no kills. And that's the issue with running. Unfortunately, you know, Alari great in the poke, but you need the follow-up damage. And no one fast enough. No one has the capability of just landing extra shots to proc the Sunstroke for the extra damage. Panthera survived. They win the fight. Halo continues on. Halo position not amazing at the moment, but some good ultimates online now for Panthera to push it through.
Now Do will have a blade. Only the Kitsune rush that's being used. Do benefits from this, and the Deadeye right in his face. He has the deflect. Does he look through? Do was trying to hide, climbs up the wall. Do puts fear in his eyes, and the turret's the one who finishes off Do. So Poker Face 5v4, but here's the follow-up of Arpen. Late, but still valuable. Evening things up 4-4, but Arpen just getting enough healing there from Slay. But Panthera haven't really gotten any cart push, and now that their tank is missing, Slay and Develop are getting pushed in by Peppy. Gets the free lane, and as Arpen and Becky get back, this fight is done.
Yeah, well, they had a really split offense at Panthera. Arpen ended up going deep, Slay to save. Unfortunately, that means the rest of the team on the ground side are going to be stuck on the payload, and as you mentioned, Arpen looking for health packs, trying to get healed up. 2-2 split for Panthera. That Poker Face decide to go for the ground and win that fight. Eventually, Arpen has to come back and they'll clean him up as well. So, defense holds for Poker Face there. And that Magnate really ruined Dude's day. It was the blade, but immediately hindered, meaning you can't really go anywhere. You want to dive in, you want to play some extra mobility to get yourself into slash range. Never really happened.
Now hit into the Soldier. See if that Tac Visor would be a more valuable ultimate than the Deadeye, because saw the tactical grenade didn't really stop Do. It kind of brought a lot of value from the blade.
It
and
ruined.
made him hide, I
think it
guess.
ruined the blade entirely. That the nade wasn't actually really.
It could have been deflected though, so I wasn't sure how that was
From
gonna
the
end up.
POV, it looked like the nade was going to clip the ceiling, but it ended up just going through and hitting him. So it was a interesting situation. I didn't think the nade was going to hit, but it did. And think Dude maybe didn't think it was going to hit either. They're currently stuck.
Nano Arpen on his way. Has the Primal too. He can be aggro. Poker Face have the Matrix, which is going to slow Arpen. Make him hesitate. Gravitic Flux, and Peppy gets killed. Not able to complete the ultimate. Of course, an Ana player of all things claims the kill. Now you got Primal, no tank standing in Panthera's way. Kitsune Rushful sending it. The captive son, though, of Simple, trying to make up for the lack of damage. But Pokerface are getting forced back. There's no saving Xe there. Panthera just, well, throw ultimates at him. See if you can get more presence on this card to complete the push.
It's looking like a possible completion now, but with Pepe coming back on Orisa finally, this hero should have been played much earlier. You just see that Sigma doesn't have the staying power. That's why you need something like the Orisa instead, but the blade, the second blade will come through. Trying to find a little bit more value than beforehand. 3 meters left to go. So far, the blade's just taking care of the Simple and the pylon. Maybe that's enough, though. Gotta get rid of Pepe, though. Time's running out.
Oh, Pepe is just going to be so difficult to remove unless the anti-nade is enough. Now there's no support, no tank. Pokerface, it's all up to these DPS to carry, but Becky on the Tracer's too much to handle. And that cap will go through no matter what Pokerface have to do or say. And 90 seconds is added.
Yeah. They'll eventually get that one. They should have had that one pretty comfortably, but things got a little bit dicey towards the end there. Blade Salt not finding the biggest of values, but at least they're starting to get some decent picks on their way in for Panthera. And they have tempo going to the last point. Possibly unlikely to actually get the final cap now. There's not a lot of time left to go through, and Pokerface slowly but surely on what I think is the right comp. Exiting on the Ana is interesting. No BAP here anymore.
Yeah, Nano Visor. Feels like Du has had so little value with the blades too that he can force his deflect out or try to Visor when he has no deflect at all. It's how Hidden can have a win in condition. Pepe's the one who's nanoed and he's an unstoppable force. What a sleep though. That'll slow him down, and Panthera's supports might have been able to escape. Or the supports might have been able to escape into the spawn room doors. Now Arpen is gone, not able to pop the primals, so Panthera really thought they were going to be able to cap there.
I think that was going to be tough. They have to, first of all, find the primal, which Arpen was like, what, 6% away from. Slightly too slow on that. One final 10, now 10 seconds left to go. Payload distance is not bad here for a final push, but you're also heading into triple ultimates on the Pokerface side. Molten Core played actually earlier than I expected. I would have imagined he would have saved that one for a little bit longer, but here we go. It does at least prevent the full value from the Kitsune Rush from being applied.
Tried to stop Panthera from touching, and Arpen had to be the one who committed the jump to it. Captive Son gets cleansed there by Slay. Here is the... does he build up toward? At least he zones out the card even though nobody's in it, but sacrifices his life for it. 3 down for Pokerface as Panthera head for the end of the map. And maybe respawns can come back in time. It will be Valentine up first.
5 plays live though. Blades up as well. Pokerface now going for the final touch. They just don't have enough players and don't have enough respawns. We're into the OT, so R2 saw in the respawns there and Hidden never found that tac visor. It just wasn't there. Not enough damage done. Couldn't stay alive. And Panthera will get it across the line. Final push, man. That Captive Sun has unfortunately not found much value in this particular matchup so far. I guess versus Dive, you're just not going to hit enough targets. You're going to hit a couple of targets, but low quantity of targets means easy Suzu for the cleanse. And Arpen, he ate the Captive Sun, instantly got Suzu there, and Panthera just keep walking forward. No issues whatsoever. This is where we go back to the offense for B, and a nice catch from Byronade and develop on a Pepe will secure it.
Yeah, that's an amazing position for an Ana to be in. If you can stay there and no one pressures you, the anti-nades are free, and you have a great escape route to the high ground. But Pokerface also used 2 ultimates to try and force a C9. The Orisa, Molten Core, and then got nothing really out of that. A bit of damage into Panthera, and once those were out, less win conditions for Pokerface. And then Panthera knew they had that window of opportunity and just jumped in.
Well, they needed to wait till the actual OT happens. You know, you have to wait until Pokerface have to play the payload, and then suddenly the Terror Surge and Molten Core are both extremely good in that scenario. But Terror Surge was never going to get good value because up against a dive, everyone just runs away from it. Everyone has some sort of mobility to get away. And you play the Molten Core too early, and you don't have to touch. Well, you just sort of ignore it and wait until it's done. So Panthera didn't get the, rather Pokerface didn't get maximal value out of his ultimates. I also think that, again, Pepe just stayed on the Sigma for way too long. I don't really care that he's on 52% after losing A. Just swap straight away. Sigma's just not good enough at B at all. Sigma on A. Also, I'm a big fan of that either, to be honest. I don't know if I just like the Sigma at all in this. I think Diva for A, Orisa for B and C is probably correct.
you can just avoid the Sigma. I think Sigma's a good brawler if he's faced in a fight, but yeah, Panthera are just gonna try and dive away from that as much as possible. Poker Face are so low. They got hit by an anti. Immortality is up. Almost the only thing keeping them standing as Arpin has to jump back after Hidden is able to put down dynamite pressure onto the backline. And Poker Face will cap within the first fight.
Hidden's really doing some work here. Keep Hidden alive. Hippie puts the shield up, puts the hand up, eats all the damage, and just allow Hidden the time and space to find the damage and the kills. And that's going to be a very quick A-take. That was much faster than what Panthera had, given that Panthera did fail their initial push, their first attempt. A huge Bionade, or rather they sent the Bionade, but really get the kills. Now, 520 in the bank for Poker Face as they'll once again push on through, but yeah, again, we're just kind of chilling on the Sigma, which, as mentioned, has very low survivability versus dive compared to Winners.
Poker Face can have this slow rush that, I guess it's not really rush, it's not quick, so it's just a shield that can just keep readjusting as they kind of prepare for an upcoming Amp Matrix from Axie to just kind of dominate this lane and see if they can catch Becky out in the open too. He has to be worried about this hit scan of Hidden. It's been putting him in his place even ever since game one. And wow, Arpin gets punished trying to dive to Sigma. Now there's no tank, but Becky gets nanoed. See if he can find the equalizer. Puts a bit of damage into those backlines, but gets a call that Valentine is low on that Echo. Chases it down, doesn't get anything before Valentine seals back the pull. Becky dupes. Alari versus Alari. There's your second showing of the new hero, but Poker Face, if they don't get stopped here, this time bank is going to get out of control.
I don't know who got hit by the Captain Sun there, but it's going to start forcing some awkward situations to happen. The second Captain Sun coming out in. Yeah, so apparently not enough players. I thought that was done for Panthera, but with Develop coming on back in, things start to look up for Panthera as they recover their scenario. I mean, look at the payload, 2.25 away. It's looking like a Cat. Panthera were really fumbling hard at the beginning of B. Player after player was getting picked, Arpin getting picked, 3v5 engage, way too over eager on the nano boost onto Becky, who was going to get minimal value. He's basically solo diving, no Tracer, no Winston, 2 supports and an Echo, not going to do too much there. Burns the dupe as well, actually stays alive on dupe, stays alive longer to find his own copied ultimate. So really it took until the respawns of Panthera came back in for something to happen.
Liked if Dude just went for the pulse bomb. If you catch Hidden scoped up like that, it's an easy target to hit, but misses that. And now 4 versus 4 after Develop gets dove on by Valentine. Not a lot of heals available for Panthera. Arpin will have the primal to sustain himself. Panthera just have to survive the defense. They don't really have to be aggressive here as the card is so in deep into B. It's Poker Face that have to make up the space, and now they have Pepe on Orisa. You can try to hold that real estate a lot better as that Bob was summoned up, flailed away by Slay. As the rally is what's barely keeping Arpen still standing, with keeping this defense alive and well from Panthera, but they need to contest, and Arpen's there at the last second at half health. Slay is there with Inspire. The nano helps Arpen even more, but how long can they live? You need Dew and Becky to find some kills, but Poker Face just seem unpressured here on the high ground. Captive Sun should take care of Becky, it seems, and no, he lives on. Develop, you can thank him for that. It's an all-out war, and Poker Face seems to be winning.
Becky's got ultimate, so he won't go down. Not just yet. Becky's been surviving. Dude is living through at the moment. Poker Face look like they're losing a lot of positioning here. They'll get rid of Becky, so no extra ultimate to come through from the copy. Orisa, and with enough kills on Poker Face, so it looks like it should be a cap. And eventually, finally, they'll get this one done. Panthera held on for a long time. I think they held on for far longer than they had any business to, considering how poorly the early stages of B, rather, and A actually, or especially the early stages of B. I think the major swap here was, as we mentioned, Pepe going over towards Orisa. The staying power is strong. Poker Face eventually just having the necessary kills at the end there, despite Becky's duplicate to get the cap.
Poker Face more than doubling the timing that Panthera had to, and yeah, just thinking that back in that small amount of space, the Orisa was going to thrive eventually against the Winston. And I think now that you have this Orisa matchup, Samir, this is gonna work out a lot better. And Dew with the pulse, negated by the immortality of Axie. Poker Face have the ultimates too. Terra Surge, maybe not even needing it, but you gotta shut down Dew. He's just been way too comfortable in that backline. after dealing with XD, even with the pulse bomb cancelled. Now Panthera will hold on, finally having a good stop.
Panthera are also playing poke now, but the extra tracer doesn't really make sense in this comp anymore. Pepe's going to go back over to the 6. They really want to go for extra long range damage. Sig versus Orisa is actually a fine matchup, so this is one of the times where it makes more sense to play the Sig now that you're no longer up against the Winston up and could still swap back. But looks like Panthera are committed now to playing their version of poke. The window out, Pokeface will respect it, and I'll just wait for it to go away.
Even Arpen just stepping up to see if he can get the Terror Surge built up and quickly using all the cooldowns to get away. Valentine looking to just jump into this backline. All the stickies. That could be a quick assassination, but besides
Arpen's heavily
against
out of
that,
position.
now has to dupe. And Arpen, well, he's helped back in, well into the loving arms of his teammates, but Develop has already said nope to that. Back to spawn. Not a ton of heals when you swap to the Zen there compared to the Ana, but needed to just defend himself. And now Kenya, when he got a duped Orisa in your back. Pokerface, few more meters to go until they get to the end, and Panthera can't contest.
And there's time, a lot more time, which means now Panthera just play for the draw. 130 versus 0. Yeah, no contest there, unfortunately, towards the end. Arpen, he completely just jumped in the Narnia, came back quickly, but instantly died. Severely out of position. That was egregious. I don't know. I'm gonna have to watch it again because I'm not too sure how he ended up in that position. He ended up nowhere, and that cost his team severely.
90 seconds should be enough with how quickly both these teams have been able to cap, usually within the first fight or so, maybe second. But Hidden, this is such an exciting player to watch. The Sojourn, the Ashe, the Dynamite 2 is what burned both these supports here at the end. I think he got more after that. Either way, it's what opened up the point, at least finalized things for Pokerface.
I think the good news for Panthera is if there's a way to draw, and I would not like to see a draw, but if there's a way to draw, I think they're going to hard stack right side from defenders POV. They're going to have to because they just kind of got rolled in that position before. And if you lose the hard right position that has the high ground here versus a poke composition that's going to shoot down from high to low, that's game over. So they have to hard contest that as much as possible, and with a stronger rest of defensive comp, Torb as well. I think that's possible. You just can't give Hidden the space to work with. Hidden having free shooting space as he did on that last A attempt push was way too much, as we saw from his replay POV.
How is Arpen gonna play around that Sigma shield? Seems, I think I saw, no, yeah, Arpen is on the same high ground. So you want to usually step past that shield if you can. Of course, you have a ton of armor and sustainability as the Orisa, one of the tankiest tanks you can be. Look how aggro he's being, making sure that Pokerface stays stuffed in that corner. Look at Valentine on a journey by himself. On the Echo, doesn't have a break, doesn't have a mercy, just health packs to defend on. And with Hidden getting picked, forced back by Panthera, Valentine has to make sure he's hidden. And you see Becky looking for him.
Yeah, Becky has to be very concerned about where Valentine's going to pop up from, because most likely that's the target. Long range battle between Simple and Develop. They're just going to both trade shot, develop the headshot. So, you know, talked about the fact that I want to see Develop play the Yulari. He'll finally pick it up. That's going to slow things down considerably for Pokerface. It's just a 1v1 duel, which, you know, in 90 seconds, you've really lost the fight. Can't really be affording to lose another player like that, because we're into really minimal time now.
Yeah, back-to-back first bloods for Panthera. It's just trying to out-brawl an Orisa as not an Orisa is going to be tough for Peppy, who's already just getting stunned up, half health. Axie will help him out with the Ant Matrix. That's enough. Punishing the aggression of Arpen. Not even any time to go for the Terror Surge. It's 5v3. Pokerface generating the 33%, and there's no one left from Panthera to drop. It's up to Develop and Slay, and they can't. Pokerface go to match point.
Now, I was thinking there was two real options there coming through from Pokerface. They could either burn the window early, try and force positioning on top left from attacker's POV, or they can try and just brute force their way onto the top left, get past the Orisa somehow, and then play the window for the point, which would have been preferable, but they've struggled to get on their high ground. They've struggled to break through the choke point. So, yeah, burn the window early, get rid of Arpen. Arpen wasn't expecting it, and you kind of have to. That, I guess, wasn't a shift available for Arpen. Certainly, Slay wasn't going to be able to throw the lamp over in time as well. So, quick kill to get rid of the tank, and Arpen down. Easy cap, only one tick required.
MVP XC in that moment. I really thought that draw was coming after they sacrificed both first bloods in that moment. Poker Face, do they get the sweep they wanted to get last time? We're gonna find out on the other side of this break. Poker Face got their game faces on today. They're on match point after just barely getting that new body. They had me worried about that draw.
We're about to see our first real look at our new game mode. So we'll take a look at some fans in the audience there as well. Looks like a Homer Simpson to me. I don't know.
I don't know what that says.
I don't know
You're
what to-
pointing at it, but I
don't know what
can't
to
read.
expect. It's because
I
you're
don't know what the
American.
sign says, but
Americans
I
can't
can't
read.
read. I'm
Americans can't speak
Canadian. I
English.
just said this to you. I don't count.
Here's
Hands up for
something
the
else.
Owl Renaissance.
There's something else to say. Muse wasn't done with 100. He's looking for 101, and I ain't talking about Dalmatians here. We're going full send on Poker Face, looking for the 3-0. Muse will be part of that journey. I'm thinking there's going to be more dive. I think Winston is possibly still, kind of viable. We're going to Servasa, FYI. Those that are not too sure which one of the 2 Flashpoint maps it is, it's the
Flip a coin.
one set in India
Take a
and the other
guess.
one's New Junk City. But we ain't doing that. I
Jasmine is in.
think I like this map more, except for one.
Than
No, I
Jasmine?
don't know. There's one
Oh.
point I dislike on both. But I would prefer the A point to be more fair, and A market here for Servasa is much better than A arena for New Junk. So there's that. But point E ruins, that is a... Oh, I do not like ruins. That's not a good point.
Oh. We gotta break this down for all the beginners. It's gonna be our first time seeing this now.
I ain't
I
breaking
believe
anything
we got...
down. If you're not ready,
Okay.
then you're not ready. I'm actually not ready either.
What
That's
am I
the
paying
real
you
reason.
for?
You don't
Oh,
pay
okay.
me.
How do you know?
Check my bank
don't.
and see what comes from.
Okay,
We're all figuring this out. We're all figuring this out together. This is our first professional look at Flashpoint. You know, a bunch of you guys have probably played it by now, but we didn't get to see it in contenders because they're playing live patch, but no Flashpoint. Cool, understandable. Which means it's the first time we're going to see it. I know teams have been scrimming this already. I got a little bit of a sneak preview, but you never really know until you get in there. We're getting in there. And
Getting in there.
yeah, I mean, we're gonna figure this one out alongside the audience in real time.
Yeah. Point A market right in the middle of the map. Kind of has 2 walls with this weird mini wall in the middle. You got point B, garden, gorgeous. Lots of hallways.
It's our 3rd garden, by the way.
Palace.
Legion Garden, Oasis Garden,
A lot of gardens,
Servasa
yeah.
Garden.
First time having a palace, though. That's pretty cool. That's point C. Point D is temple. And
Of
point
Anubis.
E is ruins. Ruins and temple
Ruins is the
are
one-
pretty
Ruins is the bad
enclosed, though. Oh, okay.
This one's Palace.
They're all pretty enclosed. Feeling like Numbani Sanctuary a little bit. at
I like
some points.
Market.
Even Palace
I
pretty
like
enclosed.
Garden. We're going to Market first, so we always start on A. That's what you got to know about this map or this game mode. We always start on A. A is the Market. You mentioned it. It's the 2 walls, the little load panel on the side. Pokefax got here really quick. I mean, they got the Lucio, and that's the thing. I would have expected both teams to run Lucio full time, but if they don't have the Lucio, they're playing the nerfed Brig, and they're also playing the Ram as well. So they want to go through with a very brawl type look. Hidden's actually low. Jasmine's nearly dead. Oh my god, come on.
It's like he's just hitting. He's just running in. Finally brought the block out. Got topped up by Develop. Got 50% ult charge off of him alone. Yeah,
T-posing?
T-posing on him. Yeah. Poker Face still capped right in front of him.
He actually is T-posing. That's wild. He's flexing.
You'd like maybe Becky to be on a trace or something that can help contest the point a bit better, because I don't think
Well-
Soldier wants to be that close.
No, they're trying to play a brawl comp, but they can't get to the point because they rotated so slowly because they got no Lucio. Why are they not playing Lucio? That is super weird to me. And you'll notice, by the way, we're going to go up to 40%. You only get like 2.5 fights on each point here. These points go by quick. At Poker Face, you're more than halfway there. They got the first ultimate coming online. Develops at least trying to match the Nano. That'll get Jasmine in.
Okay, we already have a Nano. That's how much damage Panthera has taken. It's given to Becky. And the damage at range, the right click on the hidden 5v3, and Poker Face finished off, but at 80% plus. That's quite a deficit that Panthera have to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, you can use this Panthera and it can now be in a defensive position when they can start building this up nice and quickly, actually, because again, the point capture is extremely quick here. But this is the good part for Brawl. Now that they're playing the Brawl, they can just sort of chill on point, have their pokers flank out a little bit on the side of the streets, see what angles that Pokerface want to come through on. Super easy for Pokerface to rotate in. Might look for a tempo, but it depends on how close they think some of the ultimates for Panthera are. Specifically the Annihilation, that's probably one that you actually want to counter out.
This is first to 3 points on Flashpoint. Panthera want to defend this with everything, and Jasmine says, come at me, bro. I got Annihilation. But Slay and Develop, I'm getting flanked on, and Aiden is enabling those rotations.
Hidden on flank.
Pokerface maybe don't want to jump in those loving arms of Jasmine. Hidden with the overclock up and above. Loses that to Becky, of all things. Now Valentine has a blade. Countered maybe by the Becky tax visor. Valentine, I mean, the damage is done. Does he have to deflect? He might die to this Annihilation. Pantheric will be getting to 99, but it's flipped in front of them. Overtime will begin soon. Pokerface haven't completed the flip. They have to remove Jasmine by force. Kitsune Rush invested there by Simple. They want to finish this once and for all.
Counter caps, no tank now. Looking like Pokerface will get this first point. And Panthera have not been able to hold on. Jasmine stayed alive for so long. Becky was in there as well. He had a lot of damage. Becky outdealing Hidden, despite Hidden popping the overclock was huge. It was looking like Panthera were going to clean that one up, but not the case. As we start to move away, we're going bottom left. That looks like Palace. And here's one thing you got to talk about here, but the team that actually caps point A, they get a huge advantage for the next point, wherever that goes. Here we're going to see, because they stayed alive and they get the immediate first rotation, whereas Panthera, because they lost, they have to respawn. And because Panthera, okay, well, they got Hidden down, which is huge, but I was going to say, if it was a 5v5, they're playing Brawl, which is going to be slow to get back to the point anyway.
Oh, and Pokerface are in this enclosed area. I'd wonder if that Molten Core would come out to lock down that area. Panthera, Nano Becky, he saw just how much power he's able to bring out before with that, and even winning the 1v1 against the Hidden when he had overclock. So I like that Becky has stepped up when Panthera needed him the most. That will give Panthera the cap. Pokerface aren't fully wiped. They're just waiting for their moment to die.
You can try and play the range game here. They got the nice high ground. That's where you want Becky, and probably do as well, where Molten Core, I don't think it's going to catch a lot here. This point is super open, and unless you're catching players in some sort of a choke point, Molten Core doesn't have a huge amount of value. With Becky down now, big advantage for Pokerface, and Hidden popping off again on the Surgeon.
Yeah, Panthera don't have a comp that they just want to engage into, right? Without that Lucio, they kind of just tried to bunker down, and Pokerface found the poke around Hidden. Then as soon as people are low, Valentine dashed in. The Molten Core came out from Dew to slow that down a little bit, but eventually the egg was cracked and Pokerface are back in.
I would have preferred if Panthera just pressured the point there. They obviously didn't have the cap, and then no, they did have the cap, and then Dew just kind of play the Molten Core on this high ground that Pokerface was chilling on.
Like earlier,
or just be like very patient about it. You have point. Pokerface have to make the move. I just didn't agree with the usage of the Molten Core there. Panthera re-pushing now. Some decent ultimates in tow. Pokerface can answer. They have 4 themselves. 4 versus 4 ultimate wise.
Yeah, the high ground control for Pokerface, I believe. Becky has Visor close to the Nano too. If you want to combine the two, maybe not needing it. Becky wishes he had it, but is healed back up by his supports against the Kitsune Rush. Pokerface not investing ults until it feels like it's too late. Muse is down. How did Pokerface turn this around? It's the blade while the backline is low. And man, it gets stopped quickly in his tracks. It's all out chaos with Panthera robbing the point, but this will be quickly taken back by Pokerface at 99. It'll be Pokerface going to match point. I don't know what you call flashpoint point.
Yeah, it'd be map point.
Map point?
It'd be map
yeah,
point.
Okay, I like that.
There we go. Hey, we're the first ones casters. I'm saying whatever I want. I'm making it up as I go. And you want everyone else to just kind of follow suit. They're gonna be watching this like, damn, well, Avril said map point. That's what we gotta go with now for the rest of the time. I said it first. So here we go. Jasmine now coming through on one of his clashes. This is a signature pick for Jasmine on the Junker Queen. We've been going though. I need that top down because this is looking like Temple. Yeah, this one's Temple. So we've gone all the way to the top right. We've basically gone coast to coast here from bottom left to top right. Very open point. 4 entrances here. Some of the windows up top as well.
Maybe this Junker Queen is an answer to this Winston. You have a bit more speed if you do want to be more aggressive with your engages, but the Winston's just going to jump past that, try and split up the heals. Now the Primal to boop everyone out of the point. Guarantee that capture for Poker Face. Now they can take the engage. Muse goes in deep, trying to not fall off the map. I believe there's some pits to fall into.
Oh, there is.
Panthera. Yeah, Panthera have to be aware of that too, because there's a Lucio of Aiden that can poop them down. Valentine, Kitsune rush, charges forward, but Becky pulls them from behind as Poker Face step forward. Panthera investing the ults too. They nano Jasmine. And man, the rush ends up paying off for Panthera.
Yeah, they'll get it done eventually. They had the early rally anyway, but you know, with the rest of the ultimates coming on through, there's some fast charging ultimates here as well. Jasmine with the very recent swap over towards the Jungle Queen immediately finds Rampage in the middle of that fight. And Develop going over towards the Karika as well. Much better, I think, to actually keep Jasmine up. See if Panthera can finally get themselves a point on this map. Otherwise, we're going to get not just a 3-0 on this particular map, we're going to get a 3-0 in the series as well.
And Poker Face don't have simple, so might have to invest the bead if you think this is turnable soon. Looks like Panthera aren't really pressing the advantage they could have while simple is gone. Even the Molten Core, how is Duke going to use this time on the defense? He wanted it a bit more preemptive earlier. Lock down one of the 4 entries or multiple entries inside here of Temple.
This one's going to be very defensive, I think. Now wouldn't be too bad because this is where Poker Face is trying to get themselves a point. You got to shut down Hidden. Hidden is the main threat.
Oh yeah, when you get a headshot onto Becky, and he goes forward, doesn't even care about the Molten Core, but the Suzu saves Du's life, allows him to give up that space a little bit. Poker Face have such a deficit they have to overcome, but when they play this good, I'm not worried.
93 for Panthera, but they have to be on the repush, and they just have very little to use. Poker Face, Valentine can clean this one up. I mean, one good Death Blossom, the map is over. There's going to be only one fight left. 70% plus, you can see that thing just ticking up so damn quick, and 2 more big ultimates coming line for Poker Face. Huge survivability for Muse as Jasmine's down to his 3rd hero of the Diva as well. Valentine, that is the key player here to send it home for Poker Face.
Deep dive from Muse, close to the Primal 2, simple TPs with them. Panthera trying to matrix what they can. Valentine TPs in, looking for the Death Blossom. Panthera smell it in the air, but a back cap happens because of Du, and he's isolated, able to defend himself well. Not someone you want to push with how heavy that shotgun can be. 99 to 99, will it be Poker Face with the sweep? Panthera want to live on through to the next point. Du might get primaled off the map. He's somehow living. That Blossom gets mostly Matrix. And headshot by Develop. A heads up play by Panthera. They will overcome this fight and will be winning Temple to continue on Flashpoint.
Yeah, huge clutch there. I mean, that was Suzu and the Matrix put all over Valentine. They knew that the Diva swap essentially is to counter the Death Blossom. That was a huge tool for Poker Face to clean up the 3rd point. So we only got Garden left with Ruins, and with any luck, we won't go to Ruins at all. Unless this one's... Ruins... Are we at Ruins right now? Oh, we are Ruins right now.
Yeah.
It's so unlucky. Sag. I hope. I hope.
There's just a lot to deal with. You got a Torb you don't want to die, but Diva that's micro missiles hurt a lot, and look how much Muse just got blown up. Maybe should have waited for the Aiden sound barrier. Either way, maybe next time. Panthera will get the cap now. They have ults to defend this too.
That's crazy because they didn't spend anything to get the cap. Just a free kill to Muse. That's really going to put Panthera ahead. We could be going to all 5 here, which would be a nice way to start our first ever Flashpoint. You know, get a full tour of all 5 points. It was looking very 3-0-able for Poker Face. They needed to get that Death Blossom while the Karika's Kitsune rush was running through. Speaking of which, we'll have it up very soon. Double support ultimates hit him back on the overclock. He's dead. Oh my god, Jasmine just runs in.
Jasmine runs in, forces out the Kitsune rush, but Jasmine lives on, has the self-destruct too, and this Molten Core all over this Kitsune rush is at least occupying that real estate for Panthera. They can just be having these small dives here with Jasmine, forces Poker Face away time and time again. Panthera, if they can win this next fight, they'll go to the map point 5. We're making it up as we go.
They'll get to, yeah, they'll get to the 2 out of 2 there. Final point is, here we go, all ultimates expended by Poker Face. It's up to Hidden to get this done, but he just gets hard focused. Everybody looking at Hidden, and Panthera are going to take us all the way. We're going to go all 5 points. Poker Face That one big shot there, keep hitting it live, get him popping off on the overclock, but both of the big DPS tools from Pokerface, whether we're talking about Death Blossom, talking about overclock, Panthera have had the answer. And the more I look at this Jasmine Diva, the more I'm thinking, damn, this has been the answer. But it came in super late, but now that we've started to play this Diva, it's been looking so much better for Panthera.
Swap after swap, Jasmine has figured out the kryptonite to this dive comp and hidden swaps back to the soldier, quicker rotations. It's been what's necessary. Well, Panthera had to invest a lot, like 2 or 3 ults in that last fight, so maybe Pokerface may have an advantage in the breakout of this final point. See if Panthera can live on in the series. Jasmine has that kind of pseudo second life with the self-destruct too, which can clear the point once established. Pokerface are the first ones in position. Jasmine will contest. Needs all the support they can get. Just bullying Muse. Where's the primal? I was expecting that too. Maybe just dependent on a Suzu or heals from Simple, but that's a flood from Pokerface when they should have maybe capped first.
At least Becky expended the pulse bomb, but and Panthera again, they kind of just get away with murder. They get essentially a free cap. That kind of happened on Ruins as well. We saw Panthera just win. How many? 2 fights? No ultimates spent outside of a pulse bomb being lobbed in. Pokerface just can't quite get themselves. That should have been a primal. You're right, probably waiting for the Suzu, but bad comms could have been the detriment of Muse. Lane time.
Oh, Slay bashes away in time. That should have been a kill. So little value from Kenshi Blades all around. Maybe forcing cooldowns if you squint. That could be a silver lining. But Panthera reaching 60% plus, investing the ultimates. Kitsune rush from both sides. It's 5v4 for Panthera. Muse, there's the primal we were hoping for, just to beat Jasmine to death, force the bomb out. But Jasmine just goes back to the point to force back the recontest of Pokerface, and the cap still goes through.
Aiden still has sound barrier here as well, so Pokerface can keep this one going. Not much left to play through. It's got to be the tempo there just to counter out the effects of the rally, due to try and play with the molten core that'll have some level area control, but again, not really ideal. It's Becky's pulse one that actually gets the 5 versus 4. Now Muse and Aiden both low, both down. Pokerface lose a point. Can they contest in time? Panthera cap, and it's about to be over. I think it's done. I think it's done.
A reverse sweep on Flashpoint? Panthera did reverse sweep last time, but this is like a little baby reverse sweep, or maybe the beginning of a bigger one. Panthera turn it all around on Flashpoint.
Yeah, it's the reverse sweep within the potential of a bigger reverse sweep here, because we keep talking about the fact that Pokerface got reverse swept by Panthera last time. It starts by winning that map 3 for the opposing team, which is Panthera, and I'll say it again, I think that 3rd point, Temple, was looking really winnable for Pokerface, and they'll be upset that they didn't get the clean sweep on Ravasa, our first ever look at Flashpoint. But 2 more maps to play through here. We'll see where we go to for push after this break.
Starts with a small reverse sweep on Flashpoint to maybe create an even bigger one, because that's what happened last time for Panthera. I'm going to keep mentioning it because it's good for the narratives, Admiral.
Oh yeah, at this point, game's open again. Going to push. Got a Runaway fan that's also a Panthera fan. Got one of the best 3 combinations numbers in there. Kilometers. You use kilometers in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No freedom units.
Good.
What do you use?
Let me put it this way. There's only 2 countries in the world that uses Imperial. One of them is the United States. And another one is... I can't even remember the other one. And I don't know why they use Imperial. They do. And
They're
it's
irrelevant,
probably
I
not a
guess.
country you've really heard of.
Okay, fair enough. Jasmine stays in the lineup too, after just how many swaps they had to go through. They really got something good cooked up for our push map coming up, which will be chosen by Pokerface.
Peppy back in. And XU back in. I think I'm going to be seeing more of what we got in Numbani. It's more Numbani comps. We should say that the likelihood of Alari is, I'd say, basically 100% here. Double flex support. All the teams that were banking on the possibility of double flex support meta, they're fist pumping right now. They're loving it. So, at least on some maps. I don't know how prevalent this comp is going to be overall. It seems like at least on maps where you have to make big rotations and lots of big angles like control, maybe flashpoint as well. Double flex support doesn't make sense. But on New Queen Street, especially on New Queen Street, very flat map. I think like a poke comp is probably going to be decent here. I think both teams will play some variation of poke.
And just being able to control that kind of top metro, top hallway, whatever you want to call it, has been prevalent in multiple metas now. Sojourn still kicking around. Doesn't feel like a Sojourn jail with just really how many different hit scan you can see. We've seen Soldier, Tracer, Soldier, I already said that, Reaper, others. Everyone's still kind of experimenting, but I know you and I were trying to place bets. We weren't full arguing this time, chat. You don't have to mute us. But it was between Orisa and Sigma. What is Peppy gonna play?
I do like in the arguing though. It's one of my favorite activities.
I know you do.
So.
Admiral is Team Orisa. I'm thinking Sigma just because of, bringing that out on Numbani, even though Peppy did bring it out on Orisa for point C. See what he opts for.
I think as long as... Well, he's not going to end up playing the dive because Jasmine's not going to play a dive, so... Sigma is probably okay. I think Peppy is preferring the Sigma given his... I think history as a player. I've cast... Fun fact, he played in Contenders Australia before. He played a ton of Sigma there. So
you should have been right about this.
yeah, but Orisa's meta.
Okay, true.
Because
facts.
I slaved to meta, I'm just gonna say Orisa every time. So we're gonna play the Sigma here. We're gonna play Soldier versus Sojourn. I think the Soldier's probably better for the shield break, so this is a better pick than Becky. We also saw, by the way, the Hidden versus Becky 1v1 on Sarasa on Market, where that one shot from the Helix, which does a ton of damage now as a burst, as direct. I mean, if you're not hitting the... What is it? The rail, but you do get hit by the Helix, you're just... It's game over.
Yeah, screw the shield break for the Soldier. He's got those sneakers. Just run around it, forehead. At least he can just take any position he wants with how fast he really is. Jasmine, though, loses the Sigma duel. And that's Pokerface that can start taking space. And especially forcing Panthera off that high ground. And even Slay's getting tossed up by Peppy Sigma. Hidden takes that tower position right in the middle of the map. And it's a good initial push for Pokerface.
All right. Actually getting a decent amount of healing and damage done there as well. Starting things out. Surprised that Jasmine went down. Yeah, Becky did end up going for the flank, but I think if you just play the full front to back, you definitely outdamage the Soldier in terms of shield break potential. Pokerbase hard stacking the mid, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, while Peppy is obviously pushing the payload.
There's an Ant Matrix already from Axie. This just allows Pokerface to dominate this lane, and Slay can't get away. Decided to not up a hide with Jasmine and maybe go for an Ant Matrix counterplay, and Captive Sun Just proc on 2. The immortality maybe comes out either way.
That's the first
What
kill
a
on the
run.
Captive Sun.
Yay.
4 maps in, we finally got one. We got 1 kill on the Captive Sun. So it's happened. That's history made in the Overwatch League. But the cap looks like it's about to come on through. I actually thought XE might have altered early there, but with the extra momentum that Pokerface has built through, there it is. Cap secured. And there are nowhere to be found. Full respawns.
Pokerface have not been stopped yet, too. They got their own Captive Sun. They got a ton of ults coming up. Panthera maybe need to act early and act quick. Get a first pick, whatever it takes. This is getting out of hand. That's a very far forward Ant Matrix. Just try and get as much coverage as possible. Pokerface hide in the Mega Room. Let's see if they can sneak around. Bait Panthera to go in
Oh,
further
there it is. I was
forward.
waiting for
And
it. The first Eaton Captive Sun. We got the first kill on Captive Sun. We got the first Eaton Captive Sun. Done. Tick it off.
all
Mark it down.
gobbled up. The highs and the lows of this match as presented. Peppy wins the Sigma duel again. Pokerface. Will they ever be slowed down? Hidden gets the immortality field just to live on through this overclock. This push continues to 85 plus.
Still getting a lot. Pokerface is still getting a lot done. We're heading into triple digits now. Panthera are struggling big time here. Molten Core no doubt being used. Dude is behind enemy lines, by the way. Man is on a big boy flank. As we start getting to the end, XE can drop down a decent angle for the window. It'll be hard to contest unless Hidden goes down. Jasmine also has the Flux, which will be very useful to counter out the window. Flux is going to come through early, actually.
Pokerface turned around to deal with that flanker of Dew. There's a gravitic flux from the front and pain sandwich all around, but what's really painful is a 109-meter push right off the rip. There's still 6 minutes left, but
you know what?
Panthera looked dead there.
If Pokerface get reverse swept from here, they lose this map and they lose the next one, they'll deserve it because 109-0 should be a lead that is uncontestable. Like, this lead should be more than enough to win you the map now. If Pokerface can just chill for the next 6 minutes and win this one out, Jazz will be chilling in spawn.
Jasmine has lost the Sigma duel, and not just in this isolated one-on-one, just the way that all of Pokerface convert their attention towards that tank, because once that central pillar of Panthera is gone, Becky and Dew have a hard time defending, or at least firing back and finding the equalizer. It's Pokerface to deal with, or sorry, Panthera have to deal with this flank from a Torbjorn of Valentine, who has the speed to get back into position, back to the road where Peppy is. Got Captive Suns available, Mega Pack room control for Panthera. And now it's Panthera with some bot control, that's it.
Pokerface can just play this one slowly, kick the ball around, waste some time here. Panthera have to do the most. Both Captive Suns are going to come through. Same time, no idea how many they hit. Looks like Develop completely whipped it. He might have gone for an aerial shot in simple, not too sure, but seems like neither will get too much done here. It'll just be all the breakables or the deployables gone with the lamps and the pylons. Finally a good shot.
Yeah, and Valentine's just jumping out of there. Maybe you should have just tried to defend a bit better, but wanted to get closer range with a shotgun kill, maybe. The Develop versus Simple 1v1, though, I want to see more of that. That was a weird ghost of, of Simple there, either way.
It's just
I want to see that show match.
strangely hard ultimate to get value out of when everyone can just move away, put a shield. That was a decent shot, but in low HP. Also have the fact that Sigmas can just eat away the ultimate as well. Played against Dive, everyone just sort of jumps away. At least Panthera getting some movement now. First major movement, 6 minutes deep into the game. We're getting some real movement now, 25 meters, and can't really go for the first camp. They got some ultimates coming online as well that will be able to maybe secure them this point, but Pokerface are also in a decent defendable position with their own 4 ults.
Whose grab flux comes out first. The accretion just came out from Peppy, so he goes, pulls the trigger, catches 2 in that immortality summoned by Slay. The fire back from Becky, tactical visor, gravitic flux from Jasmine, I think whiffs, or maybe got Peppy low a bit. Immortality from XE to save him. As XE waits for his moment for the Ant Matrix while Panthera caught in the open. This could be what stops Panthera, but Captive Sun first from Develop to get these players low. Will claim the life of Valentine and Hidden. And you won't even need the Ant Matrix. Panthera will keep on pushing.
Possible clutch, 3v3. It's not quite over just yet. Peppy stays alive here, and he's being hard pocketed, but it's Develop on the off angle that gets the headshot. Now we'll see if there's going to be enough healing left. Might just be a little bit of healing still remaining. It's Exy trying to get Peppy alive as much as possible. The respawn and Poker Face, I feel like they've survived this one, and Panthera haven't actually capped.
Yeah, not having those forward spawns made a huge difference, and even with Slay investing the Amp Matrix, gave them limited options if that push were to keep going. So Panthera just take a step back so they can collect their army, have everyone up, and see if they can draw Poker Face out into the open to step down those steps to get right into the line of fire to do. And Panthera, see if they can get the spot going again. Molten Core available.
Peppy was low. If they got Peppy down, that's a cap. Unfortunately, develop gets simple, but just Exy there still ended up being enough healing for Peppy to stay alive, and time is starting to be unfavorable now for Panthera as they saw full double the cap remaining left. That's one target being caught by the Captain Sun, but not enough damage to get the kill.
Oh, Poker Face trying to hold on to this high ground as best as they can. Becky harasses, throws the pulse. Immortality from Exy out just in case that were to stick. Now Valentine barely able to hold that position to help Exy drive through the Amp Matrix. Captain Sun from Develop from above takes care of that tank. Peppy down for the count, so is Valentine. Poker Face get wiped, and Panthera quite a lot of meters to make up for, and only 2 minutes to do so.
Should be at the cap though. Here we go. Plenty of players are like, this is what they need. This is a lot of momentum. I think this has to be the push. If there's any possibility of Panthera turning this one around, if it doesn't happen now, map's over. Poker Face take the series. Slay with the early window. Looks like he used it on the side angle there towards the right. Very aggressive if that's the case, because you need to be slow burning these ultimates to actually get this cap, because 109 meters, I mean, you have to push all the way uphill here. Poker Face have respawn advantage. Time's about to run out. So, as I mentioned, one and done here for Panthera or not at all.
Yeah, Develop and Becky push that off angle to take care of that turret. Molten Core used early from Valentine just to hold on and push Panthera off the bot. Panthera need a flawless fight, a flawless push to match that 109. And Jasmine dominates the front line. Even with Peppy surrounded by Molten Core, he's simply getting beaten to death. And Panthera keep this going.
Yeah, flawless. That's what you need. 5 alive for Panthera. Still a couple of good ultimates. Support ultimates here as well. Building up nice and quickly, and we're definitely heading to the OT here. So no matter what, this one's going all the way in terms of closest. I was thinking that Poker Face had a 109 lead that was going to be enough for them just clean up the map, but Panthera have brought this one extremely on purpose, because you know what? Poker Face, they probably could have won it on Servasa, but here we go. Develop's dead though, 5v4.
Oh, grab flicks right to the Captive Sun. That's a deadly combo, and Valentine dashes through, getting resets. Poker Face stop them right at the finish line, 109 to 99, and the bot's getting stolen away. Panthera have to race back, and it's not looking good when you're getting staggered too.
You leave the bot because Panthera can't touch.
Yeah.
You gotta C9 it. Full C9.
Oh, Slay, yeah, couldn't get the rollout in time, and Poker Face deny the game 5 and get the 3-1 victory over Panthera.
There it is. Muse, well, he got his 100. And then Peppy took over for the rest of the maps. Unfortunately, Servasa couldn't go the way of Poker Face, but will prevent the reverse sweep. Things got a little dicey on Queen Shoe. That was potentially a losing map for Poker Face, despite being so far ahead by 4 minutes deep, 109 to 0, and Panthera still pushed it to 99. That is a really good comeback from Panthera, but required Panthera to be flawless, and it's just too much to ask, unfortunately, for a team that far behind with no time remaining. So Poker Face will still be able to clutch on through right at the end there. And a nice win for Poker Face in the first game on knockouts here in the East. Hidden outplay of the match. I think this one was secured nice and early, but we saw just how damn good Hidden was already in the first 2 maps before we saw even anything else.
Yeah, it was unanimous when it came to the votes from the broadcast side. Hidden just right out the gate, swinging for the fences. The Sojourn, impeccable. Just put fear into the eyes of the opponent, just not wanting Becky, or forcing Becky to hesitate bringing out the Echo that he's usually known for. And yeah, dominated on the Sojourn, but that wasn't his only pick. Then had the Ashe on Numbani. Was it maybe the Soldier?
A little bit of Soldier as well. Yeah, played a little bit of Soldier there as well. So brought out all the hit scan classics. Played like 1 life of Chaos, I think. Something like that. Which actually ended up being okay, but I mean, I remember the first moment here was this in 4K, I believe, something really impressive. In the case from Hidden. This is what got Pokerface nice into the lead in the series.
Synergize as well with the Winston, the way that Hidden would jump in, have trust in his team, jump right into the bubble too. So
Clean.
it just looked like a coordinated game plan, at least on Control. Then you had the Ashe, where I didn't get to see Bob do too much action there, but it was Hidden. The Dynamite's landing perfectly on the supports. Good usage of Xyz's Ant Matrix, who I think was the MVP in that final play in the second round of attack that allowed them to get the win there. But Hidden, no matter what hero he was on, mechanically outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, this moment as well. The rails are landing. Things are going good for Pokerface. Eventually, though, saw Panthera kind of come back when the Diva swap happened to Jasmine. That was one of the key things that shut Hidden down. The Hidden was on a tear prior to that. When Jasmine's playing Ram, he's playing Junker Queen instead of nothing stopping these rails. Nothing was stopping Hidden.
Being able to get multi-kills on an overclock is not an easy thing to do, and put Becky in his place here on the soldiers. I think Becky got one leg up on him that one time. But this was a fun flashpoint. It ended up being our first time casting it. It was the first time seeing a reverse sweep on it.
It was the first of anything. Anything that happened when we were casting it would have been the first. Objectively so.
Well, Hidden was your player of the match. We're going to head over to the stage to hear from an interview.
안녕하세요. 발렌타인 선수 반갑습니다.
Hello, Valentine.
네, 너가웃 첫 경기를 승리로 장식하셨습니다. 출발이 아주 좋은데요. 승리 소감 어떠신가요?
First win in the knockouts. How do you feel?
네, 저희가 저번 대회 때부터 좀 연패를 하고 있었는데 드디어 이겨서 기분이 되게 좋습니다.
So we've been kind of like a losing streak in the past few weeks. It's good to have a start with a winning start.
기대해 주신 이유들 중 하나가 신영웅 일리아리가 아닐까 싶은데요. 포커페이스에서도 많은 연구가 있었을 것 같습니다. 오늘
A lot of focus was on Illari play today. We can see that you put in a lot of effort and research. Was Illari kind of a success today?
되게 좋다고 생각해서 저희 팀도 기용을 하고 있는데 이긴 것과 다르게 조금 결과는 모르겠고 과정에서는
So, as a team, we think that Illari is a good pick. The results were very good with Illari, but I think as the process itself, we do have a lot to improve on with the Illari pick.
새로운 전장 수라바사가 3세트 때 드디어 나왔습니다. 상대팀 판테라가 골랐고 상대팀 디바로 인해서 조금 고전하는 모습을 보인 포커페이스인데 그때 아쉽게 한 세트를 내주고 나서 팀원끼리 어떤 소통이 오갔는지 궁금합니다.
So you dropped Soravasa today, which featured for the first time in the Overwatch League, and your opponent's Panthera put out the Diva. What were the comms around the map?
저희가 자신 있는 맵이라서 그냥 할 것만 하자 하고 저희들끼리 파이팅했던 것 같아요.
자신 있는 맵이 나왔으니까 할 거 하자라고.
So, I mean, Soravasa is a map that we were kind of confident in, so the comms were generally like, hey, we're confident in this map, we'll just do it, but the results didn't go our way.
네, 저희 되게 성적 되게 안 좋았었는데
Any final
그래도
messages to the fans?
그래서 되게 다행이라고 생각하고 있고 다음 경기도
So, I mean, I know that fans would have been probably worried a bit because we weren't doing so well in previous tournaments. However, we did start with a good start, so please keep an eye on us. And that's the end of the interview. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Unknown, for the translations. Interview from Valentine, insightful, Admiral.
And Pokerface will be our first winner here. We'll move forward to, I think they play the Dallas Fuel next. We'll find out, but we have another match coming up. Rose Dreamers, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League 8-pack knockouts. We got our second match of Group A ready to go. At least I think so. It's Rhodes versus Dreamers.
You're thinking right. And, well, people ain't ready for this. How do I break it to you? Rhodes are no longer the same team. You might as well just be called a different team entirely. You're probably wondering, wait a minute, where the heck is Elsa, Aprita, and everyone else on this team? They ain't here. It is a sad day for Chinese Overwatch. It's raining. Tears flowing down my face. No, but we do have a new team. It's Rose, but an entirely new team. I think people remember Minute and Search primarily. Minute's been around the block. Trying to remember the exact teams that he's been on. That'll take me a minute. Search most recently was on O2 Blast. Did it get dropped from O2 Blast eventually? But yeah, so these are the two most well-known players. I believe Sierra is even a red name. So we got some brand new talent coming out today.
Yeah, Sierra not even having a page on Liquipedia, but he will be the Sojourn player. At least he was a Sojourn player for Team Duck. And all of these players have contenders experience. Only Minute has experience in the summer stage opens. Excited to see how that's gonna go. Dreamers, a bit different from the last time I've casted them, but
I don't know how to tell you this. Are you wondering where Elsa? No, they're not on this team. But Liga is on this team. And everyone else that you remember from summer stage is also on this team. So no Dreamer to start out with. We gotta get straight into off-tank stuff. I don't even. What is even the first map? Because
Helios.
it's interesting. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. That's a Diva map. That's very much a Diva map. I am expecting, by the way, some flex support substitutions here from both teams, but especially for Dreamers, they never really played Dagon in the summer stage. They played Data and Missing the entire time because, well, we were in a heavy Brigada meta. We're going to see probably Dagon come in a decent amount now. Sad and Top Dragon, two standout players on this team. See how they flex around. Top Dragon playing a lot of the same stuff as Becky, a lot of the same favorite heroes. Saw a decent amount of Genji play today. And I think Top Dragon's signature hero of all time for this guy has been the Genji. So I'm looking forward to him potentially pulling out the Genji today as well.
I hope at least on Ilios it'll be the Echo first, which is
Yeah,
another one of his
Echo,
best heroes. Oh, we got House at the WTG Esports studio. Hello, everyone. I can't read that, but hope you're enjoying the time. Top Dragon has been from like top roster to top roster, you know, from SPG, Talon, O2, now Dreamers, everyone putting in bids for Top Dragon. Both also, you know, turned 18, so he's eligible for OWL, just saying. And Top Dragon has been a top player also in this region, heavily sought out for when it comes to DPS.
There's 4 weeks left to OWL. Quick, this is your last chance to get him, right? We'll see. Dreamers, they can make it through the playoffs. This is the only contenders teams that actually can get the playoff because they got a good enough result from Spring Stage knockouts, whereas the other contenders teams here did not. All their teams that are, you know, sort of qualifying through from opens, in which case, you know, there's only so much you can do there. But Dreamers, it's a good shot, like a legitimate shot. Hard bracket though. I think this Group A is by far the more difficult bracket, given you have both Hangzhou Spark and the Dallas Fuel, and we're also heading into like a pseudo brawl, not like a super favored brawl meta, but a brawl, comfortable brawl situation where you can play brawl, and that's Dallas Fuel's bread and butter. So for Dreamers to actually make it out of this group, they have to beat both Hangzhou Spark or Dallas Fuel, at least get past one of the teams and hope the other one gets eliminated elsewhere.
I'm wondering if Top Dragon is going to go for the Echo, because Minute and Sierra are on paper hit scan players, and that's tough to deal with. Even if you throw a Tracer, long range hit scan, whatever it is, Top Dragon has to choose those engages carefully if that's what he does opt for. But Liger, even in the last meta, was really substituted in just to play Diva, and he's able to juggle all of the roles and the win conditions that Diva has. And now that you have a meta that's a lot better for her, see if Liger can have a chance to shine and just be more of a mainstay for this team too.
I think Ilios is pretty cut and dry, assuming, you know, I don't think we're going to see any sort of Alari stuff here. There's no Alari Arista shenanigans given his data missing. Just looking at Dreamer's lineup, it's pretty clear what they're going to be playing today. So yeah, Diva dive with Echo. Maybe a little bit of sad Tracer. Previously would have been sad on the Sombra, but now we can see sad on some legit hit scans. Probably going to be Brigana, if not Lucio Carico or something like that. Minute was actually wild. I remember his time on Team Diamond. He was probably most well known for his Sojin at that time. Sojin is kind of back in the meta, so could be a possible pick, but there's a lot of unanswered questions for Rhodes because, you know, I also question how long they've had to play together as a team to prepare for this. Kind of coming in last minute. So, yeah, they got some tough competition in this bracket, as mentioned.
I'm just glad to be in a meta where main tanks and off tanks, at least from what I'm seeing so far in APAC, get to trade that time a lot. Kind of depends what the identities of these teams are going to be. Is it going to be primarily around the Orisa? There's some teams that are still dedicated to the Rhine. You know, London Spitfire. We'll see what if they do change away from that. Orisa Rhine identities to dive identities. Well, I'm just trying to tease what's coming up, you know, get people watching.
Will the London Spitfire play something else other than Ryan Brawl?
Yeah.
The narrator comes in as they did not.
Maybe one day.
Okay, so Soldier's gonna be answer. I didn't consider Lucio Anna. I was thinking Lucio Carico or Brigana. But it also depends on what you expect Rhodes to play. What is Gurum coming out on? Saw a little bit of Ram today. I question if Ram is still that good, but maybe it's okay here. Gurum is expecting... I mean, if you know Leaguers, you got to be expecting the Diva. So this is, I guess, the answer to the Diva. It is dive, but it's not as punishable as the Winston. Sierra on the Genji. So not a full double hit scan look for Rhodes, which I didn't think was really going to be the case anyway, because you can't really do double hit scan in this meta. But a mostly anti-dive, backed up by the Jungle Queen versus the typical Diva shenanigans from Dreamer.
Top Dragon, at least multiple of them Dreamers. Yeah, Top Dragon will be able to get those nanos. Oh wow, what an anti from Miss and hit Sierra in. I'm gonna try it. No wrong, dude. I'll keep practicing, don't worry. Dreamers to take a bit of damage. We're able to back away, get healed back up, and Rhodes almost completely wiped.
Depending on how long the series goes and how many matches Rhodes gets to play, you know, maybe they'll do you a solid and get ejected. No, I'm not wishing for it. I'm just saying it's gonna be a tough road for them. I appreciate the effort. It's E for effort there, Lemon. Effort starts with the letter E. That's what that was about.
Yeah. Thanks for explaining the joke. What's not funny is Top Dragon maybe trying to climb into your backline, but at least has safe enough distance. He's allowed to have a little bit too much freedom. Minute has to keep his eye on him as one of the best answers to that echo, as Leaguer has someone up against the wall and anti-hits. Oh. I'm gonna try it again. Narandu. But hey, he lives on, so I gotta keep saying his name. But Leaguer went in way too deep. Top Dragon will take that tank spot for now with the echo dupe, and Sad gets nanoed. It absolutely wrecks faces on Rhodes.
Yeah, Dreamer's cleaning this one up comfortably. Top Dragon doesn't even have anybody for Rampage, so just send that one flying. He's smiling. He knows he's winning. Dreamers will be flying away with this game if Rhodes can't do anything to catch up here. It seems like if you were up against a Winston composition, the Jungle Queen makes a lot more sense. The Gurum's just having circles run around him at this stage. Rhodes consistently down plays. The first two ultimates finally online in the third fight. As Surge just clipped by an anti-nade. Might even go down. He has to play defensively just to stay alive.
Been multiple anti-nades from Missing that have been big, and Leaguer will leave that self-destruct behind. 3-man anti. Rhodes to slow down after every inch they want to take. But the rally allows them to step forward. This will be their last chance to fight for this point. It's already 94+%. You got the tack visor that zones off the point. Rhodes make the long rotations. Dreamers try to keep away. Now Leaguer is looking to defend against this rampage of Gurum. That's reinvigorated by the sound barrier there of Surge. All the ultimates have to come out from Rhodes because there's just no kills. Gotta pop the sound barrier, and Rhodes went for the fight and no one contested.
There was 5 alive. There actually was 5 alive as well. I don't know where everyone else was. We only saw Gurum's POV. He went mega deep for missing. He actually lived. He lived and got some decent healing off the Carnage. Only hit missing with the Rampage. I thought the sound barrier would have been enough. But I expected Grim to die for that. But no, they're 5 alive. And unfortunately, nobody touched. So let me just take a minute to consult the C9 Council. And yeah, I think that's a unanimous decision that it is indeed an official C9.
Yeah, thumbs
Or
down.
certified C9. 'Cause I don't give the certifications out all the time because there's a lot of fake C9s out there. That was a real one.
He's not lying to you. Rhodes, I mean, this is a brand new roster coming together, so this kind of mishaps can happen. I'll allow it.
Queen again. I don't know what Gurum's hero pool is. I'm not too sure. What? Yeah, I don't think the Queen Diva matchup is very good for the Queen. Sad on the Widowmaker. This is kind of like what I'm talking about right now that we moved away from Sombra. Sad has opened up to a lot more different picks. Play some proper hit scans.
Oh.
Speaking of which, it's a rail hit scan straight into Misson's Dome.
And Minute just not able to get out of that situation before Top Dragon had a response, and Dreamers get ahead in this fight despite missing one of their best supports. And this is Sierra that needs to also get on top of Sad, which now has their impact known after Rhodes overstepped. And Sad's second pick, looking for that Lucio down there, but Dreamers get the point.
Actually saw the Lucio through like foliage and everything because we saw the Lucio in terms of spectator mode silhouette, but he actually clipped the pixel there. Didn't get the shot through. All good. Dreamers all give away 10% to Rose, but clean up the actual bulk of the fight that matters. Dragon's done enough here to already get a pulse boost. That's first ultimate online, 32% into the game. This needs to go a little bit quicker on the nano boost, but otherwise Dreamers are pretty comfortable.
Sad is left untouched, kind of forward positioning just to be involved in this fight, and because Sad is not really adding damage to this, Rhodes able to apply a lot more pressure, get ahead in this fight. Will start to get the point flipped, and it's Top Dragon that has to contest. Rhodes turn their backs to deal with that. Maybe extend a little bit more to 47 is what Top Dragon was able to do, and Rhodes are back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, unfortunately Sad just didn't hit his shots there. Rhodes went straight for the backline, Data missing down. And then just playing the game like Neo in the Matrix, dodging Sad's bullets, and saw from Sad's POV, he had a couple of opportunities maybe to get that kill, a couple of them, but just didn't get the connection. Sierra was also living on 1 HP for the longest time, and now the long range damage comes through, but it's a rail from a minute that takes on Sad's Dreamers. Instant 45, they're probably not going to commit yet, or actually a lie, the rally's been popped, they want to go.
And Missing has the nano too, and it's a 5v4. He took out Minute. Sierra has to convert, has the rally to help out. The Rampage goes through and hits both supports. Dada missing in action, and Rhodes climb back and manage to keep the point, even take the lead.
Double supports go down regardless. Dada got nano there. Still dies. 3 ultimates online for Dreamers. They're still in this one. Minute's trying to clutch it with an overclock. Has been covered by the Matrix, and seems like the Matrix will be enough to prevent the damage in. Off the map you go. Liga might lose mech for this. Will do so.
How did Top Dragon and Liger just clutch that? Now they throw pulse and self-destruct, booping people off. Sad. Once this infra sight is done, it may have to swap, but he's got sights on the point too, so he's able to finish off some targets. Dreamers will flip the point back, but not before Rhodes extended it by quite a bit.
I mean, Dreamers had triple ultimates there. Double supports down, but the other 3 that lived all had ultimates online. Now Sad, a little bit later into Ruins, are starting to find his groove. Slowing down Rhodes' recontestability. Shutting down Minute there was huge, though. That was great plays by Liga to prevent Minute from securing that one for Rhodes, and would have likely been the OT there as well, if not the entire round win.
And here's the speed call by Surge. They break on out. Dreamers respecting that space, and Dada maybe too far forward. The blade is brought out by Sierra, but it's a 4-man hand team from Miston, and that doesn't even stop or slow down Rhodes. Blade didn't get any kills, maybe some initial damage. Liger is removed. No tank to defend them. Another 3-man anti from Miston. As Rhodes don't have an answer to that. Finally, it strikes true for Dreamers to produce something out of denying all of those heals. But speaking of denying heals, Dada Miston gone. Yeah. And Dreamers can't defend.
It's multiple multi-man nades. 4-man nade into 3-man nade, and both times Dreamers just can't quite capitalize. Durham survives. He survived on 1 HP as well. It's tragic for Dreamers not to be able to find that kill. A couple of ultimates are online now. Not only dead, so that's got to be the rally gone. 4 versus 4. Nano plus another rally from Data. Liga looking powerful at the moment. Dreamers should be able to clean this one up. They're going to get it. No ultimates there for Rhodes.
Oh, Liger is just a star on this. Divas mate has had such a huge impact. You give him the nano, wins the duel against Gurum. Now Dreamers just have to go for staggers just to guarantee that, but there's someone there for the touch. It is Sierra that creeps through. Here's Narandu too with the rally that allows Sierra to live through that, get the overhelp.
Search has to live.
Dreamers
Oh, no.
will have to self-destruct. Sad also has to have an impact this fight. It's the final one for Dreamers. Get map 1. The Rampage canceled and denied as Dreamers take map 1.
Yeah, unfortunate ending there for Rhodes, where they still had ultimates online, but Search just gets sniped out by missing. Didn't want to Ajax there, understandable, but you're dead. No sound barrier used. That would have been a sound barrier to keep everyone into the game, or kept you alive minimum, allow Gurum to also get into play with the Rampage. Headshot by Sad, so couldn't even Rampage in. Rhodes will be sent flying out of Ruins. What is that, a 2-0 on Ilios as well, so not even going to go to all 3 there. A lot more competitive on Ruins, but unfortunately not competitive enough.
Dreamers, good start. I'm liking the era of Liger with this diva. Will it continue on? It really depends on the map. And Dreamers ahead. Yeah, I've got definitely more challenge. Dreamer, the man you named the team after, is also on this roster. We'll see if he'll make an appearance after this break. The Dreamers keep on dreaming. They don't have to think too hard, though. Map 1 win helps out a lot in this series. We'll see if Rhodes can keep up with their choice coming up next.
Which is gonna be Numbani. So 2 Numbanis today. Full of also, what do we got here? Substitutions. Okay. So we actually do have one of the original Rhodes in here. X-Ray is still on the team. He's now the sole Chinese player on a Korean team. This is gonna be interesting. I have no idea what to expect there. Although, X-Ray playing... okay, so we're gonna go Numbani. He's gonna play some Winston. It's very different to what we got last time, which was both teams just looking at the Orisa. I mean, he could just play the Orisa too. Hopefully no Sigma here. Ace coming in with double flex support, no doubt. Dagon coming in for the double flex support, no doubt. And no other changes required. And actually, you know, as I mentioned in the last series, Diva, Point A, Numbani, super strong. I expect Liga to be playing that.
Yeah, same here. Am I going crazy? Or is Esther also playing support when he's a DPS player? Are we getting another Alari situation?
That would make the most sense. There's double flex support, so there's probably going to be a Alari in here somewhere.
I'm excited for Liger to stay in the lineup too. No Winston mirror there. Liger will continue to maybe bully him on the Diva, or maybe he has an Orisa in his back pocket. I think so far we've seen Sigmas on point A in our last series. Orisa's come out later on a more flatter side of Numbani on point C. I believe Dreamers will get to pick the side first. I always go for defense.
That would usually be the play. So, Papillari, I think. We saw some decent amount of Ana on this map. So that's not impossible. Pretty sure Minnow was just keep playing Sojin.
Last time? Papillari, maybe?
I think A point had a bit of the Ana representation coming through the Bionades. Top Dragon could probably Echo here as well. This is A point is pretty decent for Echo.
He did like that last time, although Liger even got some of the nano love on Ruins. But if you put Esther, a DPS player, on support, I'm hoping we get to see some Alari. I think we saw what the Develop versus Simple Alari match. I would say it went Develop's way most of the time. I think the head scan skill
Probably
helps out
slightly.
a lot there. Yeah.
To be fair, I wasn't particularly inspired by the Alari play in that first series. Right, early days. I'm sure we'll get there. Ace also played a ton of Sojin. Well, to be every hit scan played a ton of the Sojin back in there, but Ace was also well known for that minute come through on the Ashe. We saw the Ashe a little bit earlier on. Now we talked about the Bastion. I also mentioned the Life We're going to get both all in one go here. Sim TP strats as well to get plays across the divide, which I appreciate. And actually, you know what? You can even pull players across as well. I mean, look at what Mr. Standard. You can easily just pull Liga across the Orisa and put him on the opposite side of the map. Do lots of funky stuff. TP him back over.
Kind of a split approach from Rhodes. You have Esther all the way on the back coast. The Bastion spraying down X-Ray. He uses the pillar for protection as best as he can. And Missin got out of that situation too when he was originally set up on that back left. Rhodes, some initial position. No healing pylon as Esther gets pushed off that coast. And Top Dragon's even going to be aggressive. Has the TP if he wants to disengage. Does so at the last second, but not before Sierra hunts him down on the Tracer. The Rhodes have this opening. Still have to deal with this Bastion, though, who is a threat in that turret form. And X-Ray couldn't hide, couldn't run. But the rest of Rhodes hoping to chunk him down when Sad is out of that turret form where he is most vulnerable. But it seemed to be that decisive push to deal with that. Now Rhodes kill everybody around Dreamers instead.
Dreamers have just completely mispositioned themselves. You see Top Dragon going for the 1v1, which is never truly 1v1. Because Rhodes have the capability to back their players up. Ace is on a big flank, but I mean, anyone can show up. X-Ray could have showed up there, so I think Top Dragon just got off way more than he could shoot. Now, as long as Rose can keep the players up, they already got the one tick, two, in fact, and Nano coming through just to secure it. It's going to be enough, not really. Still, though, good kills coming through from Rose. They just have the cap, and no one from Dreamers can touch. No real diving heroes or heroes that can movement onto the cap, except for Top Dragon. He was dead.
Yeah, he died at the last second. I can't believe even the Amp Matrix Bastion call at the last second to recontest. I thought they were going to give that up and play for a close spawn hold, but Dreamers are also believers sometimes, but off the goop in that moment. Almost winnable if Top Dragon would have been there, but Symmetra now swap.
Yeah, Dreamers and back on the Symmetra here, they playing a brawl comp, not a poke comp, and the Orisa kind of fits to both, but this is definitely a brawl composition. It's a brawl composition with some extra fun come through the Life Weaver. With the Tree of Life coming online soon, that could be really huge. And lamps are required to be saving everybody, but everyone's just dead. The Cap the Sun coming on in, everyone's already a purple, and it's a full team wipe. Dreamers, nothing to do there, completely wiped out.
What an anti, and what a read from Rose to throw that anti to right on the Sim TP and the Captive Sun when they were all really low. So that should be a point B cap for Rhodes. I don't see a recontest unless Top Dragon wants to TP all of them onto the point. They do go to the high ground.
Surely artillery saves the point, right? Surely the best ultimate in the game does something.
It's pretty bad. Ooh, but that's pretty good. What a headshot.
Oh, Liga overcommitted. Not quite.
What?
Nice double.
Give him the ace. Top Dragon, how could you?
One of the kills was a pylon in any case, so Dreamers will secure that defense.
Oh.
Threw in a couple ultimates in there. Rose got caught napping. Liga jumping straight in. Now they want to get super aggressive. Yo, I mean, Liga can afford to do this. You can just keep him straight back out.
Orisa is a dive hero. Let's go. Okay, this tree is body blocking the
blocked
doorway.
by his own tree. The tree's a little bit too much, I think.
What? This guy's insane. He's getting TP'd around. This is a whole new strat. I hope the West is taking some notes.
The hyper aggressive TPs. My Dreamers can afford to play aggressive as long as the payload positioning maintains its current positioning, which is still all the way at the start of C, end of B. X-Ray now receiving the Nano to go in. No real targets though. Just the one.
Okay, Photon Barrier from Top Dragons to protect themselves, but as they just TP on forward, they collapse on the back line. Rhodes is pushing. Dreamers are spawn camping. Remember, Dreamers are on defense, and they don't have the... Oh, they do have the TP. It's back on cooldown, but they're all getting blown up as soon as they get to their destination. So Dreamers are wiped out, and Rhodes got a lot of momentum and good push while Dreamers were missing.
Yeah, that was great play by Rhodes. I mean, if Dreamers want to get hyper aggressive like that, just start back capping, force Dreamers back, and then Dreamers, lack of mobility, all they can do is TP. But as soon as you TP, those sorts of situations, I think Liga even LOS his own team there by hiding in the corner. And Payload continues moving through. You got strong ultimates now for the final cap. Cap the Sun. Looks like it will probably connect there. No idea who it catches. X-Ray needs a bit of help.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna at least capitalize on juggling Top Dragon to death and doesn't even get the trade. Silver lining for Dreamers that you're able to stop that push from Rhodes, because that time bank, if 3 minutes plus, was gonna be a little spooky.
Even this situation right now, it doesn't feel comfortable for Dreamers at all. One good push from Rose will secure it. I think a Bob would be kind of required to put the pressure on. They've run out of good ultimates. Unfortunately, X-Ray burned that Primal Rage, so that would have been good for a final push. One player down, Dreamers 5v4, Rose looking to reset if they can.
Should be able to. Sierra just has to blink to the staircase and Missin hits the headshot. Look at Leaguer go. He's just javelin forward. Esther's just trying to jump away. So is X-Ray. Great staggers for Dreamers.
I gotta burn that time down. I mean, 150 is still enough to get it done. Payload positioning is slowly moving backwards, but a good initial distance. It's really the fact that Dreamers have got so many ults online that'll make it hard for Rhodes. So given how many ults are here, this one's going to OT. Now Dreamers' capability of actually finishing map is probably going to have to end up in that OT push. I don't really see it happening in the next push.
Well, I don't know if Rose can leave this high ground unattended with how aggressive Leaguer is. And yeah, they drop behind them. They have the Terror Surge too. They push them into the Captive Sun. What a combo. Missin gets 2 for that, and Rhodes have to reset, but can they? X-Ray is trapped in mini pack room, and Leaguer's gonna continue to bully him, but the Nano comes out to maybe help X-Ray salvage this moment.
Oh.
And wow, this Ana's making huge plays.
Yep, 2 plays left now for Dreamers. I'm gonna finally gets taken down for now 3 members alive for Rose, and I don't know if 3 is gonna be enough because respawns are coming online for Dreamers. Quick snap. One last kill to Missin would have been great. Finally gets taken down by Minute. And a Bob to potentially clean things up. But do they have enough players remaining?
At least a lot of ults if you're Dreamers. One last defense, 35 seconds for Rhodes, and they just disperse away from the Ant Matrix from Daygun. Missing a minute there. Rose will have to take a second.
Opposition
Got
was
plenty
awkward.
of time.
That did not get good LOS at all.
Oh, Captain
Got
Sun!
eaten. It's gone.
Another way to get rid of that ultimate. And picks go Dreamer's way. Sierra, what a valuable pulse bomb, takes care of Missin. He's at least a chance for Rhodes to equalize the numbers. Terror Surge! It's Esther, the rest LOS from the wall. What a javelin! And Dreamers can always depend on Leaguer. 2-on-1. Lucio back into the picture too, just to make this possible. Have to touch. Usually the Lucio's job there, but that is
Lucio
the end
did.
of the road for now.
I think they were done. They had one good push left and not going to happen. Leaguer's far too active around the map. Using TP like it's one of his own abilities on Orisa. And really that's the perfect way to play. You never really get to see an Orisa that mobile. Leaguer was doing some crazy work in that map. Eating away the Captain Sun as well. Speaking of which, this was that combo. Bionade on the TP exit. Captain Sun onto basically the whole team. It looked like just about everyone got caught.
That
Meanwhile,
was probably the most
X-Ray on the
satisfying ult.
X-Ray on the exit there to make sure that he was juggling people back in the room who was trying to get out.
Everyone just got cooked, and the sound effects like sounded like a microwave in there.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Ding, it's done. Neil's done. 5 seconds.
And well, I'm surprised it didn't turn into a full cap considering how much time Rhodes had on point C. So really good stops favoring that Orisa of Leaguer, especially on the, I think the best point for Orisa, but the way that they just made Orisa work everywhere at once with the symmetric TPs was so cool to see.
The respawn advantage is too strong at the end, plus, you know, 5 ultimates at one stage, or essentially 5, maybe 4, and 1 coming online. So once you reach critical mass like that with defensive advantage, it's very difficult for Rhodes, so they essentially have one last good push left in the OT and they couldn't get it done. Now it is going to be the Baffalari on the offensive side. Enough poke that they want a hard force top left. Get
No
the
TP,
way in there.
no Symmetro.
No, they probably don't need it. Gonna have Missin play off angle, but as long as they can get the high ground here and just allow Sad and Top Dragon to just start spamming. I mean, it's probably already over. Top Dragon's got 2.
Yeah. I was wondering, like, if Rose were to just respect that space, like, would you be able to outpoke Dreamers on their rotation? And that's where I would have liked that symmetric TP, but if they're just gonna jump right into your loving arms of the giant Torbjorn shotgun and how scary Orisa is close range, yeah, that'll be easy for Dreamers, who haven't gotten a tick yet, though. Yeah.
That's the problem. That means that easily contenders for Rose, they can come back in and get this contest again. They can reposition themselves. Minute still kind of has high ground, just jumping back in with the coach gun every now and then. Figure's trying to prevent any positioning on the opposite high ground, but he has to jump down as well. This is an opportunity to get that tick now with X-Ray down. Dreamer's got to move in.
At least they figured out who's gonna get that tick. It's Leaguer who can lead that front line, as he should. Anyone who gets close can get Javelin. I wonder if Rhodes are gonna take any kind of different angles around this. You see Esther is trying, healing themselves, dueling against Sad, who has his own source of healing. Dreamers now commit multiple to that flank just to watch their back, and it's only Leaguer that is capping the final tick, and some contest, and it's Sierra, but all by themselves. The Nano given to X-Ray, Captive Sun onto the supports. Have to run, misses the sleep. Good night. You wave. And Dreamers cap.
Secure that one with the knockback. That's going to allow the easy follow-up. Bit of a maybe over-eager ultimate towards the end there, but Dreamers were wanting very much to secure that point without any further hassles. So finally they'll get that. Almost 30 to be able to push through the rest of the way. That ended up being far slower than I expected, given how quick their initial 2 kills came through. Remember, Top Dragon at the start of A had 2 frags unanswered until he died, but that's still a 4 versus 3. I should have massively favored Dreamers, but I'm a wild. Now comes Aster.
Blew himself up? I don't know. Yeah, it was also against the attack visor.
Sad is still alive. That pylon just completely healed him up.
Oh, wow. Dreamers, they continue on. He also got to anchor that car. Liger heads back. He loves to be aggressive. Doesn't have the Symmetra to enable him anymore. X-Ray pushing Sat to safety. Is so eager for this kill too. Command Anti slows Dreamers down. Corrals them towards the cart. Liger keeps an eye on this left side so this Tracer or just any damage doesn't come through for free. Maybe looking for a terrorist.
Oh, what a shot.
What a shot from Missing. Then you got a Bob right in the middle of this. Has to get burned down. Thanks to the Am Matrix, it's a lot easier for someone like Dagon. Dreamers have a few more meters to go and Rhodes getting staggered from each other. No X-Ray to contest too is tough.
Time to cap now. Acer dead late. X-Ray still respawning. It's looking like a lot of time to push through and see. Dreamers looking for the 2-0. They're looking likely to get it as well. As Rose just are not going to have all 5 alive to get too much more done on B. Still 430, so they started 430 on B. They'll get 430 on C as well now. The ultimate's coming online. They have the first cap. So if this one lands, this stuff will really start to happen positively for Dreamers. Losing Top Dragon is an issue though.
Yeah, being able to chase down your kills too on Soldier, you can't underestimate the speed as Minute rotates to the high ground. Dreamers will have to watch their back, but Liger doesn't care who's at the front or behind him. He just dominates on all sides. Vincent has the captive Sun, didn't want to use it quite yet. Now reemerges, has killed the Soldier, lives on through. As X-Ray does get nanoed, but limited healing is available for Rhodes. But especially Alari, more known for that damage at the moment, but all around, Dreamers are moving forward.
Rhodes is still trying to regroup. Still waiting for any ultimates. Minute dying here will be tragic, so gotta keep all 5 alive. Acer with that headshot will now finally find Captain Sun availability. Has to be careful that it could be eaten away. Liger's too far away to eat that one, so 2 members I think caught by the Sunstrike. 1 will go down. That's gonna be the end of the fight.
Oh, it's gonna be a tough battle to get through these last meters. Where Dreamers have the ults to make it happen, but how many attempts is it gonna take? Rhodes have also Visor and Primal. Pulse even. This could end as quickly as Sierra getting first pick.
I mean, Dreamers have at least pushed the payload a decent amount, so 1 good push from here. Visor, full Visor. The extra capability of the fact that there's a window available for Dagon. They can get the right angle and have a window that can just oversee the remainder of the cap. That is very deadly for Rhodes to play into. And defensively, I mean, everything gets burned. I don't think they can really challenge the window. That's an issue.
Sierra blinked away from the javelin. That could have been a death sentence right there. Streamers just have to make sure Liger is supported. It's just this unstoppable force, immovable object. Missing though isn't there to support him anymore, and Dagon has to bring out the immortality. Liger is slept. Dreamers are just getting tripped up and on the flank is that's where they had to look out for.
2 ultimates for 1 as well. Sierra pulsed, didn't hit. All good. Dreamers still lost that fight, and they spent more. That's not a good look for Dreamers. So Rose will hold on further. And now they get into a position where previously they only had really the 2 good ultimates, and now it's looking to be 4 as, you know, Pulse Bomb is always pretty expendable. But flanking Visor come on through, and it's going to look good for a minute.
The initiative is incredible from Rhodes. I don't know where Liger thinks he's going, but I guess they're attempting to back cap, missing that javelin. Oh, but hey, maybe you're happy about that because you got the kill onto the Ana, and Liger is starting to escape. We'll have to leave top Dragon, or at least his corpse behind. Now that Liger reconnects with his supports, it's big.
It's gigantic. None good is he's gonna have to come through instant nano to play. Probably Sierra. There's no other player to go for the nano on, and you got to touch.
Can you with this giant Terra Surge? Sierra finds just the lip of the payload at the end. as Rhodes have a chance to recontest. Primal Rage available, but no support. It's X-Ray. How long can he live for reinforcements? Not long enough. Dreamers get to the box of victory and take map 2.
Looking good. A little bit scrappy towards the end. That things were starting to really get dicey for Dreamers, and it wasn't guaranteed that they were going to finish the map, but they pull through really strong in the final fight. I think X-Ray dying at an inopportune time. He was trying to save and green the Primal, which, to be fair, I don't think was the worst call to make, because you don't want to just have to burn the Primal to live there when you would ideally like to have your whole team alive and be able to Primal your next respawn, but it just wasn't enough time left. And as soon as he does respawn, his team's dead again. His team's been cycled. But now it has to be used as Sierra just to maintain the touch, and that's just not what you want to see happen. So, Roach down 0-2. Match point. Flashpoint next. See you after the break.
Match point for the Dreamers and 1 game away from going to the semifinals in Group A. And Rhodes want to put a stop to that, and they got a brand new roster. They got to figure things out quickly.
And on the brand new map as well. Which one are we going to here? Is the no, Servasa again. Oh, we got the back-to-back here. And Dreamer's looking for the 3-0. Dreamer himself is not even going to be playing today at all. Doesn't need to come in. Liga's been absolutely farming. Data back for Vega makes sense. Going to be playing more Lucio. But I think we expect this. Dreamers coming in were easily, I think, the top ranked contenders team. They were the team to beat as far as contenders talent goes. And Rhodes, very limited time to work together. Pretty last minute roster. Quite a few players that aren't super well known. A couple players that have been around the block, but mostly players that are not well known at all. There's Gurium coming back in now. Search coming in as well. So, yeah, it's not unexpected that Rhodes are in a tough spot.
Grim was that main tank, that Winston player, I believe, before. So, Liger can obviously stay on Diva.
Junker Queen.
Ah, Junker Queen, yeah. Where you were more of a fan of the Diva in that matchup, huh?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Junker Queen's nice if you're up against the Winston, but otherwise I don't think it's much of a good pick at all.
It's actually, it's kind of deja vu from the last series.
I think on this map, it's going to be very much the same. I think if you run... I don't know that Diva's good here, so I don't actually know what Liga is going to play. Maybe more Orisa, but it's going to be the Brawl version of Orisa. You're not going to be playing Poke anymore because you don't have the double flex support. So... I mean, it's that or Ram. I don't know. I think Grim needs to think of another pick than Junker Queen here, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, you're right. The Orisa did frag from Liga earlier. I was just thinking of our last series and how good was it Jasmine was on this map with the Diva, just able to constantly put pressure and chase around, have quick rotations, which is pretty important when you're traveling around how big this map is.
That was Diva versus Winston, though, and I think Diva versus Winston has always been a reasonably good matchup for the Diva. Plus, you get to shut down the huge carry of Hidden Sojin, which was important to do so. I actually thought the Diva was mostly there to counterplay via the Matrix. The Death Blossom was online from, I believe, was Valentine. And it ended up working out well enough that you just stayed on the Diva, so that happened.
All right, Flashpoint. First to 3. You're new to this. We got a kind of a mini reverse sweep.
If you're new to this, you should have watched the last series.
What if people are just waking up?
Not good enough. Really?
Ah, you're fake. Speaking to the viewers who didn't watch from the beginning, we got Doomfist from Liger.
Not being here for the first ever Flashpoint. Now I'm gonna have to settle for being here for the second ever Flashpoint. I did say that Doomfist, I think, you know, the start of Brock, Doomfist has slowly come back to the meta. And it's going to be the first real Doomfist. Not like, oh, I have to touch, better go Doomfist, but actually going Doomfist is part of your strategy. So full-on dive with Doom. Lucio expected on both sides, you get the rotation speed, and Anna in there to do some real good pocketing for Liga. I actually would not have minded the life Weaver here. I'm not even joking. 4 misses.
I can tell you're so serious about that too. I've seen Doomfist in scrims. I think it works really well on market when you have all these walls, close range, get good stuns. Grom has slept too. That means Dreamers can farm, and Top Dragon doing exactly that. The Search has the rollout though, so he escapes. Point still capped though for Rhodes. Sierra and Search able to speedily rotate back, but Dreamers should be trying to flip.
I really think Top Dragon it's his time to shine here. This has been his signature hero for so long. He's already fragging out heavily in our first opening fight. 4 kills out of the total 5 that Dreamers got in that engagement. And now let's see how Rose does here. The fact that there is a Doom and a Genji and generally a dive, I think the Junker Queen pick is a lot more justified. Top Dragon down. This is an opportunity for Rose to buy themselves back in.
Yeah, Liger just has to choose his engagement so carefully, and how you're gonna deal with the knife that pulls you back in when you don't want to be. You will stick through it though, as Rhodes will get the cap 58-28 and growing with a blade available, but Lucio Break, you don't get to see that every day, so not the most amount of support, but you got speed, you got ranged packs. We'll see what Sierra can do.
When you talk about it flashing back, this is essentially, I'll talk about it after this blade actually. It's a nano blade come through a dragon blade, or top dragon rather. And he is cutting through. At least Salvo from Surge did oppose it. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough. 3 versus 3 still remaining, but the health pool in favor of Dreamers. And as Rhodes slowly but surely loses fight, and I think there might be time for one more engagement as we round the bend of 70 here. Rhodes are playing the Summer Showdown Jungling combo last year, so we had a few throwbacks to 2022 today.
Yeah. Gotta revisit the past when you don't know what to do with the future, when this meta just seems all over the place. At least because it's so early, it seems so wacky and, well, asleep there. Capitalize, Dreamers. I think off of that should be able to cap, but Rhodes are only down by 1, but their Lucio has slept. So Search is dead. Minutes overclock. Doesn't have the impact we would have hoped. He did kill Missin, and Sad and Top Dragon win that to win the first point.
2 DPSs. Gurum heavily outranged. And Dreamers will take away number 1 as we start rotating through. Looking like we're going to Garden. Nice. So we ended with Garden last. So I'm going to start with Garden this time around in terms of our first open point after 8. Lots of ultimates on both sides. We actually had a very dry ultimate rotation fight on market, and they'll all be saved for Garden.
Okay. Next one on Garden with an early blade from Sierra, helped out by the rally, but the sound barrier is a lot to chunk through when Top Dragon almost slipped, took himself out, made the chop easy, and Liga defended him well too with just being able to punch them out of the way. Rhodes, cap first.
Players still learning about the geometry in these maps. Yep, you can go off the map here. You see the swimming pool behind you. And Rhodes, it's the second time in a row they actually get the first cap, so they're going to start with the lead. Dreamers in the re-approach, and now with a lot of ultimates down, Junker Queen that was going to come in. Gurum doesn't hit anybody. It's a total miss.
Gap closer, I guess. The gap closing. Leaguer did that with the ground. Minute squashed, but so was the rest of Dreamers as Leaguer made one play happen.
Actually, back cap. That's actually not insignificant. The back cap there, slowing things down by 9%. I end up buying Dreamers another contest. We'll see if that ends up happening, but otherwise a pretty rough fight. Despite Gurum missing the Rampage entirely, it didn't seem to really matter for Rhodes. Zoning ultimate still wins you the game.
Okay, ult's coming up. The Nano Blade. We'll see if that'll be a combo. Top Dragon dashes through. Doesn't have the reset. Has to deflect in the support of his tank. But Leaguer just needs so much healing, and Dada Misted keeping up. Blade from Top Dragon. Doesn't even need the Nano. Just had this window of opportunity, and he took it, and it paid off.
No Nano required. Just a full dry blade going in. Works wonders though. However, it is 0 to 99, or rather 9 to 99, because Dreamers also did get that back out, but it's a long way to go. 2 fights here. They need to win 1 big fight and then 1 final recontest from Rhodes to actually secure this one. Otherwise, we go 1-1. So no 2-0 lead, and Rhodes are coming up online for offense as well. So things are looking better and better for Rhodes as we move through.
Nano Doom trying to lock up this Sojourn somehow gets away. And it's Dreamers that engage so deep and don't kill anything but take so much damage of their own. Meteor Strike to escape. No, to go back in to get revenge to finally finish off Minute as he intended. The Dreamers, how are they going to do without that tank? Missed sleep and missing dead too. Rhodes will take back the point. Overtime procs automatically, but no one there to contest. And now we're all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, not bad. Good showing. That was great from Rhodes, actually. They won the initial fight fairly convincingly and never really let that one go outside of the back cap, and the final fight went off Top Dragon's play, which I think this is the replay of that, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, that's how he got knocked off the map. Just didn't understand geometry. Might have thought he had the hitbox for the wall climb there, but just didn't, so simple mistake.
Oh, the noopsie. Next one in Palace, and Top Dragon already with a bunch of kills. Rhodes behind, needing to engage in with a Junker Queen with how much poke available from Dreamers is scary, and this is a great point for Doomfist too.
Dragon's waited so long to play Genji again. He's been stuck in non-Genji metas for so long. Finally, it's his time to shine. And I think both New York City and Servasa are great Genji maps. So Dreamers will start that one off. Despite having less ultimates, they just had the raw fragging power of the Genji of Top Dragon. They try and catch up to the Blade of Sierra, but as mentioned with the Blade, it's Rose that hold on to most of these ults. Data's going to have to do a lot of work on the sound barrier to counter everything.
Minute has the overclock. Block out of the way. Here's the blade from Sierra to pierce through Dreamers, but the sound barrier comes out from Dada. So well timed. And as Rose rush in to support their Genji, Streamers tear them apart in minutes overclock. Didn't do really much in this. Sad tactical visor, not even necessary. Either way, huge lead for Dreamers.
I'll probably cost them for a future fight. Minutes gone over towards Sombra. Just maybe an attempt at a late touch. Oh, it looks like they're not even going to really go for this one. Unless... Minute is... Yeah, okay, he is going to go for that. He'll make it just in time. So there is the OT. Play from Top Dragon. Search down. Rhodes probably going to just end up saving Gurum's Rampage at this stage because Top Dragon is making a mess of Rhodes at the moment.
Yeah, this Genji is frying for Dreamers. They'll have the 1 point lead at map point. Yeah, one away from winning, essentially. We're figuring it out.
He's 18 out of 36. Full on deadlifting.
Temple
That's what
next.
I'm saying. Top Dragon, the world has missed out on Top Dragon Genji. So I'm saying you're in for a treat. As soon as I saw him locking the Genji, I knew he was going to be fire.
Oh, Liger's getting chased down in the Sombra. You said you weren't really expecting much of that, but this is the answer to the Doomfist. Stop Liger from disengaging. We're just adding more damage into him before he can escape. Liger is missing, and Rhodes, I guess, had their Sombra caught out, so Rhodes will still be able to cap first.
The good news for Sombra is, like, the map is open enough that you can sort of find value on flanks, but you really have to have a good map knowledge to know where the health packs are and all that kind of stuff for Sombra to still be good. And then you have the slower ult charge right here as Sierra will take down Sad and see if that ends up being enough for Rose to be able to clean up this fight. They already have the point, which is a huge boon for them. With Top Dragon down, Rose should have this.
Yeah, this rally is so threatening too. Managed to lock up Liger and also the rest of Dreamers, and all of that overhealth helps a lot too to secure and keep defending that point for Rhodes.
Rhodes get to sit pretty. This is what you want. You want to have Dreamers diving in on you so that Gurum doesn't have the gap close. Chill on the point. Carnage ready at the go. Minute is building up a CMP. It is coming soon.
Oh, as soon as they all land on the ground, this could be a Rampage moment unless Sierra wins it all by himself. The one kill may be enough, especially when you take out the MVP of Top Dragon. Rhodes, I mean, now with this full clear, there shouldn't be any recontest. They'll be taking Temple and evening things up. We go to our final point.
Again, yeah, twice in a row. We're going to see the full Servasa. And do the whole thing here. Temple, the final point. Not quite coast to coast, just going from E to D across the ways. And a very strong opening opportunity. Minute's been waiting for this EMP. We know how good getting the first cap and the first fight win on each subsequent point is. Minute can absolutely do that for his team here. Unless Data and Missing can do something about it. No, Data catches the EMP. He's down straight away.
No sound barrier there too. Kitsune rush. Missin is so low, doesn't want to pop it yet. He's managed to headshot Sierra before he can get the dash reset. Meteor strike from Liger to get involved in this fight, but they're all antied by the Rampage of Gurum. Who's gonna cap this first? Dreamers not looking so healthy, but the Kitsune rush did give them a leg up. Sound barrier. Oh my god, Data save that for Top Dragon. It's sad. All the ultimates came out for Dreamers.
Yeah, all five. They eventually got all five. They didn't have them at the start of the fight. Data even died. Respawn, speeds back in. 1 HP sound barrier. He was super low, as was Sad. Top Dragon didn't even get the sound barrier. It was Sad on the tactical visor that did the bulk of the work then. Dreamers were not willing to give away the first fight because otherwise Rhodes would have been an extreme lead for the final point, and that could have secured it.
Oh, all right. Sound barrier engaged in a 4v5. Not ideal, but they have to try and pull off. But Top Dragon just dashes through, even through the barrier and everything. He gets punished finally. Dreamers, can they salvage this without him? No, just too much damage from this death ball of Rose. They'll even add the rally on top. Sierra and Minute should be able to win this, especially with the help of their Brigitte. Dreamers are down 80% though, should be enough.
So 5.5. Counter engage from Rhodes. So the game is still alive. Yeah, 91%. That is essentially a GG. 1 count from Dreamers. And 9% just completely disappears. So you're not going to see a 99 OT contest at all here. Dreamers are looking for the one and done. Don't quite have ultimates. Rhodes are a little bit closer in that regard. Also, Junker Queen versus Junker Queen straight up. League's second life on this hero now, I believe.
Yeah, you just have to build up towards that Kitsune rush. That can be the nail in the coffin, but Rhodes just have more tools in their arsenal, but they have a gap in the score to close. If they can win this upcoming fight, they can take the lead and maybe turn this all around from 0 to 100. Here's Sierra with the blade. Pierces through a leaguer who swaps to the Junker Queen too, and all of Dreamers get wiped quickly.
The League tried to get in there to at least make a trade happen, but ultimates were there. Dragon Blade was good. Now things get really rough for Dreamers. Might not be the 3-0 they were hoping for. Same story was there for the side of Poker Face. This is where Dreamers... Oh, no, never mind, I don't touch. Well, the point just disappears. Maybe they just underestimated how quick... They underestimated how quick the point was just going to be gone, but Flashpoint, gone in a flash.
Yeah, 0 to 100 and what, 2 fights that they won? Just depends on how long these fights take, and yeah, like you said, it could be over so quickly, so won't be the sweep for Dreamers. Rhodes hold the way to 0.5 on Flashpoint, clutch up. Look, Minute has a gun. He had so also on that map. He was scary. The fact that they were able to shut down Top Dragon when it felt like he was dominating the map for this long. It's incredible that Rhodes were able to still just live.
Yeah, that point just... I didn't even expect it to just go that quickly, but that's how quick it be. I think Dreamers had a good contest waiting to go, but they just they had to rotate faster. I don't know if the respawn timing was just unfortunate for them. But yeah, we're going to go to another map 4. It is the underdog team that takes away Survasa once again as we head to push after this break.
Rhodes clutch up and take Flashpoint to force now a game 4 going to push next. And you give the choice of map though to Dreamers. I wonder what do they want?
Coliseo.
Got the crystal ball.
Yep. How did I know? Oh, this is I haven't seen. Oh, I mean, everything we see today is on the new patch, so we're kind of seeing everything for the first time. Right, we're just gonna go back to the old lineup. So double flex support. Now we saw double flex support on Queen Street for our previous matchup, so I guess it makes sense that we do it again. Now Coliseo, the midpoint, should be very strong for poke. I actually think there's a fair shot Liga plays a Sigma here, because I can imagine the neutral play in the mid concourse could be heavily dominated by some sort of Sigma poke.
Will it be Orisa or Sigma? Those feel like the two most viable choices. With how much armor Orisa has, she can definitely take some poke and have some good gap close with the javelin spin. So and we saw just the Symmetra TP strat that they did on Numbani, which was pretty fun and unique if they do need help gap closing in that regard. But Sigma would be the most logical choice for sure. But that Flashpoint came down to just narrow margins where we thought Dreamers had the recontest, and maybe they did too. It was a 0 to 100 comeback from Rhodes.
I think teams are still just getting used to the speed required to get back to points and the distance versus how quickly points tick up and all that kind of difference. So I'm going to see a lot of teething issues. I'm not at all surprised that the underdog team in both of our series actually won the Flashpoint. Even one of them was even a reverse sweep. It's one of those maps where anything can happen. And answer the question here, no Sigma. It's going to be the Orisa instead.
I'm 2-0 on predictions. Let's go.
Go Pred Queen.
I have to teach people in other games what a pred is. It's really funny. But Leaguer.
I thought it was, I'd imagine it was pretty straightforward. I can't imagine what a pred could be other than a prediction.
Trust me, it took an explanation.
Okay.
Well, Leaguer doesn't have the Symmetra TP. Wish I had an explanation for that. It's going to be a long road to go all the way down there.
If you're playing a full poke, you know, I mean, if you're playing brawl comp, then you would TP around, but
yeah,
full
but I
poke,
liked it
you're
on
not doing
Numbani. It was fun. Don't ruin that.
Well, Numbani actually had high ground to play through, so.
Stop being smart, just for like 1 second. I wanted to see
it's because
go
I do
Burr.
understand what predictions are, so you didn't have to explain it to me. That was the difference.
Oh, okay. Just Brainiac over here, but yeah, this is gonna be a kind of stalemate situation. Looks like Dreamers.
Well,
are on
it's
the
not
bot
because
first.
Dreamers have so much more damage threat in this concourse. The Rhodes don't. I mean, Guru just gets melted if he pokes his face out.
Oh. As soon as Minute showed his face, he just gets javelined by Leaguer, and you got this 5v4 for Dreamers. But once Sierra dashed in, he found Top Dragon lacking, and maybe without a turret, I guess. Didn't have to deal with that. And Dreamers, even though they start off with that first kill, they just get surrounded by Rhodes.
Wow. I expected the 5v4 to be very good for Dreamers there, but Rose just got themselves deep into Dreamers' backline and overall stack of team, and they ended up being more than enough. Look at the amount of healing out from Search as well. Nice and early. Surely a second player should have fell for Rhodes there, but not the case. Dreamers, again, super long sight lines to play through. This is hard for Rhodes to push in. Dreamers going to use the high ground. Rhodes will find it difficult to find another fight, so just take the 20 meters and chill in the middle of the map and wait for another opportunity to dive on. They dive rush into Dreamers.
Now just trying to draw them into the area that they want. Rhodes playing the smart. Now the Soundbear engaged. They have him exactly where they want. Dreamers don't have the speed to get away. And Search is booping Top Dragon into his own team. And Top Dragon gets healed in time. So no kills with Soundbear tempo engaged here. It's his opportunity. And at least Sierra gets hit, but Brock doesn't go through. Not enough damage. Rhodes really respecting that space. Dreamers want to close the gap, and here is the Ant Matrix, but right behind them is Dragon Blade from Sierra. Just so much damage. Goodbye to Dreamer's support.
That's one way to get rid of the window. Blade behind it. Dreamers don't know where to look in front of them as the rest of Rose behind them is Blade and Genji. Rose will annihilate Dreamers, and Dreamers couldn't even reach the 20 meters, which is not a lot on this map. Rose are off to a hot start. And with Dreamers still respawning here, this is the opportunity for Rose to be able to get some extra distance. They won't be able to cap off this, but or maybe they can. If Minute can get the damage, and he needs to find a backline, though. He's got it. He's got both the structures down. Now he just needs more frags.
Oh, but he just got drawn in to the Terror Surge, but LOS is smartly around the wall. And Dreamers are getting picked apart. Can't afford any more stackers. They're still trying to fight through after that pick on the Sierra. They got the monkey off their back. But this range poke from Minute is just too much for Dreamers to handle. And this card is still getting pushed, and we'll get forward spawns too.
Dreamers need a touch. And I think League is out of movement. Yep, out of movement. Can't reach the payload. Caps something. That is a great amount of momentum for Rose. Minute got so much work done there. Now Rose have to get out cleanly. Can they? Molten Core out.
And Molten Core protects Leaguer, creates this red carpet of death, it seems. Rhodes wiped away after a pretty solid push, 71 meters. Still plenty of time, but
They
gotta be worried about that.
They should have just all ran into the goop and died, because that way you're gonna lose the fight anyway. You know you're stuck. You deny ult charge by just dying to the Molten Core. So unironically, just all run into the lava and die together.
Or jump off the map, I guess.
Or jump off the map.
It'll be a lot quicker. But we both have the same idea. Missing with the captive Sun. Rhodes just using the sound beer just in case. Sad locks down Minute. Tactical visor.
Oh, cancel.
Rampage. Javelin, I think. Yeah.
Huge from Liga.
Dreamers
That's
win
gonna be
that.
enough. Dreamers will be able to get enough off that. They don't have enough players, or the issue is they're still waiting for respawns. Sierra's going to slow down the payload. He'll die for it, but that allows the rest of Rose to respawn as well, because Dreamers don't have the full 5. Is it roughly a 4v4? I don't know how many Dreamers exactly have, but they don't have everybody, and that's the main point of contention here. Someone has to push. It's a decent pylon position. Doesn't get taken down and missing because Liga didn't actually hold that spot, and Liga back on the low ground. Dreamers going to back out. Yeah, they got 45, so no real ability to cap yet.
Dreamers keeping their range poke just safely behind those pillars, but Rhodes with the blade carving their way through that backline. This was a fight so important for Dreamers to potentially take a lead or at least get forward spawns. Rhodes had good initiative to take out the support of Dreamers, but the front line still stands. Leaguer, top dragon. Oh, and the
There's
pylon
no
too.
supports, but there is a pylon alive, and just off the pylon, Liga is getting full health back again. That is nuts. Why
dead.
does the pylon survive if the Illari is dead? That makes no sense to me. Great spare to keep Sierra away, but I still don't think they can cap. They're gonna have to back out. Can they get their supports back in play?
Alright, this is the fight to help Dreamers get forward spawns, and the lead coming up. Rhodes ready to drop, and they have the rally. Minute wants to stay on top of that bridge for the overclock coming up, maybe. The rally stuns up Leaguer, but he has it exactly where he wants him. Claims the kill onto the Brigida and that tank. It's just barely in favor of Rhodes, but this is quite a position for that overclock. Minute not gonna get away. Incredible captive Sun from Missin.
Wow, can't believe how nuts Laurie is. Just put a pylon down. That, I'm not even joking when I say that pylon rescued the push for Dreamers. Because if Liga couldn't get healed otherwise, the push is done. It is done. They capped off that. They got the lead off that, and now it doesn't matter if Dreamers lose this fight.
Okay, the spot is being stolen, and you got Visor on an off angle when Search fed too, so you didn't have a barrier to salvage this fight whatsoever, so this lead continues to grow for Dreamers.
It does. And it might become insurmountable soon. As we all know how hard it is to push uphill on Coliseo. Dreamers, full poke composition, full line of sight here. Free pushing, everyone looking at spawn, one long lane. It is a dream for this comp. Now with the window to play through, your whole team can just shoot through it. It's deadly for Rose to play in.
And there's that sound, very tempo engage, but Sierra gets caught out so early. So the 4v5 is a turnable. So far it is for Rose with the Rampage to deny all of that healing. Pylon or not, Dreamers actually managed to drop off the high ground.
They're still
and
pushing.
Rose couldn't capitalize on it. Rose ran after them and Dreamers got back on the high ground. What a rotational mess.
Oh,
Captain Sun from Missing and the group up from the Terra Surge. It's a cool combo, but Rose live on.
Actually, the Terror Surge ruined the play from the Captain Sun because that allowed Donald to get this huge Suzu on his entire team, which cleansed the entire Captain Sun away. So it was the Terror Surge that unfortunately allowed the big group Suzu to save all the roads. But as I mentioned in the middle of all of that, Dreamers still got extra distance. They were losing, and they still pushed 111. So that's really unfortunate for Rose. Still though, a 30-meter gap is closable. With 130 left, they basically have to do it in one fight.
Rose have the ults to do it. Kitsune Rush is big. Sierra's found valuable blades before. So finding your way into this backline is going to be difficult. Sierra at 10 HP, got Suzu, healed back up, had to deflect, and the blade only made space as Dreamers don't have a tank to keep that space, so Rose can push forward. If at least the DPS battle is successful, gotta depend on minute if the overclock is needed to be used. Sad is in Narnia on the biggest flank of all time. We'll have Visor soon, so he will be a threat.
Here we go. This is the push we're looking for. As the OT hits, this is where the 30-meter gap has to dissolve. 20 meters left to go for Rhodes. You know how much work Minute can do with this overclock. It's been one of the hardest carries, I think the hard carry for Rhodes so far. The possibility of staying alive in this game is still there.
There's Minute leading that charge. Gotta be careful. Almost out of
Touch.
cooldowns. Jumping
There's
up.
touch.
Headshot out the Sad. 102. There's the Captive Sun against the sound barrier. Rhodes live on. Dreamers have to have Leaguer present and contest this soon. It's 7 meters away, and the Ant Matrix from Dreamers may have been enough to stop the push initially from Rhodes as they take the fight front facing. The Rampage only hits Dagon. That's the last support. And Dreamers clutch up at the last second to deny the game 5 from Rhodes and take the series 3-1.
It's a very competitive final map. What is it, 106 to 111? I mean, it's shades of our map 4 that we had in our first series, because it's another situation where it's a pretty damn huge lead that still kind of gets gap closed, but this time around you really felt the power behind the final Rhodes push and you thought maybe this could happen. They can still get this one. The sound barrier to cancel out the effects of the Captain Sun, but Rhodes just couldn't find the damage and Gurm couldn't quite get the Rampage to get the value. Sierra gets chased down by Missing even, and Liga frags out. Double kill at the end there, and he's also going to be our player of the game. Unreal play. I think the Orisa, the Diva was good, but the Orisa really sold it.
At least the unicorn logo matches up with the horse meta that Leaguer and Friends of Dreamers have created. Now Leaguer has to be a mainstay on this roster. I know this roster's named after a Dreamer, but it's the Diva, it's the Orisa show, especially the Orisa show. They showed so many cool looks to it too on maps where there's high grounds like Numbani. You have the Symmetra TP. I keep talking about it because it's so cool. You have the combination of the Terra Surge plus the Captive Sun to kind of group everybody up. You know, as long as there's not like a Kiriko to Suzu, all of that. You pointed that out on Colosseo, but they're cool. They're definitely showing a lot of innovation behind this meta.
I'm missing out a great map as well, a great series overall. I think paired with Dagon was a good look for Dreamers, and good look no matter who was playing. The only player we didn't get to see subbed in for Dreamers at all was Dreamer himself, and depending on how the meta evolves, you might not end up seeing much of Dreamer because it seems like League has covered the hero pool required, but you can kind of get away with playing Orisa just about everywhere. And beyond that, Sigma and Diva to round it out. But speaking of Diva, I think it was immediately impressive what he could do on map 1 with his Diva.
Just be so aggressive, and this is his best hero, and he played with confidence. He played like he's one of the best, and he proved that. Just bullied everyone around. That first well went by in a flash. And then we went to Ruins, where that was more contested, 99 to 99, I think. And go to Numbani and Leaguer. It was the Leaguer show, the way he was just enabled by Top Dragon to TP in their face, to go to the high ground, to drop down behind the other team. This was the funnest map. One of my favorites to
Yeah,
watch.
I think it was just creative. I mean, you don't really see this a lot because we've never had Orisa Sim together in compositions. I don't remember any meta where that's the case. So it's our first time really seeing what those two heroes can do together. And, you know, Orisa getting around the map, especially Overwatch 2 Orisa, a lot of fun to watch. And the Doom showed up a little bit on Sarvasa. Unfortunately, that wasn't the winning map for Dreamers, but once Orisa came back to map number 4, 111 meter lead, things look even better for Liga.
Excited to see the West play some Flashpoint too, and what kind of different metas we're going to see on that in particular to enable quick rotations, whether it's the Lucio, maybe Lucio and Junker Queen. We've seen Diva, we've seen Orisa, and even some Doomfist from Liger himself. He could really make it all happen. So let's head to the stage to hear from an interview from Dreamers.
안녕하세요, 미신 선수.
Hello, Mason.
네, 오늘 드리머즈의 경기력과 팀합 정말 단단했습니다. 미신 선수 승리 소감 부탁드릴게요.
Today was really impressive for the side of Dreamers. How do you feel?
1세트랑 2세트 딸 때는 이제 편하게 이겼다 생각했는데 이제 3세트부터 좀 3세트를 져가지고 저희가 좀 흔들려서 4세트 그냥 다시 새로운 마음가짐으로 0대 0으로
So maps 1 and 2 were fairly easy. Map 3 was where it got a little bit rocky, so we were a little bit shaken. But map 4, we were on this mindset where we're having a total reset, and then I think that really helped in getting us through map 4 and getting that victory.
오늘 양 팀의 조합이 정말 다양했습니다. 그중 미신 선수의 눈반이 픽에 대해서 여쭤보고자 하는데요. 처음에 위버를 하시다가
So we saw very different comps from both teams on Nimbani. We saw you play like Weaver first and then to Ilari. What was the reason that you swapped?
이제 라이프보도 사용됐잖아요. 그래서 이제 둘이 같이 한번 써보자 이런 느낌으로 썼었는데 저희가 이제 스크린 때 그게 성적이 좋아가지고 했던 것 같아요. 저희까지.
So we understood that the Life Weaver would be good paired up with the Baptiste, and we actually did prove it with some results on scrims, but it didn't work out, and then we were quickly shifting over to the Ilari after that.
미신 선수의 일리아리 플레이를 한번 보면 일리아리 궁극기를 굉장히 빠른 회전율로 빨리 쓰고 빨리 채우시더라고요.
So Ilari is a new hero, yet we saw some really great plays from you. We saw you rotate ults very efficiently, and it opened up a lot of windows. Was this something you've been expecting when you played Ilari?
이런 느낌으로 제가 약간 한번 받쳐서 상대를 다 죽여라 약간 이런 느낌으로 리거 선수랑 탑드 선수랑 같이 연계했던 것 같아요.
So I usually, when I play the Ilari, I team up with Top Dragon and Liga to make sure that we more like we destroy the opposition rather than focusing on my healing duties. So I think that's putting up a lot of damage input is one of the reasons that we have that my Ilari can rotate ults very quickly.
저희가 1세트만 땀으로써 이제 한 경기를 땀으로써 굉장히 좋은 출발이고
So can you share us your resolve going into the next matches?
저번 너가웃처럼 이제 더
So we had a good start with winning the first match, and I think we can put up a good performance like last time in the knockouts. So definitely keep us in check. And that's the end of the interview. Back to you, Jen.
Thank you, Unknown. Great to hear from Missin and their interpretation of the meta. And we'll see how they interpret their next opponent, because Dreamers are going up against the Hangzhou Spark in the semifinals. And Poker Face, who move on after Panthera, go up against Dallas Fuel. That is it for Group A for today, but up next we have Group B. Guangzhou Charge versus O2, SPG versus Shanghai Dragons. Vicky and Necro jumping on the mic. You won't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. Vicky Kitty here, joined with Necro once again. We are back together, and we got some more APAC action for you guys.
It's going to be so exciting. We already had 2 incredible matches to be able to kick off the East knockouts, and now we get a chance to roll through to the next bracket. We've got Bracket B coming up with 2 more matches, and I think we're in for a good ride. I feel like the stage was set for that, right?
I mean, after the last 2 matches we had, Necro, I honestly, going into this week, I was so excited because there's been so much changes throughout the season that, you know, we were expecting Illari coming out. We are playing currently on the patch that Illari has gotten nerfed on, which also adds to the excitement of seeing the different type of metas that we're going to be exposed to. There's so many different heroes that have been played already. We saw 10 different type of heroes already played in one match in our previous match. Now I'm excited to see how these next 2 matches play out, with Guangzhou Charge versus O2 Blast being the next one up.
Yeah, there's been so much compositional diversity, whether you're taking a look at scrims, especially when you look at how teams love to be able to play around specific map features. And because we're playing in this map pick format for knockouts, that brings in another incredibly exciting element when you look at, okay, well, is a team going to try to lean into a pick that they feel like is going to be a good counter pick to a team, versus are they going to try to lean into a pick that plays to their strengths in terms of practice they may have had in scrims previously?
Yeah, it's a good point. For those of you guys just tuning in, by the way, the higher seed does select the first map, while the loser following up after that map gets to pick the following map, while the winner gets to pick the side. Usually how it goes here when it comes to these knockouts here is too. So it's exciting to see which first map we're going to be going to here, with the Guangzhou Charge being our first Overwatch League team that we could see compete in this bracket. I'm curious, because that's also a team that really needs to redeem themselves, but they usually come out with very interesting comps at the same time.
Yeah, Guangzhou Charge is coming in as the lower seed in this match. When you ended up looking at them towards the beginning of the season, I don't think many people had that on their bingo card, that they would be lower than a contenders team. But after implementing several roster changes throughout the second half of the season, we do have a newer look that finally started to grab some traction at the tail end of that second half. So you're right, they're on a redemption arc right now. Hope these last 2 weeks have been their training arc as well, because they really do need to pull it together in order to have a good shot at being able to make it deeper into a playoff run.
I'm excited to see how Gaga's going to play into this too, especially looking at Flashpoint, our new game mode for map number 3. We have a bit of ways before we get there, but there's just so many things I've been theory crafting watching our last 2 previous matches here. They actually could do justice to the Guangzhou Charge, and their opposition is O2 Blast, the team that is currently the higher seed in this matchup, finished off in 8th place.
Oh boy, O2 Blast. O2 Blast is one of those contenders teams that has always had a legacy behind them. The number of players that have gone through the doors of this organization to be able to advance into the Overwatch League is something that they suffered from this time around. Success. They had to make so many roster adjustments at the end of the first stage, heading in through the midseason madness break, where last stage was also very, very rocky for this team in particular. But they have their 5 now. They've been sticking to it. They have been well oiled and practiced, and they hope to be able to implement a lot of that here today, when they were also one of those teams that was playing much more creatively than most of the other teams in APAC.
I like how you bring that up, because they also were able to kind of pick themselves up at the very end of the qualifiers. They didn't really start off too strong here, and in this matchup, they have the advantage too. Of course, we are seeing different comps coming out, with so many changes being done into Overwatch 2 for this season. So I'm excited to see how O2 Blast also plays into this with the Guangzhou Charge. You know, usually rocking the Pharah, but with so many other options here, Larry and Do making their appearance into the Overwatch League, it's exciting. Our first map is going to be going onto Antarctic Peninsula.
This makes a ton of sense for O2 Blast to pick. You brought up such a great point earlier about having excitement to see what Gaga is going to come out of the gates with, because I think that's the biggest question mark for the Guangzhou Charge. Gaga is a Winston player by nature, by history, and Winston right now in this meta is not considered one of the best tanks that you could lean into in order to actually play these matches. That's why we've seen a lot of Orisa. We saw Doomfist in our last series. A lot of people are also trying to lean just a little bit more into a brawl, but what does that mean that Gaga is going to be able to come out with here when that just isn't usually tanks that are in his wheelhouse?
I like you bring that up because we still have seen some glimpse of Winston coming out. I mean, at the end of the day, really, the only thing that was changed was that secondary fire from his Tesla cannon. But in general, too, just seeing how other teams have been able to adapt around the Junker Queen. We've even been seeing the Jotes coming back again. We've been seeing Orisa coming through on the TP. The Demon Orisa just coming in from your backline that you least expected. So many different options already being displayed out here while we get set up.
Well, the another piece of this puzzle that we saw is not even just whether or not, like, we're going to end up seeing these different tank choices come through, but the Guangzhou charge, one of the key elements of their success towards the end of that stage was Jinmu's Pharah. How exciting is it to be able to see this come into play when you also are able to bolster this up with something like the Mercy, of course, to give that pocket, but also that Alari is now in the mix. Alari has a great way to be able to set up that pylon and also just kind of do double heals into this Pharah.
Also, don't forget that that secondary fire damage boost was reduced from 30% to 25% here. Lee Soo-min being able to get that first pick onto Jimmy, but the trade-off, already leaving himself vulnerable after trying to chase after Prophet. Who are you? Gonna be able to get that advantage before making his way right back to the point, but look who is soaring in the sky still. It's gonna be Jinmu alongside Xerneas, who's taking a little bit of pressure here.
We're gonna see Jimmy Torbjorn now switching off of the Soldier 76 and gonna be making that swap over that'll really help be able to protect that backline just a little bit better. Also, just the Torp turret can do wonders to be able to nail anybody, especially like a slippery Lucio on the walls. But Guangzhou Charge is playing this slower style of composition. Fair poke does mean that you need to take a little bit more time to be able to set up, make sure that Jinmu has an angle onto the enemy team and is waiting for those cooldowns like the Genji Deflect to be offline. But pay attention to the charge. It looks like they are just about ready to go in there if they're able to grab first pick.
Look at Jinmu in his positioning here. Fight for that slight high ground over the platform from Gaga, but Jinmu gets a little too close to Prophet. Being on this Cassidy is going to be a huge threat for the charge here, and with them now being able to hold forward, Prophet is about to get that Deadeye. Sending the charge all the way back. They're running for their lives. Gaga's trying to hold down the front line, but who are you? Wiping out two. It's going to allow O2 Blast to set their feet in the advantage point currently, nearing 55%.
I mean, they just touched the spawn doors. They touched the spawn doors. That's how impactful that fight was. And because of the staggers that came through, Charger gonna need to take a lot of time for the 5 to be able to get back online and come in to the point where you called it. Vicky, there's a Deadeye online. What a great zoning tool right now to at least keep the charge at bay and also force out this Mei wall as Jinmu switch over to the Mei. That is such a valuable cooldown that is now offline.
Meanwhile, who are you with the blade ready for this fight? The rush, but huge here coming in from the skies. It's the captive sun to mark everybody. Meanwhile, who are you? Gets away, finds Jimmy. Farway gets taken out. Or Lee Soo-min had gotten taken out too. He also had activated that rush prior, but O2 Blast managed to restabilize while Gaga is still here on the point. Who are you could only do so much before the rest of O2 Blast comes in. He has not died. He cleans up Gaga 99% to 0 so far in favor for O2 Blast.
Oh my gosh, Jinmu can't even stall anymore. You've got the healing pylon down on point to be able to help trigger just a little bit more overtime fire coming through from the charge, but oh, Vicky, it's over. Oh, it's just over.
That was the quickest first round we got it so far for the day here. Huge here for O2 Blast as well. Who are you is insane. He didn't die a single time. He wiped out that entire point, even when O2 Blast was at a disadvantage for that final fight. I believe they lost out on Protect and Lego from the very beginning. And then who are you? With some help from Lee Soo-min and that rush originally here. We can see the replay right now too. Finding Jimmy here, also was about to get the blade for the next fight on top of this. Resource management looking on fire here for who are you?
Absolutely. What an incredibly dominant performance there by that Genji. I would love to see if it comes out again. I feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But we are going to see the Symmetra at least to get O2 Blast out of the gates. And it will be that signature Genji pick once again. Genji being prevalent in the meta, you've got kind of, you know, pick your poison here, where you get to play signature hero, Jinmu also playing a signature hero, and now it's about how you end up topping that up. Prophet's on the Bastion. I repeat, Prophet is on the Bastion.
I love this. I love being able to see this here. Who Are You gets the first pick once again. Xerneas flying for their lives with some help with Faraway before Faraway gets taken out immediately right afterwards. Jinmu also being able to find that onto Who Are You. Finally the threat taken out from O2 Blast, but the counter rotate with Prophet being on this Bastion, chasing down. Oh, he got pulled in. Finally the Dragon Blade, nowhere to run as Jimmy is the next to fall. O2 Blast once again have the first advantage on the point.
Oh boy, we saw how that went in round number 1. O2 Blast being able to set up is also huge. You've got Prophet on a more immobile hero that Bastion would love to be able to set up in this turret form and just be able to mow down the charge as soon as they walk in. But it's down. Okay, big opening here for the charge to get into this.
We're going out here too for you. Some temporarily nice immortality from Lee Soo-min. Reset coming in from Lego, and Lee Soo-min have been there, but they're losing out on the window for this fight. They give some space over to the charge. Xerneas had a huge immortality field right there, but Who Are You still, at that moment, had remained unkillable. He finally gets taken out again, and Protect is going to meet him, so it's going to be a nice reset, but a plethora of ultimates for O2 Blast to work with in that next fight.
I'm looking at, funny enough, Prophet's ultimate. I do feel like this Bastion could help open up the point, or at the very least, it forces Guangzhou Charge into this awkward position that if Who Are You is around the corner, then you're just going into the loving arms of a Genji. It's not going to be enough, but it does funnel them into a point where Protect could just go for the Rampage here.
Rampage coming in, Xerneas getting caught in the middle of that, right through that window while Faraway took to the skies with the captive son, but it was already too late. That Rampage had already been activated here in O2 Blast. Get the waltz right back onto the point.
That was after Guangzhou Charge had already invested 2 ultimates as well. You saw the amplification matrix to come out just to try to push back O2 Blast, and then Faraway also pops the captive son. That is now offline heading into these next few fights where O2 Blast has to get aggressive here with a sound barrier, and Who Are You has a blade. This Terra Surge, oh, it's gotta have to be a big one and try to stop this mobility from O2 Blast.
Oh, huge immortality here, but is it gonna be enough to resisting? Gaga goes down with the ult, and Who Are You comes in, dashing through the opposition, finding a 3K here while Protect gets the last pick onto Jin. Huge team fight there, but rather expensive for O2 Blast.
It was very expensive, but at this point, Guangzhou Charge has also used basically everything else in the tank. It's gonna be Jimmy's overclock to try to save the day, but with the architecture of this point, there are a lot of hiding places for O2 Blast to be around, and there's a Genji with a deflect. It's not gonna be that easy to be able to get the overclock through.
That's just so scary out here too. Off to that side angle where no one's focusing on him. Meanwhile, Gaga finally takes out the threat, but with no support from O2 Blast, sustainability is not there. Guangzhou Charge managed to flip the point here. 99 now nearing the 50%.
Okay, Guangzhou Charger back in this. It was a really nice recontest. The overclock at the end of the day was able to be weaved in to grab a member of O2 Blast. Taking that piece out of the equation was huge for Guangzhou Charge to now look at being able to use these double support ultimates in a much better position. You're on the defense now, but you do have to scatter because Bastion's back.
Oh, now needs all the help in the world. Sound barrier coming in from Xerneas. Faraway about to get the captain son here too. Jimmy finding a huge shot at the Prophet though, and through that window, Lee Soo-min goes down. Jinmu being on the sim can easily set up here in this choke point. You can see the damage being done. Despite that, 40 still gets that pick up to Xerneas, but has to retreat. Gets the reset now with the rest of O2 Blast.
This Symmetra pick has been massive for the Charge. Who Are You on the Genji with a deflect, not able to deflect that damage, and especially with the mobility from both like the Genji and the Lucio, those turrets are going to slow them down so much. Jinmu has been playing this flawlessly. They can't be the far edge, Symmetra, and it's going to be that photon barrier up first.
Cap Sun here. Away just trying to go off to the left side angle here while Who Are You guys are right reaching for right behind. He's about to get the play. The Rampage has been activated to protect. taking care of Xerneas. The backline non-existent for the charge. Overtime activated. Everybody to me with the Terra Surge. Guangzhou charge have planted their feet onto this point, and with the desperate sound barrier from Lego, they're just trying to stall for as long as possible. Protect, desperate swap into Doom, but it's not enough time for O2 Blast to re-engage. We're going on to round 3.
Very nice stuff coming out there from the charge. That Terra Surge at the end from Gaga Zarisso was a nice way to be able to seal the deal. O2 Blast had a great effort to be able to contest after that, just biding their time until that Terra Surge was offline, but with some very smart swaps to the Symmetra, that was a nice, clean recontest coming through. And yeah, it's going to be round 3. We have to go over to sub-level now to see who can even the score.
I like what we're seeing so far here, especially with the adjustments from Jinmu being on the sim here. They were able to really take care of Who was a big threat in that first round. Now making sure that his death count wasn't staying at 0. Starting off already from the gates here, you can see Farway getting set up. Now right behind Gaga. But it's about controlling this space so that way you can maintain that high ground platform, with Prophet getting that first pick onto Jinmu. Oh wow, O2 Blast have wiped out the high ground. Guangzhou charge only having Gaga and Xerneas before it's a team kill here. Protect went crazy, following up after Prophet here. They'll be able to get advantage on this point first.
Yeah, the biggest issue with the Symmetra here is that there's much less cover for you to set up these turrets to accurately hit targets that you want them to. As I say that, I don't know what happened there, but Who Are You is already offline.
She was just doing such a good job at making sure Who isn't that consistent threat here. Very quick adaptation that we're currently seeing from the Guangzhou charge after just a round alone here. Managing to retake the point currently. They're getting wiped out by O2 Blast and now allowing themselves to get set up with those turrets.
The turrets are still able to be bypassed if you just try to play the cards right. But it's this teleporter that has been making things so difficult here for O2 Blast. Who Are You is able to get away with murder as the rest of the O2 Blast team is now able to move back onto the point to try to take it back from the charge. But it's going to be a constant back and forth, being surprised by where the Symmetra teleporter can completely change up the sides here for charge.
We saw Gaga and Jimmy just target down Who Are You while the rest of the charge were getting torn apart by O2 Blast that were on that point. Great distraction here while Prophet is about to move in with the overclock too.
Oh, the overclock. Great way to be able to push everyone back from the charge, especially because they're holding close around this corner.
Barrier coming in here too.
That's a great way to be able to stop that.
They did stop Jinmu and Ready off their tracks immediately when that photon barrier was put up. O2 Blast playing patiently around this point since they have the advantage here too. Lego also has that sound barrier. They want to wait on this here since they're already nearing 55%. Gaga also has that Terra Surge, but the Rampage used first here from Protect. Tries to go through, almost getting blocked, but still was able to hit Xerneas. Jimmy, Xerneas with the brace, being able to save 3 with that immortality field before the Guangzhou charge get overtaken by too much damage between Protect and Who Are You. Prophet also coming in controlling so much of that space with the disruptor shot.
This is night and day difference. Charge had a lot more close quarters to be able to play around on Icebreaker, but the same strategies are not working this time around. With the high ground control that O2 Blast has taken, not only do you have Prophet on an off angle, but Who Are You is also able to flank behind the team. Then you just can't cover for everything, even if you have this teleporter up and be able to kite away from that damage. So O2 Blast, they've already struck first.
Farway being the first to go down, and the window being activated by Xerneas. That's a support lineup out from the Guangzhou charge while overtime is activated in favor for O2 Blast. Who Are You gets Xerneas. Protect is able to complete the job against Jimmy. The rest of O2 Blast have the number advantage and they've cleaned up the charge. No numbers left to contest on the points, and O2 Blast being able to nail that first map on Antarctic Peninsula.
They did struggle in that second round. Credit to the Guangzhou charge to be able to take Icebreaker, but O2 Blast have figured it out. Especially if they're able to play from a defensive position. We saw how fast that first round went, and that third round looked even more dominant as well. So hey, O2 Blast are off to a great start here. Vicky, I'm pumped. We have already seen some great adjustments from both teams.
Absolutely, very quick too, and we also were able to see so much coming out from Prophet at the very end for that last round here. O2 Blast looking to stay here in the game. We got map number 2. It's going to be hybrid on the other side of this break.
I'm really feeling the heat.
Welcome back, everybody. O2 Blast take map number 1 on our Tartic Peninsula. It did go to round number 3, but Guangzhou Charge still trying out the Pharah to an extent where it's not reaping them the success that they were hoping for, even with a complete new meta change.
They still have a few more maps. So I can't wait to see how the adjustments that they can make heading into this next one, especially because Guangzhou Charge are able to make their map pick to be able to bring us into another another map in this series. And that brings out so many new possibilities as well. We've talked about how a lot of the compositions being run are very map dependent, or if you want to try to lean into something that's just a little bit more up your alley, there's tons of maps in the hybrid pool that we can see Guangzhou Charge lean into to try to play to their best. Eichenwald, definitely one of those, Vicky. I'm looking at Farah, I'm looking at Winston, potentially being able to make a reappearance here.
Hey, play into their strengths. That's what we got this rule set here for. That's why loser gets to pick the map, and you can expect O2 Blast to possibly choosing to sit on the defense side. Got to see Who Are You in the cam with the 2 hair clips, giving him the power up that he needs to massage that Genji brain. But we're gonna see how this goes into O2 Blast and how they've been able to perform after taking out some adjustments themselves, actually. Bringing out the Who Are You Genji. We got to see Prophet really pop off on that Sojourn at the very end of that final round.
That was really fun to see. I love being able to see these hit scans come back in. I feel like Cassidy has become more of a staple just from what we've seen so far, as well as Soldier 76 coming back. Vicky, I feel like I'm looking at Overwatch 2 last year with how often we've seen the Soldier come through and the fact that you could just run super speedy just around the map to try to create a different off angle for yourself has been just so many favors for the teams.
Last season, he was an actual nightmare. He was an actual nightmare. He's still incredibly good out here, but I believe they reduced that explosion damage from his Helix rocket by like 10 damage, and the values are now cost just like 10% more to get online here, but still being able to see so many different options being used, whether it be the cast, the soldier like you had mentioned, the soldier that we had seen previously. Nice to see that diversity in the meta that we just keep highlighting, because again, to me personally, it's always so fun, especially when it comes to these different maps and the adjustments that certain teams could play into to actually go into their strengths, like we are going to see here for the Guangzhou Charge.
Yep, Charge. Gonna come out of the gates though with the Symmetra, expecting a bit more of the... okay, that's not the same. The Widowmaker's not the same. They were expecting the same, but it's not the same. We're gonna see Xerneas actually switch over to the Mercy, try to get Fireway back up and running before attempting this again. But Prophet was such a quick pick, already 20% in the ultimate charge. And Prophet just gets a chance to keep set up, and can he get another one?
There's a shot coming out here, O2 Blast. Just trying to find a way to get into position, kind of rotate around Guangzhou Charge. Jim was already taking so much damage. Try to set up those turrets before getting taken out by Prophet, who's on a terror. Lego gonna help him out, find Xerneas, while Gaga's gonna be able to find him with a Javelin, send him right back. Shout coming in for Protect. Stunned here by Gaga once again, trying to run away for his life. Farway not being there, really only Xerneas can help out the rest of the team. It's not enough sustain while Protect clears the way, frontlining, finding Gaga and Jimmy. It's a reset that we're gonna be seeing.
Oh, Protect's Junker Queen has been so much fun to watch. Especially after getting just that quick 2K, the knife usage. It's been really awesome to help disrupt the Charge's game plan when they want to play around the Symmetra teleporter, try to sneak behind enemy territory, but Protect just isn't letting that happen, and these commanding shouts have been really helpful to also get O2 Blast into the mix.
Oh, Jimmy capitalizing here, but still you've lost out on Xerneas, who hasn't really been able to build up that sound barrier. At least try to delay here as Jimmy finds another one, finds the support lineup entirely. Nice follow between Jimmy and Farway at the very end there to get this payload moving.
Guangzhou Charge recognized how much Protect has been a problem. Isolated him, took him down first, and the space that Gaga was able to create gave Jimmy just so much room to work with to be able to get those headshots in and kick out all of the DPS members on O2 Blast. They gotta get set up this time. Charge also did not have too much more to actually capture on that first point after sneaking away with two sections of the pie. So that was a very fast take for them, and the teleporter has been so nice. Like, you cannot stress enough how much that has just disrupted O2 Blast's own gameplay to try to wrap around them.
What I like even more too is Guangzhou Charge not sticking to that bar here too, playing more so to their strengths here. O2 Blast see where Guangzhou Charge is, and caught in that territory, Prophet. You've been a problem. You're gonna get sent right back here. For you does find that pylon, tries to delete that source of healing. But Farway does have that Captain Sun. He's gonna hold on to it here while Protect now sends it in with the Rampage, the shot on top of it. O2 Blast with all the sustainability that can try to work with, but with that sound barrier done for, and the Captain's Son from far away, they lost out on Jinmu and Jimmy, and what a great turnaround from the Guangzhou Charge, taking advantage of the timing of that Captain's Son at the very end of that team fight.
Captain Sun is going to be one of those ultimates that you always have to keep an eye out for whether or not you can like get a chain reaction, just make sure that you can get that burst damage down. And despite the fact that we ended up seeing some changes come through for Alari previous to playing in the East Knockouts this weekend, it's still looking pretty good. Like projectile size did decrease as well as the actual duration of the sun struck, but look at that. I don't think it matters, Vicky. It's still good.
Honestly, that and the pylon. The pylon's been that biggest issue that I really have felt like I've struggled here. You see, Photon Barrier being called in. Here comes the blade from Goryu, who was waiting to get into position. Found far away here. Sound Barrier from Xerneas to try to keep the rest of the Quantum Charge alive through that blade. Prevent Goryu from being the threat that he was in that previous map. Prophet narrowly survives until I spoke too soon. Now the rest of the Guangzhou Charge have been able to clear up that second point. O2 Blast back to this reset.
They have to go back to figure out how they're going to actually play this defense, because so far it's just not worked. I mean, Guangzhou Charge get to walk into this third point with 3.5 minutes in their time bank. O2 Blast have yet to be able to dig their heels into the sand to actually stop this pressure. Like that again! You can't get picks like that!
Jimmy catching Prophet, the rush being called in. See Gaga has that Terror Surge. By the way, Gaga is popping off right now. It's only died once thus far. Just waiting while Protect was able to find Jimmy. Falling incredibly low as Protect, and Lego is going to hold on to it just for that next fight, while the Captain's Son is the ult that's utilized instead from far away, finding two, hugging the spawn room doors while the turrets are getting set up from Jinmu.
This is exactly how Guangzhou Charge want this composition to work. It's all about trying to get this damage down as quickly as possible. Lari doesn't really offer a lot of utility in terms of its healing, but it sure can do a lot of damage. Oh, Guangzhou Charge, they've got to keep their wits about them. They want to try to close out this map with a ton of time left in the bank. Got to make sure that they don't fall to this rampage here for Protect.
Oh, Gaga jumps in. Mr. Earth Surge. See the rampage for Protect. It finds far away and Jinmu. Terror Surge didn't get the outcome that they were expecting here, but at least with that Sound Barrier, they can use that as an insurance policy. Finding Goryu. Sound Barrier from Lego trying to match that, but the damage is too much. Protect does find Jinmu here too. Far away, trying to get it off angle, but gets set down by Lego. Jimmy was just about to get that ult online. Has the overclock, but doesn't have that sustain. With Lego being able to find that next pick, at least been falling low. They want to go for a reset here. Guangzhou Charge still have those 2 minutes to work with.
Still a lot of time, but that was a big chance for Charge to just sink this in over the line, and O2 Blast coming out strong with a bit of that respawn advantage. Charge have to get those picks in much faster, especially with how close this payload is to the finish line. It's gonna have to be picks in very quick succession here. But the Charge, they do have the Symmetric Teleporter to close a ton of that distance, and they still have Jimmy's overclock. So put the teleporter down, get into the face of O2 Blast, and then allow Jimmy to pop his overclock and try to see if that's gonna be enough. Especially when, okay, not this time.
Oh no, you said overclock, and then we saw Jimmy just get deleted. Now they got a minute, less than 15 seconds. Guangzhou Charge, they understand the assignment. Just trying to back away, give O2 Blast some extra space, but this also works for O2 Blast where they can get these ultimates online much quicker.
Such a good point. They didn't have a whole lot in the tank when we ended up seeing them just a team fight ago, but it's sub 1 minute territory now. O2 Blast have a Genji Blade as well as the Kitsune Rush that they've been holding on to for a little bit. Plus, you know what, just round out the full slate of 5. That's coming up very fast.
Order up here. Jimmy activating that overclock here. Trying to get a different off angle while clearing up some of the extra space. Who are you still holding onto that play while Protect trying to use the rampage. Looks like it was canceled here. The sound barrier from Xerneas coming in while Farway takes to the skies. with the captive Sun. Now you got less than 30 seconds here. While Who Are You has not burned that play, just waiting to get around that next corner here too. Terra Surge activated from Gaga. Gets pushed back. Who Are You having to be careful. Needs some help here as Fallaway nails him down. Lee Soo-min's about to meet him right back in the spawn. Photon Bear creating that space against the rest of the charge and the spawn room doors. Less than 10 seconds. Nobody to touch the point. Not even Lego, who tried to dive right on top from the high ground.
What is Jimmy trying to say in the... Oh, no! Ping boom? Question mark?
Initiating match.
I think they were thinking O2 Blast might have been able to touch there. And so they're giving credit to their opponents. Because it did look very close, right? Like, Lego was just frames away from potentially being able to get the touch there, but it just didn't come through quite fast enough. Charge with any time in the bank here, that's massive, right? At the very least, then, we are going to end up being able to get to extra rounds, assuming that O2 Blast is also able to finish the map.
Necker, I feel like I've kind of cursed Prophet for this map. I was talking about Prophet so much in map number 1. This time around, that survivability completely off the table here. Has died 9 times thus far, but still had that opportunity of getting that big pick off of Jimmy where it mattered the most at the very end of that fight. At the very least here, you know? But unfortunately here, gonna see on the other side how O2 Blast is gonna be able to make that adjustment, because they've been able to run so many different versions of the different comps that we've seen from that first map into Eichenwald.
It is still your fault that Prophet is dying so much. I just want you to know that it is your fault.
it just essentially just becomes a curse out here. Talking about the survivability of both Who Are You and Prophet, and suddenly at that point just completely goes out the window. But
I
also,
love that. It's
a nice point from Charge to make those adjustments to pinpoint the threats.
Yes, absolutely. Give so much credit where credit is due that Charge has been able to, like, use the Symmetra to lock down the Genji, be able to actually go after these big threats.
Wow.
It's Prophet. He's down again. What a fast pick.
Go out and shoot. Shoot the turret. Shoot the pylon. Shoot everything. Still not going to be enough to split someone's that attention. And the heads, right? Lottie has no issue doing that, as we just saw right there from far away.
Another attempt coming through from O2 Blast to try to get into the mix, but Jinwoo this time around, they're getting taken down. It's a comeback on the Pharah. And it's around this tower that you start to see Pharah be able to make a huge impact, being able to stay safe. But it also comes with a few drawbacks where you're not really able to help out the ground game as much in terms of the front line.
It's a specialty for Jinwoo out here too. Just trying to be able to get the reset. Gets the health pack before taking the skies once again. Very scary right here, but still this is allowed O2 Blast to clear up the point, be able to get this payload moving, finish up what is left of the charge while they get that reset done.
Pretty fast take though, even though we saw O2 Blast just struggle a little bit from those early picks. Get through the gate quite easily, and it's going to be another hero swap up for the charge as Jinwoo drops the Pharah for the Mei. So being able to play just a little bit more close-knit with the rest of the team, play a bit more of this brawl style with the Jinwoo Mei just being able to help isolate a target on O2 Blast, slow things down with that freeze ray. But Lee Soo-min says, I don't think so. Like, computer rush this.
Korean's been so good at taking care of that pylon, taking care of that source of healing from the Guangzhou charge. Here comes the play from Who Are You? They get the trade, lose out on Prophet and Jin here. The sound barrier from Lego to match up with Xerneas right afterwards. Used in second here to keep the sustain for Who Are You until that blade ended. Still finds Jimmy, and he's trying to contest them inside of that side corridor before focusing that attention onto Gaga. A lot of split positioning here for the charge before they inevitably fall like domino pieces in a line.
That's the benefit of the charge running the composition that they do, is that they can play more grouped together. But that's something that O2 Blast can also capitalize on. They're playing a lot of heroes that can disrupt that block of enemies. When you look at Who Are You being able to get those deflects in, also just dash behind and make it really difficult for the supports to actually focus then on not only just healing the team, but also trying to do damage to themselves.
Oh,
Prophet
huge.
again.
Prophet getting the
Okay,
revenge
he
that he
heard
needed
you
right there. He heard it, and Protect wanted to get the follow too. You guys think like 2 clay to get the clearance on this point, being able to find point B here. Who are you, by the way, with a huge deflect onto Jimmy? Love to see that off that overclock. Another utility use out here from the charge while they sit on this defense.
And now Jinmu is switching again. So it's back to the Torbjorn that Jinmu started off this round of Eichenwald. And hopefully able to get set up because O2 Blast are coming. They got that Rampage and they're able to just plow through the entire team. Oh, that Suzu was so nice too there from Lee Soo-min.
That was huge right here too. The Rampage though for Protect does enough damage, gets the follow-up. Gaga gets taken out, and Xerneas was so low. Can't get that final pick. Lego and Xerneas are both so close to getting the sound barrier. Far away, and Lee Soo-min both have their ults as well. So both support lineups are about to have that sustain for this next fight. And just look at the way that Charge are playing this different angle to try to sandwich that of O2 Blast on the other side.
Oh, that's a quick kunai into Jinwoo's dome. Without the Torbjorn, you're lacking a lot of DPS that's gonna have to be made up for with Farway's Captive Sun. But are they even gonna have time to use it?
Oh, the Blade coming in, finds Farway. With that rush, should have put him into that position. Lego's about to get that sever that we mentioned earlier, but it's a wipe. It is Who Are You, gets the 2K. Leaves him into match right that alongside him. Get the payload to the finish line. And Necro, look at that time bank. 4 minutes and 8 seconds.
Yeah, Farway didn't even get a chance to use the Captive Sun. It was online, there was no setup for it. It was just too much pressure coming through from O2 Blast to get set up. And that is a huge time bank, Vicky. Oh my goodness. This is why a Charge, even just getting that 7 seconds for their own capture is massive. They still get a chance to get the next round in.
What's the thing about Captive Sun too is that if your team has been cleared out, you need the follow-up to get the full potential of the Captive Sun. You want to get that explosion. So once you do that enough damage, it kind of ricochets off the other teammates that you have playing together here, and you could profit off of that. So it's so hard. Once you see that your team has gotten taken out, you could try to use that Captive Sun as like a Hail Mary, but with no follow-up, it's basically useless at that point.
I would love to have just seen the attempt though, right? Like,
yeah.
if you're gonna go down with your ultimate and you won't respawn in time, then that's a waste. It's a huge waste to not even just go for it and see if you can get literally anything done to help buy your team some time to respawn. But it is what it is, and now we're going into rounds 3 and 4, where Blast set up on the defense. Guangzhou Charge with only a minute really only have one chance to make this work. Oh! Okay! Let's go! Now! Move in! Now! Absolutely right now.
I love the revenge pickoff from the very beginning. He says, don't think I forgot about that after that first round out here. The shout, the follow-up from Protect right there, finding Jinmu. O2 Blast did lose out on Lee Soo-min earlier, and now they lose out on Quaryu next. Guangzhou Charge. There's a slight number advantage out here too, already waltzing their way onto this point, wasting no time to speed run this payload off of the garage.
Oh, they got 2 picks so early. The fact that we do see Protect come back in here, it's just staggering the rest of the team. At the very least, you do try to attempt the touch, but now Protect is going to have the far spawn, and it will be so much time before O2 Blast can actually get back in as a team of 5 to try to recontest this. Doors are going to open. Guangzhou Charge will have overtime active, but they're still making a ton of progress before O2 Blast can actually get back in. And they're going to start getting ultimates. Vicky, this is risky. They had so many things going right for them for Charge to be able to get to this point. They just can't get picked off here, and they'll be able to keep the ball rolling.
Oh, Who Are You? Did get that first pick here. Overtime ticking away. O2 Blast through the rest and clear off this entire point while Jimmy tries to find a way. Where can he go? Well, there's nowhere to go with Who Are You being right there. Gaga's gonna be the next one to fall. Who Are You's a problem, and he has not been shot at. The threat of the rest of O2 Blast clearing the rest of the payload, stopping it short after that second choke.
That was still so much distance for Charge to work with. You still have the first point to defend, as well as another attempt by those castle ground gates. So O2 Blast, like, it's not impossible here for Charge to be able to get the map win. But also when you look at a 4-minute time bank, O2 Blast have so much to work with.
A little the camera's like slightly following the lamp.
I'm being hypnotized. I'm being put to sleep.
You will see Lifeweaver. And that is exactly what we will be seeing. Falling under the spell. Seeing how this is gonna go. Very similarly, actually, just trying to theory craft here. Something that I've been enjoying watching. And we're not seeing it as a duel currently right now, but it's the Illari with the Lifeweaver. That is interesting because Lifeweaver mostly just completely defensive. So you want to be able to have that other support. Not really focus on just the supportive, or rather the defensive options that you could provide here. You want to get much more aggressive if you can. Just from the other side of the support here too. Seeing how this is going to work out for O2 Blast, we're going to see some swaps.
Well, the Lifeweaver is also incredibly interesting because of the changes that ended up coming through with that massive patch. Oh, the Life Grip actually didn't work there. Prophet unfortunately got stuck on a roof, so wasn't able to get pulled back to safety. Luckily, it didn't matter, but we will see a swap off of the Lifeweaver just for that cheeky Widowmaker pick, and now we're going to see a little bit more of a standard composition coming through from O2 Blast. But the Symmetra, this time around, Prophet has been leaning into these hit scan picks, but this does allow O2 Blast to get in super quickly.
Wow, that was leaded. Jinwoo and Jimmy were on Protect here too. The follow-up from Gaga onto Prophet. O2 Blast. This is exactly what Guangzhou Charge needed. Who Are You still remains the threat that they have to try to take out, but he manages to get away just for right now before Jinwoo tries to get a little bit more aggressive and doesn't want to overextend.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just got pulled in by a knife. So it's very good that Jinwoo actually had a dash online, be able to get away from enemy lines, but ooh. Hey, Guangzhou Charge can continue this defense in such a nice fashion.
Jinwoo, seriously poking from afar. Pokemon that we've been talking about. Shout, all this will protect. The rush is ready from Lee Sumin. Oh no, Jimmy out! As Lego was able to get that boop off the map. Great start here for O2 Blast to clean up the rest of the charge off that pick alone. Huge here too, because Journeys had that rush at the very end there too, so they clean up the Guangzhou Charge and they already get this payload moving.
Yeah, at that point, if you use the Kitsune Rush there, that really is a waste, especially when the Kitsune Rush, if you need it for some reason for respawns to come back, you actually could use that as a mobility tool once O2 Blast get this payload rolling and through these doors. Who Are You is going to have Binge Blade. Jinwoo as well. Guangzhou Charge have a full slate of 5 ultimates here. They should be favored in this defensive fight.
But, or rather, the output from Jinwoo's Blade here, and it gets exactly what they needed, which is the backline of O2 Blast, shutting them down hand in hand with Gaga. Zerny's also right there, far away, right alongside them. They're holding forward because they need to hug O2 Blast doors to delay even more time away from them.
Great too, because they didn't throw out every single ultimate they had in the tank. They still have the Molten Core as well as the Terra Surge and of course the Captive Sun. So you can rotate through these ultimates, try to buy some time. The Photon Barrier is going to come through, but that means it's time for the Molten Core.
Molten Core, trying to control some of that space before you dives in with the blade alongside the sound barrier to keep him in the fight, but then gets shut down by the Captive Sun, taken to the skies, was far away. Jinwoo is literally one before he gets taken out by Prophet, but where is that follow-up? We need to see more of a follow-up as the Rampage comes in. Protect finds Farway, and O2 Blast have more numbers here on this payload, clearing out the charge. Less than 60 seconds, and nobody from the charge is there to touch the point. O2 Blast now set themselves at match point.
That was such a valiant effort from the charge, though. Major credit to be able to actually eat through a 4-minute time bank. That was close. That was super, super close, and Charge not only bought themselves time from just how far they were able to push the cart with their minute, but also how much they were able to take away. We're still seeing so much signs of life from them, but O2 Blast being at match point now, Charge have one more chance to to be able to pick a map that's going to get themselves back into this. And it's Flashpoint next, Vicky.
Ooh.
There are so many question marks around this game mode. I don't know who would be able to take that from this team.
I'm excited because, again, I was theory crafting, wondering what we could see here from the Guangzhou Charge for that redemption arc that they so desperately need. We got map number 3 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are sitting at match point in favor for O2 Blast, and we are moving on to our third map. We are going on to Flashpoint Necro, and I can't be more excited.
I am so pumped. Flashpoint is the newest game mode introduced into Overwatch 2, and we have two incredible maps we will show that off. We got Suravasa and New Junk City, and Flashpoint has been able to bring in some new, I don't know, it's new and it's shiny, Vicky. I don't know what else to say, except it's gonna be so fun able to watch these teams go at it.
So I was telling Necro during the break, guys, but during my experience so far with Flashpoint, I have been able to play on Suravasa every single time, but like New Junk City just stays dodging me for some reason. So I'm really excited to see which of these Flashpoint maps we're going to be jumping to. Fingers crossed we get to see New Junk City. We got 5 random points activated after 1 point is captured here. You guys got to see a sneak peek of it within our last 2 matches, but it's always so cool to see how chaotic it feels. We have sometimes separate fights happening on different corners. Get to also take a look at the crowd. We're excited to see how this goes. Guangzhou Charge need all the support you can give them right now. You can see that in the crowd. Hopefully this is going to bring them the energy that they need.
They gotta do something because Guangzhou Charge at this point are on the brink of getting sent down to the lower bracket, whereas O2 Blast, match point. They could find themselves in front of Soul Infernal, which doesn't feel fantastic. Just knowing how well Soul Infernal has done this season, but still, a win is a win nonetheless, and it does bring them one step closer to being able to play spoiler to these Overwatch teams. Also, one step closer to being able to defeat their big brother, Soul Dynasty.
That's a good point, because after this, they will face off against the Infernal, and then the winner of that will be able to play in the upper bracket final, and that is to say, we get to see that Soul Dynasty matchup here beyond that previous matchup they're waiting for. But so much here on the line, too, for O2 Blast also making their own redemption arc. Let's not forget where they were sitting in the overall standings just a few weeks ago. Winning the first 2 maps, and we are seeing New Junk City make way, everybody. I'm so excited to see how this plays off.
Okay, I'm with you. Like, I haven't had a chance to really be able to play New Junk City, but my goodness, the gameplay that I've been able to watch, as well as just how this map is laid out, it's so well done. I'm like, it's Junkertown, but bigger and better and more chaotic. I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped.
Yeah. We've seen so far on Flashpoint, the way that game mode works is that first control point is usually always in the middle of the map. I believe for New Junk City, it's going to be on Arena there too. So then from there, we see also how quickly it is to be able to take a point, which means with certain stagger opportunities, this is going to help the team winning these team fights, getting these initial picks, and setting up for that next control point once it becomes unlocked. We've already seen that in our last 2 previous series, so I'm excited to see how this is going to play out now versus the Charge at O2 Blast, because right now, O2 Blast, again, just 1 entire map away from taking this whole series.
The biggest thing about Flashpoint as well is that these teams are also still trying to figure it out. Much like Alari being the newest hero that's in the mix, you also have a new map mode to have to figure out how to play, and the secret formula hasn't been found yet. That randomized element you were mentioning before with 4 extra control points surrounding that center point could open up does make for some very exciting gameplay. But it's going to be Arena, the center of that map, always unlocking first. And some very unique hero choices coming through. Prophet's on the Junkrat. How fitting, honestly, because we're over on New Junk.
All right, Spill It Prophet getting that team base buff out here. Solid shout coming in for Protect. O2 Blast really showing their appreciation for the map, but also working into what Protect has been able to rep already for the last 2 maps too. Guangzhou Charge have the advantage in terms of numbers first. You can see the way that O2 Blast is playing outside here, just waiting for the rest of O2 Blast to just re-engage. You need a Lucio, in my opinion, when it comes to these Flashpoint maps too. You want to be able to get to these points as quickly as possible, while Farway tries to heal up Gaga, just trying to take a much more aggressive approach, while Who Are You gets deleted by Farway.
Yeah, Who Are You now off the table?
Oh,
you're really relying on the rest of O2 Blast to try to get those picks, and they can't do it. everybody's going down, and Guangzhou Charge, after being able to grab the flashpoint first, is just going to start racking up that percentage. O2 Blast do have one more chance to be able to come back into this one, but Guangzhou Charge, they're going to have a Terror Surge online. The Captive Sun is also up. Guangzhou Charge can play so far forward, and because of the way that Arena is laid out, you don't have too many entry points that you can sneak behind enemy territory. So O2 Blast have to play this really well to just protect themselves from not getting picked off before they make their way in.
I was interested to see how the pylon was going to be utilized too for Ilari here. They already deleted it. Just backing away. The Capture Sun is online. Sound barrier as well for Xerneas. Protect got hit by that Javelin, and Jimmy gets the follow-up here onto Prophet. Overtime activated now for the Guangzhou Charge, while O2 Blast make their Hail Mary attempt on flipping the point successfully here. Here comes the shout for Protect. Well, Lego didn't have that healing output. It was really only Lee Soo-min here with that rush activated, but had lost out on 2 members from O2 Blast initially. So the swap over to the Tracer from Prophet comes in before saying, all right, never mind, gonna stick to the Symmetra before they make their way into that next point.
Next flashpoint.
Okay, the next flashpoint has been activated, and you'll be able to see Guangzhou Charge to start to get set up. But what's really exciting about seeing O2 Blast respawn right now is you could potentially take a fight outside of this point. But Guangzhou Charge have been able to rotate very cleanly over to the refinery, and they're just going to start to just stake their claim. Not a whole lot that O2 Blast can do about this when it's going to unlock in a few seconds, and Guangzhou Charge just squatting on the point.
I love Refinery here too. Huge ults that they have online for O2 Blast. Sound barrier to match that with Xerneas. Jimmy activating the overclock, and the Rampage comes in, which is huge. It was able to find 3. Gaga on the other side, using the ult to try to contest everybody, pull everybody to them with the Photon Berry being activated by Jinmu, but it's the damage output favored by O2 Blast coming in. Terror Surge wasn't enough to help them out here, as Farweek does find that pick onto Yu. Was only 1 pick nonetheless. Lego Lee Soo-min, survivability have definitely been here, involved in this fight, taking the point first.
Nice job by O2 Blast. Really didn't look like they had much to be able to work with when it came down to Guangzhou Charge, being in a much better defensive position, able to rotate over to the point first. But when you have ultimates to spare, that is absolutely a way to be able to get yourself back into that one. So O2 Blast now, who's on the other foot? They have control of the point first, and now Guangzhou Charge have to look at another attempt to try to get back into this one. After they used a ton there, Vicky, it's really just the Captive Sun that they're going to get online, if that.
Oh, that was a huge first pick there, too, and they held onto the blade for this next fight. Who are you capitalizing? Finding Xerneas, deletes the pylon. Lee Soo-min was able to move in, get the cleanup, and that's another team wipe here. O2 Blast, they see the success, and at this point, you want to start moving around because they have already secured basically this point. They see the teleporter. They have to move back just slightly, but it's so hard to retake the point sometimes here with how quickly the progress moves.
Yeah, this is dangerous territory. If I were Guangzhou Charge, I would not try to get a recontest in here, just given the fact that you just don't have a whole lot else left in the tank besides the Captive Sun. But they are still going to try to make their way in. But O2 Blast, like, they have a sound barrier coming online. They have the overtime activated.
Oh, here comes that Captive Sun here, finds Prophet. But you'd mentioned it, the sound barrier from O2 Blast has been used up. Took so much damage right there too from the initial explosion. Still surviving, and while the shout for Protect sets everybody from O2 Blast in the driver's seat, overtime burns out, and the Guangzhou Charge have to go now for another reset for that next point.
Guangzhou Charge could have played this just a little bit differently. You notice that there's kind of like 2 main entryways over to Refinery that you could have tried to kind of set up for a new fight. But that flashpoint has moved once again. This time it's actually going to favor the Guangzhou Charge's side, as we are now going to get a chance to look at bomb flats as the next one in that upper left-hand corner. So Guangzhou Charge were set up there already with the respawns, which does help them out a bit to be able to get Jimmy this setup.
Teammate rush here. Soo-min, Prophet taking a different off angle. I like the swap here too. The quick adaptation from O2 Blast, but fights them right back as Prophet and Who Are You first to get taken out. Jimmy going to find that head onto Who Are You. Protect about to go down with the Rampage. They'll be able to recontest next, but right now the Guangzhou Charge make their way onto that point first.
Charge getting the capitalization of the closer spawn as well as just that nice early pick. So now they have the ultimate economy with 4 ults left in the bank. O2 Blast do have this Rampage, and saving grace is that O2 Charge do not have the Kiriko on the other side to be able to actually cleanse that away easily. So Protect can just kind of go in there, try to get a massive anti. There's going to be Jimmy's overclock first.
You're finding who are you? That was great. He would have had Blade in this fight for how long he would have gone. Rampage from Protect here too. The Sombra from Xerneas to help restabilize the rest of the Guangzhou Charge. Protect and Prophet get cleaned up. Floryu's making his way back, and with the Guangzhou Charge nearing already 75%. You see O2 Blast is trying to get away, just trying to restabilize if they can reset. But Gaga yeets that Javelin, finds Lee Soo-min, and Guangzhou Charge are going to be able to take this next point.
Lee Soo-min going down there spells disaster for O2 Blast ever getting back into this one. So now they are looking at where that next flashpoint is going to move. And there's only really 2 options left. It's in that southern part of the map. We've got Refinery and... or the left side of the map, excuse me. It's actually just the Ducks. And things have been going so fast. It's going to be the Ducks now available and open before we end up potentially making our way back over to Junkyard. All the right side of the map now open. But yeah, for you is a lot of playgrounds now with this Genji Blade available, and they are going to make their way over first.
Now that Terror Surge ready. Follow with the Captain Sun. Comes the Photon Barrier from Jinwoo first. I love the space he was able to buy with it here. Who are you? Activates the Blade right behind him. Tries to go for a flank with the Captain Sun activated from far away. Gets the 2K, gets the follow-up. No sound barrier from Lego is going to help out O2 Blast in this situation. It's going to be a wipe with Lee Soo-min being the last one alive to get away.
Huge chain reaction for the Captive Sun and just explosive amounts of damage. I mean, you point out the sound barrier just not enough there because there's just too much damage incoming for that overheal to really help bolster up that survivability. So Lee Soo-min now, really the only one with that ultimate online. You could use the Katrina Rush to get access to this high ground, but when you've got Jimmy already set up here, like, that's a huge amount of cooldown invested to be able to get there, and Who Are You can't do it.
Wow. Losing on Who Are You, huge here. Especially since Prophet, if you're alive, will Protect tries to run for his life. Yeah, out of here. O2 Blast have to go for another reset. It's going to be very difficult with Guangzhou Charge nearing that 70% mark. So close to getting those 3 points that they need for Flashpoint, Necra.
There's only one fight left for O2 Blast to get back into this one, and with Protect going down so late, this is gonna have to be picture perfect. At the very least, O2 Blast have bought themselves enough time to be able to get this Photon Barrier online. That's gonna be their engagement tool into this round, but they've got to play perfect now. O2 Blast, final chance.
They find Jimmy here. Soundbite from Xerneas does not help Jimmy in time. Overtime taking away with this final fight here going down. Guangzhou Charge so close to finally taking the map now. Deleted from their hands with Protect finding Gaga. Who Are You is back in the mix. Dashing right through far away, finding Xerneas. No support line of sustainability from the Charge before Jinmu.
Oh, stagger.
Oh no, this is what's so important here too. That stagger is so big because they need to try to match this percentage too with the Guangzhou Charge. Even though it goes by quick, they're still at that disadvantage nearing that 40% mark.
Absolutely. You buy yourself enough time here as O2 Blast for guaranteeing only one more recontest can come through cleanly from the Charge. But with 4 ultimates, the onus is on Charge at this point. They have ultimate economy, they have those 2 flashpoints, they're in this final fight now, and they get it done.
Here, the Rampage does land onto Gaga there too. Gaga has a Terraform here, is far away, activates that Captain Sun, the follow-up finds Who Are You, Jinmu finds Protect, the support lineup of O2 Blast, Lego has that sound barrier but with nobody to protect other than Lee Soo-min. It's Farway's game to clear up O2 Blast, 99%. They retake what was once theirs, and the Guangzhou Charge, they stay in the series and they take map 3 on our Flashpoint map from New Junk City.
Well, now I can see why they picked New Junk City. That was awesome. 3-1. Guangzhou Charge had so much practice that you could really see that coming through with their rotations. how well they were able to control space so that Jimmy was able to get set up on the Sojourn and just have such long sight lines to work with. So they win their map pick, but it doesn't get easier from here. O2 Blast now get a chance to pick a map as a loser in that map.
And I believe it's also going to be push for our 4th map. We're going to have that on the other side of this break with Gondro Chart taking map number 3. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everyone. We just took a trip to New Junk City where the Guangzhou Charge keep their name on the board while O2 Blast still sit at match point. We got map number 4, and it's O2 Blast's turn now to make that map pick.
Oh boy, well now they get a chance to pick their map of choice, and O2 Blast over the course of this second half of the season played a lot of Colosseo. Feels like that's really been their bread and butter in terms of the push maps that they have available to them, and you may as well try to go to something that you're really good at. That's a great way to be able to close out the series, especially at that match point, right?
Yeah. Especially when you want to play to your strengths like that, the way that they have been able to keep up with the Guangzhou charge, even though map number 3, they were able to take it. O2 Blast was putting up a fight. There's still a lot of adjustments being made around Flashpoint and how quickly you can take those points. But you could tell that Guangzhou charge have absolutely been practicing on Flashpoint. Now we're going on to push, and I feel like here, after what we've already seen on AP and Eichenwald, that O2 Blast are going to have a much easier time versus what we had seen on New Junk City.
I love the symmetric choice. I do love the symmetric choice from Guangzhou Charge. I feel like Colosseo is one of those maps that you still could run it. There's a little bit less ability to set up those turrets just because of some of the more open stretches of the map, but I still feel like with the teleporter, you're able to actually get around and try to make something work in terms of just rotating around the enemy team. And we've seen that before, Vicky, right? Like, playing against O2 Blast really has been kind of tricky to lock down where Charge is going to move next.
Yeah, that's really true. And looking at what we've seen so far in terms of the composition between Guangzhou Charge and O2 Blast, we're seeing Farway really turn it up on the Illari. And I love seeing that too, because we're seeing the follow-ups coming in that we didn't get to see, especially on that first map. Colosseo here, as we go on to push, I'm wondering with the high ground that you could work off of, being on top of the bridge, what that could provide if we do see Farway stick to the Illari.
The Illari has been so fun as well, because I think that when you look at Colosseo as a map, like, this is definitely a place that you could also have that work out. It's always been a lot of Sojourn, it's always been a lot of Soldier, just looking at the past 2 seasons of Overwatch 2 Overwatch League, and that's a nice way to be able to use the sightlines once again. But, you know, you had mentioned some struggles for the Illari that I do still feel like play a role in this particular matchup, especially if Lee Soo-min is going to be playing the Kiriko, and also with just how fast of a pace O2 Blast tend to set up in these fights. Not always a lot of time to be able to actually get the follow-up there from the Captive Son.
Struggle that's been being ironed out by the Illars we've seen thus far. Looking downside here is Prophet, just trying to see if they could get a cheeky pick here, a different angle. Spine Gaga, barely gonna do anything. Seeing how Guangzhou Charge are gonna set up here with the Symmetra and the turrets, try to block off that rotation, or at least provide some of that extra pressure. And with the teleporter, they've been able to get so aggressive. Wrap up right behind Prophet. Q, you did not see it coming. Zerdy is going to be able to fight Protect, and this is a great start here for the Guangzhou Charge. Maybe that's all it took, everything it took getting that third map here. We're going to have to continuously see, because they're going to be able to get progress on this push spot first. And look at the way that Gaga is holding forward. Thanks to that teleporter, they can get some much more aggressive angles here on Colosseo.
Well done. One of the things I've loved watching about Illari gameplay is actually how you can deal with a Widowmaker. Like, it's so funny to watch, because when you think about supports, you don't always think about the support player being the Widowmaker counter. Especially in Overwatch League, right? You're looking at, like, odds of Widowmaker versus Widowmaker. That's usually how you're going to be able to get the leg up there. But Prophet, if you can just kind of run at him, it's much easier to be able to take him down, especially if you do have more long range at your back. But, you know, it's another neutral fight here. O2 Blast are going to be able to get the better of this one, but Prophet was taken so low in that engagement. Like, I just don't know how much value Prophet's really going to be able to keep finding on the Widowmaker. It remains to be seen.
Prophet could get enabled here, especially with the way that Lee Soo-min is playing right now. Huge. Already has that rush activated while the Captain Sun is online for Farway. Uses that teleporter once again to get into position. Sets up the pylon. Activates the Captain Sun while the rush is activated from O2 Blast. sound barrier first online for Xerneas. Nichols just about to get it, but O2 Blast trying to navigate away as Waryu was the first to get taken out. Prophet's about to beat him right back into spawn room door, so Lego's gonna want to hold on to that sound barrier, potentially seeing how Protect to try to make this comeback while staying alive, while also about to get the Rampage. Guangzhou Charge just rotating away.
Charge can play around that too. Like you get a little bit of push. You know that you can start getting set up on the high ground. Like look how far back Jimmy gets to play. O2 Blast are gonna have to do a lot of damage to even get close. And look at how many ultimates O2 Blast have to use here too to get back into things.
Wow, with Protect survivability and Lego just still holding on to sound barrier here too, they're just completely delaying any sort of progress that the Guangzhou Charge have been trying to inch forward with. They literally have just been working with crumbs here because they keep getting stalled out by Protect, who keeps living for so long, while Waryu makes his way back.
That's such a good point. I mean, Protect could try to hit these rampages a little bit early, but it's still about the follow-up, making sure some of the guns are offline, be able to get the value that you would like to see out of that. But, you know, Charge are already back. Gaga's taking a considerable amount of damage, but the Alari's there to be able to heal back up. This Gaga gets ready for this ult.
Oh, Rizzo wants a hug, coming in with the Terror Surge here, while Jimmy, with the Disruptor shot over on the other side, is going to be able to find Who Are You. It's a trade, though. Jimmy putting himself in a vulnerable position, going down with the Overclock online. The hands of Lego, Prophet, beating him right back in the spawn. They do get that trade while Protect, once again, still staying alive here, but they lose out Lee Sumin finally. Lee Sumin has been a problem. Survivability is there. Staring at Gaga's face, he can't get away from the corner before finally getting taken out by Farway. Just wants to say hello, you know?
He wants to say hello, but he also, I think that's a sleep paralysis demon, right? It's like 60% in your face with a javelin through your neck. Oh my goodness. You talked about seeing Demon Orisa. I think you're getting that right now. Prophet, unfortunately, does not like the paralysis demon, so we're gonna go ahead and send that all the way back to spawn. But Charge still have the upper hand right now when it comes down to the like push bot distance, and they Blast gotta get themselves back into this one. Sights is a great way to do that, just to force them back.
Forth, the Stuggle War while Gaga drops from the high ground, and good amount of damage here. Reset, Sound Barrier comes in with Xerneas. Well, Jimmy, who had died previously with the Overclock, comes right back in to blast Prophet's head off his shoulders. Lee Sumin with a retaliation though, and taking to the skies. We see Farway once again getting the output that they need with the follow-up onto Who Are You. Love seeing that Farway getting put into position thanks to Xerneas, but with the Rampage, he answers right back. The take damage is so much, but doesn't get the pick or follow-up that they needed off that Rampage. Lee Sumin's gonna meet Lego right back in the spawn doors, and it's the Guangzhou Charge that still have that number advantage.
I feel like O2 Blast have struggled a lot to get that Rampage value. This is not the first time that we've seen Protect struggle to get the follow-up onto that, even just being able to hit multiple members of the team. Charge have so many tools to be able to just kite away when you see the ramp up of the Rampage from Protect. Throw down the teleporter, just go ahead and walk through that, try to slide away. There's so much mobility online. So Charge is making it so difficult there. You're relying on Protect finding value from something like a knife to put in. Or just Prophet getting a pick.
That is actually huge out here too. Delaying that ult charge. Who Are You has that blade. Goes right though through the photon barrier. Activates the blade here. Finds Farway, who's trying to run away. Xerneas gonna meet him right back here. Gets the 2K. While Gaga's gonna meet the rest of his team back to spawn. It's O2 Blast. Once again now retaking that bot while they still have that slight advantage.
This bot is going to start pushing past this. It's always this bridge that proves to be problematic for a lot of teams. But this time around, Charge, especially with the Orisa, can actually just go underneath. You can play around the corner instead of this bridge, right by that checkpoint, as O2 Blast already started making their way through that. Someone's still pushing though. Charge have to go down and touch. Just able to drop on.
Nice here. Still has that Captain Sun activated too. Gotta be careful with that outburst when you're so close by the ledge here too, but Lego's already got that in the books for you instead. Captain Sun now activated, but they've lost out on Jinmu here. Prophet and Who Are You find themselves back at the spawn earlier on in that fight. Lee Sumin falls incredibly low, still manages to survive. hand in hand with Lego as he pops off, gets the 2K, wipes out the backline, says, don't worry to Prophet, and who are you? He has this in the bag.
Now O2 Blast have this first checkpoint in the bag too. Charge, they did get a little bit staggered, so this bot is able to just start making it all the way back if they decide to push it, but leaving it alone in this instance is actually quite fine. Charge, they are going to start this contest very early, and you don't want to accidentally put yourself in a place where you overextend it, so O2 Blast needs to just back up from this as you set the overclock, you don't want to fall victim to this either.
Oh, we got the overclock here, but gets shut down by Protect, who goes crazy. Finds the pick with the Carnage, comes and gets put into position with the Jagged Blade, finds the Torb off of Jinmu. Entirety of the Guangzhou charges another reset here, while O2 Blast have so much in the bank here, already getting that extra progress on the bot with less than 2 minutes left on the clock.
2 minutes, and now that that first checkpoint is active, those spawns are much closer, and Guangzhou Charge, they just have to try to close the distance and set up Jimmy once again. Jinmu on the Torb here, and this is a very interesting way to be able to lock down something like Who Are You's Genji, or even Go, but it's still tough here for even the Terra Surge to find its mark with all of the mobility once again. It's hard to lock down anybody on O2 Blast.
Express, Lee actually survived off of that too, right away from Gaga. Meanwhile, Jinmu, he clears up so much space with multi-core, finds Lego, but before that, Lego was still able to get the retaliation onto Gaga, who's trying to go for a flanking position here too. Jinmu finds Prophet next, and it looks like this swap is doing the Guangzhou Charge justice.
And Blast pushing forward though. Even, like, just any meterage you can get at this point makes it tougher and tougher for Guangzhou Charge to get back into this. Where the push bot is now and how much distance Charge have to make up, this is 2 team fights they have to win. You gotta win this one in the neutral, and then you also have to start inching your way forward towards that checkpoint. And there's only 45 seconds left. Prophet can also delay this by popping the sights and forcing Charge to not be able to access their team.
Huge first pick here as Prophet is enabled. He gets shut down by Jinmu, getting the heady onto Prophet, but still Prophet was able to find a 2K right before that for you with some help from Lego, who is popping off this game, by the way, gets the follow-up. Lego and Lee Soo-min, their survivability is insane. They both only died twice, and Lego's able to play so aggressive while putting out so much healing here.
Oh boy. There's been a lot of healing, it's been a lot of damage, and this may be the nail in the coffin. Vicky, this is the final fight for O2 Blast. The Rampage active. That's so many people.
Rampage finding so much gear. Guangzhou Charge now. Xerneas with the sound barrier to match up with Lego. Koryu does not have that blade. Gaga is so close to getting that Terra Surge with overtime ticket away in favor for O2 Blast. It's a huge first pick for Jimmy. But they lose out on Jinmu. Farway is going to meet his demise earlier on too. He was the first to get picked out again. It's only Gaga who's alive, terrorizing Prophet. But that's what Protect and Lee Soo-min to be the insurance that O2 Blast needs to take this whole series. They win 3-1 against the Guangzhou Charge.
Oh, O2 Blast. They seem to have found their bread and butter in this meta so far. But it wasn't just an easy victory for them. Guangzhou Charge, they were able to win New Junk City to be able to bring this to a map 4. And other maps were pretty close. Take a look at Eichenwald and how that one went as the second map in our series that went to extra rounds, and Guangzhou Charge were able to chew through a 4-minute time bank that O2 Blast accumulated in their attack round. So it hasn't been without a tough fight. While Guangzhou Charge do get dropped into the lower bracket, O2 Blast, they're one step closer to potentially being able to take on their older brother team in the Seoul Dynasty, but they do have a pretty tough opponent before that.
It's going to be hard, but not impossible out here, as we got to say, Who Are You is the player of the match. He was popping off on that Genji, but I also just really love to highlight the diversity of the meta that we've seen thus far within these last 3 series. Between Who Are You being enabled on the Genji, we've been able to see looks between the Orisa and the Junker Queen, the Torb as well. It's so creative to see how a lot of these other players get to work around the adjustments that they have to make on the fly, even when it comes to a game like Flashpoint that is new in the Overwatch League right now.
Yeah, Flashpoint still has some things to be able to work out that every single team is going to try to just work into their repertoire. More practice means that we'll see more perfection. But one thing is for sure that Who Are You being able to play that signature Genji pick was just the exact thing that O2 Blast really needed. It's just so much fun to watch. Genji being back in the meta is always such a treat to see, and Who Are You just being able to pull that pocket pick out, it just looked flawless. It looked like it. Like, look how many adjustments Charge needed to make just to deal with Who Are You's Genji alone.
That's so true. They had so much attention set up on Who Are You, and then at the very end, we got to see Lego pop up in his own way, setting up Who Are You. From the very beginning, though, Who Are You was a problem that the Charge had decided to pinpoint going into that second round, where we saw it go all the way to round 3, but it was still so much that O2 Blast wasn't able to readjust. Even Prophet, we saw the Cassidy earlier, we saw the Sojourn on this map too, then he swapped over to the Bastion, helped Who Are You, gets that deflect before diving in. It's the communication between Who Are You, and I just want to specifically say Lego here too, that sets up Who Are You to be enabled with that blade combination with the sound barrier before finding the threat that was also far away, that was able to start building up much more gas by the end of the series too on that Illari.
Lego deserves a lot of credit for Who Are You setups. Like, I love that you called out the sound barrier to be able to help just get that Dragon Blade so aggressive. But it's not just that, but like, look at the timing that Lego goes for to amp it up to make sure that you can get that speed boost online, so that Who Are You has easier access to the back line. It's just like chunk after chunk, dash after dash, and despite the fact that you use the Symmetra as a counter to that, because you can't have much damage, you're still able to find so much value. And that's also very exciting by the fact that Charge did make some counter adjustments for that single bar.
Slashing through, had so much success with the blade on top of it. You can tell that O2 Blast is being very comfortable with this Junker Queen. And it's once again one of those situations where Lego helps set up For You with another blade. They take care of the backline. And something else to know, we didn't get to see the fancy part of it, but you also could deflect that Captive Sun with the Genji there. So that's something else to take into consideration for some of these counter picks out here. Let's jump into an interview with O2 Blast to see how they're feeling.
축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
Congrats on
네,
your
정말
win.
O2가 강력해져서 돌아왔다라는 걸 느낄 수 있는 경기였는데요. 승리 소감 어떠신가요?
So we can definitely see that O2 Blast is very strong. How do you feel about the win generally?
3대 1이어서 살짝 아쉬운 것 같아요.
I was internally hoping for a 3-0, but it was a 3-1, so it was a little bit disappointing, but we still got the win.
비주류 영웅을 기용을 잘 하기로 그런 유명한 그런 팀이었잖아요. 그렇지만 이번 메타 변화로 더욱더 날개를 단 것 같은 선수들의 모습이었습니다. 이수민 선수는 이번
O2 Blast is
메타에서
known for
어떻게
using
생각하세요?
various comps, sometimes even off-meta picks. What's your opinion on the current meta so far?
아직 다들 잘하는 거 하고 있는 상태인 것 같아요.
Right now, I don't think there is something called a meta right now. I think teams are just figuring out what's good, what's bad, and playing to their strengths mostly rather than going for a single meta.
일리아디
So we saw Kiriko instead of the Illari. Was there a specific reason that you played the Kiriko?
정각신에 맞는 루시오 키리코 하게 된 것 같아요.
So I think it comes down to a lot of the compositional things. We played the Junker Queen, so with the Junker Queen, we thought that Lucio Kiriko would be a better fit than the Illari.
혹시 오토블래스트가 준비해온 전략이었을까요?
Was there something like a specific tactic or strategy that you've been preparing?
오늘 콜로시오 맵에서 프로페 선수가 들리시나요? 이수민 선수?
네, 들려요.
네, 프로페 선수가 위도우를 처음부터 끝까지 기용을 했었는데 오토블래스트가 준비해온 전략이었을까요?
So we also saw Prophet on the Widowmaker for the entire map on Colosseo. Is that something that was pre-prepared, or was that something that's out of a whim?
여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
We think we have some connectivity issues, so that'll conclude the interview. Back to you.
다음 매치는 오늘의 마지막 매치인 SP.
Thank you so much, Unknown. Unknown, the GOAT, always thanking him for the translation out here too. But also nice to hear, even from Lee Sumin, his thoughts on the meta. Like, there is no exact meta right now. Teams are still figuring things out. And it's also really nice to see that sneak peek here from that third series of the day. That's going to be the Guangzhou Charge versus O2 Blast. On the other side of this break, we got Scene Frieza versus Shanghai Dragons. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are back with our final series of the day. We got to see Poker Face versus Panther earlier, Rhodes versus Streamers. We just closed the book on Guangzhou Charge versus O2 Blast, and now we're gonna wrap the day with a nice bow of Scene Prisa Gaming versus the Shanghai Dragons.
We haven't had any 3-0 Overwatch today, which makes me excited about what we have ahead of us, especially getting a chance to take a look at Synprisa Gaming, which we haven't had a chance to see since the summer stage opens. They had a top 6 performance in the spring stage opens, unfortunately falling to Dreamers in an explosive 5-map series, but summer stage opens they did get top 2 in order to make their way to play the knockouts here. Very exciting to see them, especially knowing that there's some familiar faces. I mean, there's Aldo. That is a player that we ended up getting a chance to see just a little bit of on the Toronto Defiant in the 2022 season, finally making a reappearance on Synprisa Gaming for this year. But also a lot of star talent to yet make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and they're playing off against the Shanghai Dragons that, you know, have started kicking things up now by the end of what we saw from the qualifiers. But I believe earlier on in the season, they had lost against Synprisa Gaming here, where they were able to secure, like you mentioned, first in the Summer Stage Open for Group A just to qualify here. But this could be the revenge that Shanghai Dragons could get against them.
Yeah, that was the spring stage knockouts. It was really exciting to see just that, like, 5-map series come through between both of these teams. And, oh boy. I mean, both have made some adjustments since then, but I think for the most part, when you look at Shanghai Dragons, this is a team that they've been tried and tested this season, but they have also started to find their ground, and Shanghai Dragons just like having a pretty consistent second half of the stage, like very middle ground, having that 4-4 record coming into things. Not towards the top, not towards the bottom, but still just doing well for themselves. It was a lot of dive from them though, and that's an archetype that has kind of been thrown out the window, so we'll have to see what they're able to bring to the table today too.
Taking Poke, looking at what we've already seen thus far within our last 3 series. Love being able to see the diversity. Can this help enable Fate here? Seeing that he's got that ball, the Ram, of course the Winston as well here, but the Shanghai Dragons mixing things up, looking at huge update. Got Ilari in the mix. We get to see some gameplay of her earlier on. What can we expect from Synprisa versus Shanghai Dragons? As we get to see, we are going on to Antarctic Peninsula as our first map.
Yilgaru is also a main tank specialist. Like, it comes down to like Ball and Winston. Those have been kind of his primary tank heroes that he's liked to play. But he's very young. There's a lot of room to be able to grow and also try to establish himself a little bit more as an Overwatch 2 player, finding a lot of his success earlier on in the last season as well as 2021. And there's Australia, which is very exciting. So now finding himself in the Korean circuit. Korean circuit is just kind of like a next step up, and for everybody on Synprisa Gaming, I feel like when you look at the Contenders Korea circuit, it's a great proving ground for so many of these teams. So let's see if they can keep stepping it up here on this first map. This is Shanghai's pick.
Yeah, they're the ones that are picking Antarctic Peninsula. For those of you guys just tuning in, just waking up, checking out what's been going on in APAC land, the higher seeded teams do get to select the first map, while the loser of that map gets to pick the following map, and the winner gets to pick the side selection, as it has been usually for these knockout brackets. Now taking a look now as well as what we may see roll out from the Shanghai Dragons. I'm excited. We've already seen Torb. Once again, we've already seen Ilari. Soldier, of course, too. The Sim. Very aggressive play with the Sim teleporters and helping the rest of these teams get set up into position.
If there were 2 teams I would expect to run the dive versus dive, especially looking at Antarctic Peninsula, it would definitely be Shanghai Dragons and Synprisa Gaming. As I stated before, Yilgaru does like to play the Wrecking Ball. Fate also playing a ton of Winston earlier on this season. So it makes a lot of sense to try to lean into comfort while also trying to play around with the new shiny tools that have become available, not just from the patch, but also from these newer heroes. So, yeah, there's the Ilari and the Baptiste next to each other. This has been kind of more of a classic staple of this backline coming through from a lot of teams looking at this new patch. It also means a lot of explosive damage as well, as somebody does try to chunk down opponents very quickly. And also lock down the mobility from someone like Viper and Furious on the other side.
Which could actually be done there too. He does get that ult, filling so much space. Already finding that first pick onto Fate is definitely how you do it, but it's a trade-off as Viper's able to get revenge, take care of the turret, so is Kisu now. Migaru here too. So I need to be careful. Navigate around here with Chan. Saved by the Immortality Field before eventually getting taken out by Gangnam Jin, but this is a Shanghai Dragon taking that first team fight win.
That was so chaotic as well. It's gonna be like that for this series. Like there's a little bit of setup now that can happen now that Shanghai Dragons has taken control of this point. They can set up forward, they can set up these off angles, but it still is about dive versus dive. Can you get access to the back line? And Sintrisa Gaming actually gonna lean a little bit more into a stable back line as we do see here Jay switch off of that Baptiste and go over to the brig to help just have that shield bash available to stop that dive pressure.
Rush has been activated already from Furious. They're gonna get it so quickly though, but they get deleted by Hungjae on the other side. Fate is already meeting his fate with 3 down from the Shanghai Dragons. The number advantage is in favor for SPG.
Alright, we got the Captive Sun available now, the Wrecking Ball Mines. Shanghai Dragons walked away with a lot of capture progress for this first point, but Risa have so much to be able to work with now. Especially when you know that the Dragon Blade is online. Okay, not even gonna wait as a response tool. Just gonna go for the mines now to try to start matching that progress. And force Shanghai Dragons to also go a different direction.
Holding on to the utility that they can here too. Trying to also have that Captain Sun while Kisu activates the visor. The blade here coming in from Viper, the sound barrier for Gangnam Jin. So at least allow the Shanghai Dragons to get incredibly aggressive here. Wuchen taking to the skies with that Captain Sun, and it's a trade here. The Shanghai Dragons lose out on their DPS while Fate pops the Primal Iris right back to the spawn room door, while Hongjae is going to be able to still hold on to the rally for that next push here. And evening out the score already, setting their feet onto that point is great because they're nearing 50% with that rally ready.
Shanghai Dragons, that was such an expensive fight for them. That's everything off the board, and so that rally, even more important that you just pointed out. You're able to play a lot more aggressively, and it's also a really nice insurance policy, especially if something like that happens. The Lucha just gets taken down immediately.
This first pick here, the Dragons to immediately retaliate. On the side, playing by the staircase, B8. Here comes that rally that we had mentioned now. We're trying to isolate Fate, gets deleted. Love the follow from Aldo here too, who's about to get that pulse online. And Jay finds the flare whip onto Viper next. Coming off there too, over by the side. Shanghai Dragons now having to go for another reset potentially here, and nearing 85% in favor for SPG.
Shanghai Dragons still don't have much to be able to come back into this one with, and you're looking right now at just somebody being able to go in and get the panic touch because Shanghai Dragons aren't a full team of 5 at the moment. It's gonna have to be Gangnam Jin.
Overtime taken away now here. We force that out. Fate playing around the back end. Well, on the high ground, it's going to be Aldo, who's still holding on to that pole. Strong is about to get the rush now here too. Finds that first pick up to Miyogaru, which is going to be big here to flip this point right back in their favor. Quick disengage now coming in from SPG.
Well, they know that if they engage quickly and they're able to come back in fast, like they can get 2 more recontested. They've already done the heavy lifting of getting to that 99%, but Shanghai Dragons have bought themselves enough time to actually start getting ultimates online, and that's where things get really scary for SPG. Although has a great opportunity to try to break this open with a pulse bomb, and if that happens, then SPG may just be able to snowball this. But Shanghai Dragons with a ton in response now.
Looking for the opportunity, but even bigger, finding Fate out here. We talked about it before, but that multi-core to create that space, and now the visor's activated to try to contest Wuchen, who was in the skies briefly, still can't get away. He's just gonna be able to nail that down, and here comes the blade from Viper, finding a quick 2K before taking down the turret, as the Shanghai Dragons still plant their feet on this point.
Shanghai Dragons, they're getting it done. They had their backs against the wall, and now it's 8 seconds remaining. Like, SPG's gonna have to try to get back into this one, although didn't ever get a chance to use this false bomb, and can't again!
Wow. No pulse bomb off the table here. Gets that huge first pick. Fate pops the primal after falling to half health. sending everybody from SPGO around where nobody could try to contest, but narrowly still manages to touch with one toe in. It's going to be A, the rally right afterwards. Where are the falls? Where is the health as Hunjay gets taken out? It was A that was right there coming to his aid. Right behind them was Wuchen here too. Here comes Although finally with the pulse bomb. Is this going to be enough though? With Wuchen coming in, getting that group, the finishing blow onto Viper. The number advantage still favors Shanghai Dragons here before the rest of SPG roll in.
We've got the Wrecking Ball mines now on the point. There are a few members of Simprisa Gaming that are able to come back, but that stall might actually be enough. There is a Sombra. Hisu is able to hack out Milgaru, but there's still this minefield that Shanghai Dragons have to play around.
They'll play around that space. With the rush though, they get into position even faster as Viper trying to nail down Aid. Literally playing for their life. Hunjay gets the follow-up immediately afterwards, but Hisu making his way up to the Sombra. Look at that old charge that he was almost able to get so quickly. Regardless, that was a huge swap here they were able to get, and the follow from Fate was looking really close here, but the Shanghai Dragons managed to flip the point right back in their favor and take that first round.
Yeah, that was insanity. Hisu being able to pick out the Sombra was just the perfect choice that you could have ever wanted in this situation. I mean, the fact that you almost got an EMP on line 2, like, that is absolutely fire. But Shanghai Dragons able to claw their way back through after struggling a lot to break past this back line. A lot of that, though, like, hats off to the Genji play. Those blades were immaculate, and now we get a chance to rotate through to another point on Antarctic Peninsula. This time, let's see the Reinhardt versus Reinhardt. I'm ready for this. It's icebreaker time.
Oh, we are ready. I see the duking out between the both Reinhardts here, too. Only thing is, we also get to see Aiden Hisu, how they play around these teleporters to initiate this rotation onto the point here, as Milgaru does have that point advantage, as well as the turrets have already been set up, although being on the Bastion is a difference maker between the setup.
Although, just having the point already, like, look at how much damage you're going to be able to do to something like the main wall. And that is now a cooldown that is offline. It won't be able to protect you from this Bastion for very long.
Mortality Field there to help out Faye, who's incredibly low but can't survive through the onslaught of damage from Aldo before Viper is able to pinpoint the threat. Hisu gets that trade too, and Aries already has window to Mato Uchan. Window for window to the soul here, but don't look too deep because right behind you is Hisu. On the other side, jumps into the line of sight of the pin. Iris is still right there, and the Shanghai Dragons are able to delete that progress and take the point for themselves.
Bastion is such a true hero because despite the changes that have come through for it, it's still a team synergy check. And Shanghai Dragons are a team that have so much synergy and also had so much practice with each other. They're able to handle that really nicely. Despite the fact that the Maywall came out early, they made some great reputations to kite away from that damage. Now they also have Photon Barrier. So Bastion not as effective, and we will see all of those from today.
I feel like we're seeing a Milgaru sandwich. They put the Maywall in front of him, they put the Photon Barrier behind him before he managed to kite away. We're about to get that Shatter online to match that with Milgaru and Fate. Jay also has that sound barrier ready, having that progress on his ultimate a little quicker before Gundam Jin. Shanghai Dragons now looking to retaliate, playing around the wall though, with Aldo finding Viper first. Here comes the Shatter, it's found Aldo, and on the other side, Milgaru with the sound barrier setting up SPG into position, gets the entire team wipe onto Shanghai Dragons.
Oh my god, anything Fate can do, Milgaru just wanted to do it better at that point. That was a huge backline shatter. Especially when the door was open, Fate was off doing his own thing. No wall available or shield to be able to stop that. And so, nice quick cleanup there for this game to get back into this one. And you've got the Amp Matrix 2 and the Photon Barrier. That's a lot of damage coming into the Dragons. It's going to force out Sound Barrier.
And the space too that they could actually build off, forcing them to funnel onto the one side of the Photon Barrier that the window is looking through. But nonetheless, Iris is able to find aid with Fate going down here. Big Pig, you only really have Hunjay there for that sustainability, and that's about to get cleaned up here as Although gets taken out with the Blizzard in hand. Shanghai Dragons are also able to reclaim the point.
Oh boy, this has been so back and forth. It's been so exciting to be able to watch these two teams clash against each other. It was the dive styles at the very beginning of the map. Now it is going to be these Reinhardt rushes in this mirror. But both of these teams have a lot of practice with this. Shanghai Dragons, especially when you look at how they've been able to use the teleporters. Great, 8-7 went off, but Shanghai Dragons are falling for the bait.
Wall for wall on the other side as a blizzard was called in from Aldo. Saw the follow-up onto Fate and Viper setting up Simprisa now in the driver's seat. Finding Gangnam Jim next, but the delay is inevitable, which is huge here for the Shanghai Dragons since they were able to get 80% off of that stall.
And now they get to come back in this one too without using anything else other than the amplification matrix, which feels really nice because Hisu can stall for some time with the photon barrier, and then you get a chance to work up these ults when you just are percentages away when you only get something like the Earth Shatter online again. But SPG, they do have an Earth Shatter. We saw how effective Milgaru's was in that last fight. Can he do it again? No!
Oh no! They were in communication. They wanted to get that follow-up and just isolate Fate, but it's fine. Even though he had that barrier up, we saw the follow-up from Wu Chan. They were able to isolate him and get that first pick. They do trade that for aid. He goes down with the photon barrier in hand. Could use it right out of spawn here too, depending on how this fight flips. 78% in climbing for SPG. And Iris is out. Fate trying to make his way back, and it's a reset for the Shanghai Dragons.
That was a big eco push though for Shanghai, because at this point, like, yes, you get a lot of cooldowns, but Shanghai Dragons did not get staggered. They're able to now come into this one with the Earth Shatter as well as that Blizzard. That Blizzard's huge to be able to just fully SPG off at this point.
99% overtime activated window called in the face of the photon barrier. It's going down shortly here as the Blizzard as well from Viper. Moving on to this point here, they gotta keep their feet planted right there too. Tries to dive in, the sound barrier, the shatter from Fate. Doesn't find the outcome that it desperately wanted here as Milgaru is about to get his own. Fate caught in the middle. Milgaru now gonna send it down to Gangnam Jin, and Fate clean up shop around the Shanghai Dragons. And Simprisa Gaming still in the works here, taking that second round.
That first round was so close, the second round even closer. Maybe those Earth Shatters outside of Milgaru's at the very beginning weren't super effective, but it was really all about cooldown management between these two teams. And now we're going to switch things up again as sub-level brings even more new challenges for these teams to face. I am so excited. Like, do we actually see the Reaper? Hisu's Reaper last season, so good. I really kind of want to see that again. Or maybe even the Sombra though, just knowing how clutch that came in, like at that first point.
I feel like I was dreaming. We saw the Sombra and the Tracer all together in one at the very end right there. But you know what? They reminded us real quick what happened in that second round with the changes that they're bringing in. Just as we're seeing right now here, Hisu now sticking to the shoulder instead as Shanghai Dragon try to prioritize getting onto that high ground.
Shanghai Dragon has this high ground to allow Hisu to just get set up, especially when you can make that quick rotate on a soldier. You have a lot of angles to be able to play from, and we've seen that a lot from something like the Hanzo or even the Sojourn on this map in particular. Otherwise, everybody else on Shanghai and SPG, they're going to be getting set up around the point and ready to make those dives.
Getting activated here too. Milgaru being a nuisance on this ball. So we were mentioning before here too. Something we could probably see in Flashpoint later down the line here. He's falling incredibly low, and so is Viper. Just trying to bring all the rest of Shanghai Dragons to his attention while helping the rest of SPG to move forward like 8 here. So close to getting that multi-core too. Fate is still falling low here, but healing up, but it isn't enough to keep Hisu alive, unfortunately. Goes down. He was nearing that visor. SPG are able to claim that point first, and it's so much pressure that the Shanghai Dragons are feeling that they're looking to try to disengage, maybe counter-rotate and wait out for Hisu.
May as well just step back. You called out that the visor's almost online, so want to wait to be able to engage with that. Plus, you have the container rush if you want to just lay that down and close the gap between yourself and SPG, force out some of those more with the cooldowns. But Wu Chan has his Captive Sun, the first ultimate in this fight. This has a chance to be very explosive if you're able to coordinate this with the rest of the dive.
Or imagine with a multi-core on top of that here too, the space that it controls and the minefield on top of it. Where can Shanghai Dragons touch this point with a toe without feeling that extra pressure? You see that Viper felt it, feeling the heat here as Hisu had popped that visor earlier on, but he was just trying to clear up maybe some space that SPG weren't worried about. Taking to the skies earlier on with the Captive Sub was Wu Chan, and the follow-up from Aldo finds Fate in Iris. Love this display from SPG. Rather expensive, but at least they could still hold on to that rally for the next fight.
Yeah, the rallies could very well be enough to deal with Viper's Dragon Blade. Like, you have abilities to shut that down, especially when you look at something like the Shield Bash. He sees off the map! Oh no! Mugaru's gonna take this advantage of this and just try to get in to knock somebody out into the loving arms of the rest of the team. He's just gonna make that quick swap over to the Silver 2, just recognizing Shanghai Dragons are starting to run out of time.
Mugaru is playing the spin me right round real quick here just to get into the mood here as Fate gets taken out with a Shield Bash. MJ has been on fire with this break play between the Shield Bash and even the Float Whips here too. Wu-Chang gets a follow-up onto Gundam Jin. It's another reset for the Shanghai Dragons when they haven't even been able to flip the point once so far.
They haven't really been able to use their ultimates either. Like, it's just been shutdown after shutdown as SPG is looking to just go ahead and activate that overtime. And Isu's already caught out.
That is not what you like to see here while Viper pulls the trigger on the blade. It's a desperate measure. They force the overtime again. It was burning away, but there's not enough numbers as the Shanghai Dragons get wiped out. Simprisa take map number 1 on our Target Peninsula.
Viper got stunned. Viper got stunned out of the Dragon Blade, and that was what I was afraid of. You have to rally for the sustainability and then just shut him down. That was a clean display in that third round by Simprisa Gaming. Really nice to be able to see them just show up, especially when you look at this matchup. And I think at the rip, you're like, okay, like Shanghai Dragons probably favored here. Those first 2 rounds very close. Simprisa Gaming though in that third one, not so much.
See how those adjustments come into play because we got map number 2. We're going to be going on to Hybrid. That's going to be coming to you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. Our contenders teams are having a pretty fun time thus far here for the day here in APAC. Asim Frisa took map number 1 on our Arctic Peninsula, and we are moving on to map number 2.
Map number 2, Shanghai Dragons. Because they lost that first map, they do get a chance to pick where we go next for our hybrid. And that's really exciting because, like, honestly, one of the things I always love most about seeing these map pick formats is you do get a chance to try to play a little bit more strategically around something that you're really good at, as well as what your opponents are maybe not.
Oh no,
Shanghai
unfortunately for that
Dragons,
sign,
please hero so I can get home with public transit.
Shout out to Unknown with a quick translate, but sorry to that guy for, unfortunately, that's not gonna happen, but alright, with Shanghai already losing map number 1, it's gonna be taking some time here. We are moving on to Midtown though, and that is where Shanghai Dragons want to take us here. They tried so much though to come alive at the very end of AP, even trying out the Sombra, didn't work out. We saw the changes that came into this new season, and Sombra and the changes, especially with her ult, charged up a lot slower. Doesn't really work out the same way, and that's why we're seeing such diversity in the meta thus far. There isn't really a meta that has been established, but you can see so much diversity with a lot of these teams more so playing to their strengths, like we actually saw with Simprisa.
Absolutely. I feel like this map in particular is a little bit funky to try to go to, just knowing that both Simprisa and Shanghai Dragons already had proclivity to go towards the dive. Like, Midtown is one of those maps that we have seen a little bit more be dive focused, and that does play a little bit more into Fate's hero pool, but also the Wrecking Ball choice was not too bad for Simprisa. That might be a chance to play another role here, but I don't know. It's so tough to actually make that call knowing that we are playing in this brand new patch.
I do like the fact that you pinpointed the ball nonetheless, just because Milgaru had so much impact, not just on the ball, but on the range. Like over 11,000 damage in like the span of like 10 minutes. It was insane how much damage he was able to put out there in that first map. Looks like we are sticking to the Orisa, which was actually expected here. Fate just trying to stick to the comfort picks that we had seen in that first map here for the Shanghai Dragons, sticking to that Winston comp. Oh my god, he got, wow, we got melted.
Yeah, Fate got chunked. I actually thought Fate might have gone down there. I think that was just a full fire focus of multiple headshots from everybody on SPG. But regardless, you like have to waste your bubble there and wait for everybody to just kind of get back into things. This is tough. Okay, so you do have the ability to dive, but you also have like kind of more static backline and the Zenyatta and the Ana that are pretty diveable. Like, if you really wanted to try to roll out with something like a Wrecking Ball a little bit later, you do force Shanghai Dragons into a bit of an awkward spot, but with the Orisa, you can stay very pumped up on SPG and just try to play this defense from this high ground as well as just kind of the back left of it.
That's a good point here, too. You could also deal with Wu Chen once Wu Chen wants to get set up with Lilari and the Captive Sun here. Again, want to try to deal with the turret from Aid. Sticking to the Torbjorn 2, of course. The Nana Boost is online so quickly from Iris. Nice retaliation with the Immortality Field. Needing some help here. Ganam Jin prioritizes Aid, and now the rest of the Shanghai Dragons being enabled. Love the backup that Viper was able to get there from Fate. That did leave Isu vulnerable here. Still, the number advantage isn't fair for the Shanghai Dragons, so just trying to clean up Milgaru off to the side route here before claiming this payload.
So one of the nice things about the comp that Shanghai Dragons is running is that the Zenyatta with that Orb of Discord is able to amplify so much damage that, you know, Viper can get much cleaner dashes. Those are really easy takedowns, as well as Isu just not only being able to shred through the shields and also what Milgaru is even able to soak up his damage, but also just kind of helping to chunk down targets faster as well. Not to, you know, also Gangnam Jin, pretty good shot. Pretty good shot. I always love watching that Zenyatta play, especially with the volleys that come through. Nice easy capture here for Shanghai Dragons to get this cart rolling.
Always love watching Ganam Jin. He's already got that trans online ready here too. We talked about the Captain Sun online from Chan. They already have that high ground. Jay also has that window to control even more space up here. They're going to get contested by the Shanghai Dragons to claim that space. Viper though does have that blade and he's waiting here for the opportunity. Yeah, you mentioned the Bastion ult, which just completely displaced SPG from here. If they want to just try to see where the rest of Shanghai Dragons are trying to rotate, but they see they're just backing up for right now, maybe waiting while Viper's on the other side.
Yeah, that Bastion ult is the perfect tool to just pull SPG off of this high ground. If you want to try to use that, then you can force SPG into a position where they're playing in a room that Viper is able to get firm control of with that Dragon Blade. And yeah, Dragons are already just kind of wrapping down where there's the Bastion ult. Where's it going?
Oh, tries to force them and funnel them into the line of sight of Viper to easily get that flag. But Hunjay was trying to run away from Viper. He can't run for long. Only so much that Immortality Field could do when you're staring at the face of that Genji Blade. SPG still playing a little split up here. Zuchan tries to get away. Gets some healing from Aldo here too. He has that visor ready. But with Fate activating the Primal, just deleting the turret and sending the rest of SPJ right by that second point. It's just a matter of time before SPJ now regroup and manage to contest on the points.
Well, the visor is going to be a great way to do that. Shanghai Dragons have to scatter away, but that's an easy ultimate on the attacking side. Just cut away.
Also, has a Terror Surge. Seeing how they want to do this with Shanghai Dragons, just playing much more passively by the back. Oh, everybody gets a taste of the Terror Surge with the follow-up from Hyundai and Aldo. This is my high ground now. Taking Fate for a spin, literally, and sending the Shanghai Dragons to reset.
Big reset here, and that is a sizable amount of time now off of Shanghai Dragons' bank. And that cart is in such an awkward position now for them to be able to approach because SPG not only get a chance to reset on this high ground, but the way that Shanghai Dragons will need to be able to use those mobility cooldowns to get access leaves them very vulnerable to actually just taking a ton of damage. So watch how Fate is going to try to navigate this Viper as well to try to dash through the team, but SPG are playing far enough back that there's a response to whoever tries to access this high ground.
Shanghai Dragons do have that nano boost though. He does have that window. Very similar setup to the first team fight that we saw when the Dragons had made their way by that car wash. Delete the pylon. We're gonna have to wait for some of that extra healing for right now. About 12 seconds as Iris once again just waiting. Viper's about to get that blade, which is going to be the wing con that Shanghai Dragons want to work into. With the way that SPG are playing spread apart though, here comes that window that we mentioned. Kisu just getting melted. Wu Chen taking the opportunity right afterwards, following up with Myogaru. Here comes that blade though, the nano blade coming through to fruition as Viper gets taken out. Because look who's to the skies, it's Wu Chen with the captive son, but still lost out on 3 from SPJ. Hung Jae and Wu Chen are still right here, but it's against that extra pressure that the support can put down before regrouping with the rest of SPJ.
SPG has so many ults online too. Like for sub 1 minute territory, you're looking at the Molten Core again. Just layer that down right at the end of this point. And while Hisu gets a chance to use this Bastion ult, there are a lot of hiding places here for SPG to be able to take this.
Oh, Terror Surge? Got him Jin holding onto that trance though, helping Shanghai Dragons reset completely. Team Frieza now having to be careful as Myogaru literally gets melted down. Still surviving here. Wu Chen helping him. Hyunjae right there through the visor. It's too much damage. You have to worry about the Molten Core, and while everybody is grouped up in the side here, fighting for the high ground on top of it all, Shanghai Dragons now able to retaliate off that Primal. It cost Fate's life, and now they have less than 15 seconds to get to that second checkpoint.
There's nothing easy about being able to approach his cart either. Iris doesn't have the nano boost online. Maybe you're able to get that up quickly, but Fate still isn't there to be able to bolster up the front. But there's the nano onto Viper. I can't get the Dragon Blade though.
They have it online here, the nano boost, but can't even get put into position here. The nanos already ran out, and Fate gets done from that javelin originally here too. Too much damage output from Myogaru, who's been able to take out Viper on top of it all. Wu Chen goes down, but nobody left on the point from the Shanghai Dragons. It was too much pressure. Ganonjin would have died instantly the moment he dropped from that bridge.
Absolutely. Like, that was just very clean control there coming in from Simprisa Gaming. The defense looked very strong. Like, despite the fact that Shanghai Dragons had great ways to actually just access, like, the way that Simprisa Gaming played that made it more difficult to actually use those down because you're walking into certain damage. This Terror Surge was also very nice. It wasn't even the Terror Surge that ended up actually getting these final but it was about how Milguru actually controlled that space. And even on the second terror surge we saw following that, like 17 HP antied, still able to get the better of Gangnam Jin in that corner. That Orisa has been so strong, and there's no wonder why teams are trying to lean into it.
That's me right now. We got that donut. That's me looking at Orisa, making their way into the meta. Always so exciting. But also, me looking at Gangnam Jin, who isn't stuck playing Lucio, trying their best on the Zen here. It's a little difficult, though, with the way that SPG have just been playing so spread out. Also very quick to disengage. I love the comms seeping through for this team to make that awareness, but also the follow-up opportunity. Big plays being done by Milguru, even at the very end of that push.
For sure. Milguru has just had a really nice match so far. I feel like showing a lot of diversity as well with the heroes he's able to play. We saw the Wrecking Ball, the Reinhardt. Now we get a chance to have seen the Orisa in that last round, but it's back to the Wrecking Ball, be able to play a bit more of this dive style. Hyunjae is gonna lean into the Brig right away. We originally saw that Baptiste pick to be able to stand by the Alari, but the Brig has been so impactful to be able to stop Viper's Genji. No reason to try to change that up when it's worked so far. But 8 Sombra, I mean, that's a lot of pressure.
Oh, they wanted to try to open up something cheeky. Get shut down immediately afterwards. Sticking through the Sombra, though. Despite that attempt failing. The way that Wu Chan's also just taking a different off angle while all those on the high ground. SPG just falling back to what we had seen in the meta before the update. Sticking to the Sombra and Tracer. Ooh, nice follow though. They find Gangnam Jin right there too, alongside with Aldo and Milguru. It was the opportunity that Aid was able to set up, splitting that attention. It was a failed attempt the first time around, but now Milguru and Aldo can get into position, tries to get the follow-up with the dive opportunity. While Fate is the insurance trying to help out here it wasn't enough. Ends up working here for this point alone to get this payload moving, and they get progress with 2 minutes and less than 30 seconds on the clock.
Our Shanghai Dragons are thinking about going in for a retouch. They only have 3 members available, and they're also hacked.
Oh.
Despite the fact that Wu Chen goes down, I just feel like there's too much firepower here for SPG to be able to take it. Now they're gonna get staggered. They're gonna get staggered.
Migaru's insane right now. He is having way too much fun now. It's time to find Iris, send him back to the spawn room doors, and there's also so much space that Sinkrisa could work with. Now they could claim the high ground before Shanghai Dragons could get set up.
They claim the high ground. They're gonna claim bodies. That's 5 ults on the board. An Aid on the Sombra, like, has had no fear. You know, sometimes you see Sombras, they get pressured into using their translocate really early, but this time around, like, I've seen Aid just kind of square up to Fate and be like, aha, you can't do anything about that or this.
Oh yeah, or this EMP. Have one of these for the support lineup. The Shanghai Dragons backline deleted after that. Getting some deja vu out here. We also have 4 ultimates online for SPG, so it wasn't even an expensive fight here for them.
No, like, they just had to use the EMP to be able to open this up. That was a full team wipe, and now you get a chance to look at Milguru just placing those mines down on top of that checkpoint. And then what do you have to do here?
Minefield is activated while Uchen finds Kyusu, who's incredibly low. The nano boost onto Gangnam Jin, who has the rally ready. Shanghai Dragons now noticing Wu Chen in the sky with the captive sun, finds Iris, which is going to be big. Goes down right after having the nano boost originally here too. Rally activated from Gangnam Jin. Viper has that pulse bomb. Fate is just trying to find a different angle because SPG have just been non-stop thus far. The fail whip just to send Fate back just slightly, but the rest of the Dragons are at least here to give him some backup.
Shanghai Dragons coming back with Cassidy as well as Yusu has made that swap. Viper though with a nice pulse bomb. Okay, that was it. Shanghai Dragons now get a chance to actually stop that momentum. It really has been non-stop here as SPG just having the run of their life right now. Now Shanghai Dragons, they have so much to work against. Like, they're up a creek without a paddle, and that's 2.5 minutes.
Yusu and Viper saying that they've had enough. The clutch at the very end right there too, while maintaining the high ground. That was a team fight that they needed to desperately take right there. seeing how SPG was so close to that shiny box of victory. Migadu is about to get those minefields too, and we've seen the way that he's able to utilize it, just controlling so much space to help enable Aiden, although the multi-core still isn't online just yet here. Hisu close to that Deadeye. More time wasted away from SPG's attempt to push. Waiting around this corner, though, waiting
really
for the
nice that
opportunity.
too. Yeah, like just go for the zoning, and then also like the mag grenade can be really nice to also help get the punk down to get that extra DPS online. But this is it. SPG are ready.
Nanabu's coming in right afterwards here as Outburst just trying to send them back here from Kuchan. Has the Captive Sun ready. Talk about the Deadeye. Hisu still hasn't used it just yet, but here comes the minefields from Migaru. Getting sent into position while Hulk gets taken out. Number advantage already in favor for the Shanghai Dragons. Can Wuchan get something done? The Deadeye was being saved to counter Wuchan and his Captive Sun. Completely negates the outcome of what that ult could bring for SPG. They take care of the healing pylon on top of the fact that they find Aiden here. SPG staying alive for as long as possible, specifically Migaru, as the Immortality Field helps restabilize him. The window to give him some extra damage, but the pressure still isn't enough. Nobody's dealt with Viper. Iris is getting away with murder, and the Shanghai Dragons get to live another day with less than a minute for SPG to claim that box.
Oh, that rally from Gangnam Jin as well just seals the deal on this defense once again for Shanghai Dragons, and that's going to be even more time off of this clock. We're seeing Prisa. 50 seconds left. They still have the Molten Core as well as the Pulse Bomb. Guru is actually going to switch off of the Wrecking Ball as well to go over to the Orisa. That's just a really nice way to just start walking forward and trying to, keep making some progress, just 1 inch, 1 step forward at a time. But Molten Core first. Final fight.
And they destroyed him. Oh my, Hisu going crazy.
Hisu?
Off the nano boost on top of it. You get some damage, you get some damage. Headshot after headshot here, just trying to do all the damage he can with Viper getting the follow-up onto Migaru. And when they needed it the most here, less than 15 seconds on the clock, and SPG only really have that pulse bomb to work with.
Here's the Pulse Bomb. They had to get into a position for this, but Aldo's going to have to be forced to touch as the fastest character on the team. Overtime is activated, but now Aldo's going to have to find a way in, but it's Viper that strikes first.
Viper with a huge pulse bomb pick. Fate has Primal. The survivability is more in favor for the Shanghai Dragons here. Isolates Aldo in the corner, who cannot utilize that pulse bomb. Migaru is next to fall. The number advantage in favor for the Shanghai Dragons. You can't touch Hyundai as they go down, and the Shanghai Dragons stay alive in this series, taking map number 2.
Shanghai Dragons get a chance to win on their map pick as well. Midtown going their way after just some really nice positioning and being able to work with an El Clasico for them. The Winston dive, once again being able to make a statement for them. And it's all about that practicing comfort. We are seeing a lot of teams try to play around with the new shiny hero, the tools that are available with this new patch, but Shanghai Dragons, they just want to kind of play it clean, play it classic.
Even with the comfort that we got to see Hisu popping up on that Cassidy, Viper having way more progress with the Pulse Bomb. That's going to be map number 2 in the books. After this break, we got map number 3. We are moving on to Flashpoint. Welcome back, everyone. We got a tied series on our hands. We got Shanghai Dragons versus Simprisa Gaming. Shanghai Dragons just took Midtown on their own map pick, and now we are moving on to map number 3 on Flashpoint, where Simprisa will be able to take us to the map of their choice.
Simprisa, Flashpoint. Simprisa's already come out of the gates super strong. Midtown was already very close. I feel like it was just coming down to the wire of there being a few more ultimates online there for Shanghai Dragons to be able to work with, but at the end of the day, it has still been a very close fight between these two teams. And with Simprisa Gaming now being able to have the onus to pick a map, I'm really excited where they're going to take us.
I'm sweating a little bit, Necro. Maybe a little too close for our comfort. It wasn't until Houston and Viper really made the comeback here. Shanghai Dragons make me feel like I traveled back in time to our previous meta. Coming through, we saw the Tracer, the Sombra, the Winston, getting to see the fans showing their support here too in the crowd. But it's nice to see the difference of approach from these different teams and how they're trying to take part of the new meta and where their strengths lie.
It's been so fun to watch that develop, and I feel like still like it's so difficult to actually make any sort of educated guess even about what these teams are going to run, because everybody has such a different approach to how they actually want to try to navigate this meta. I mean, we heard that as well during sadly the limited question time we ended up getting to have in our last match interview, but everybody is still trying to figure this out, and Saravasa is another one of those unique factors that you still have to get a game plan for.
Saravasa has such pretty colors too. This map in general is just really gorgeous, and I'm so happy that we get to take a look at how it plays out for these teams again, Necra. And it's interesting because in our last series, we got to see New Junk City. That was the first time I actually was able to see New Junk City. I was very happy because so far I've only been able to play on Saravasa. I don't know if that map just happens to be attracted and just magnetized towards my queue up, but now getting to see it again this time around in a series that has been pretty close thus far, it's going to be interesting to see how these different points open up and how these teams take control of them.
Yeah, agreed. I feel like there's still so much to be able to discover about this map, and especially when you have the random element of Flashpoint just randomly selecting one of the extra 4 points that you have after the center one. There are so many strategies you can still come up with to be able to prepare yourself for making those big adjustments based on where that next flashpoint moves. It's going to be more of the same here for Shanghai Dragons. They've been leaning into this Fate Winston for the entirety of the series so far, and Simprisa Gaming also going to be coming out of the gates with their own version of the dive.
Point being market. Up in the middle here too, ready, seeing how some of these teams try to navigate through. It looks like Shanghai Dragons already taking a very aggressive position through this choke, which could be difficult to navigate through too. There's different entry points into market, but once this point gets unlocked, it's going to be so difficult to try to flip it once you already have control, because it goes by so fast. Kisu already planting his feet on the point here, while Milgaru is going to be sticking to that ball. Just going to be able to retaliate immediately afterwards, stall for as long as possible. He's able to get here his first, and Fate being the next to go down. That's 3 out for Dragons, a number advantage going in favor for SPG.
Simprisa Gaming have always been able to win these fights super quickly, and as well just be able to get that first pick just to start opening up these fights. It's happened in both of these previous maps, and especially as you mentioned in Flashpoint, where you do have such a big advantage from being able to capture that first Flashpoint first. This is already going to start racking up that percentage so quickly. And with the Torbjorn, you can set up the turret already, as well as just all these off-angles. Milgaru already sneaky in the back.
That's what I feel like when it comes to Flashpoint. Lucio and Ball individually just have so much strength. Ball can just get away with so much poke pressure from afar, being a nuisance, splitting your attention. The attempt at throwing out the pulse bomb fails for although here. Still finally finalizes that pick onto Fate though. Dealing so much damage. Unfortunately for Fate, he's been one of the first to go down constantly in a lot of these initial team fights.
It's rough because when you look at kind of just healing per second, Lucio Kiriko as a duo is not necessarily one that you would consider to have that high healing output value in comparison to something like the Baptiste, so he has a little bit more of that first healing. So Fate does have to be a little bit more careful in terms of diving in too quickly. And at this point as well, we are going to see a retest come through, but with that Kitsune rush.
here too, controlling so much space here. Falling so low is the Shanghai Dragons. 4 outs. Only got Jin, who can't even use a sound barrier, but that's fine. You hold on to it. You wait to contest for that next point that gets unlocked randomly.
The Simprisa Gaming do get control of the very first center point, and now we have to see where that next flash point is going to move. We're going to end up actually going ahead and get a chance to look at Temple as the next flash point. And so Simprisa Gaming already making such a quick rotation over there. Shanghai Dragons now have to try to find a way to make it in, but Wuchen already has this nice off angle. Look how much damage Shanghai Dragons have already taken.
There's so much pressure coming out here. Shanghai Dragons looking to re-engage now here too with the blade and the sound barrier. A fine success from Viper to get 8 out from the equation. Yujay's gonna meet him right afterwards. Wuchen is able to retaliate here and with the Captive Sun and find Kisu, putting in a good amount of pressure here. Viper and Fate heal right back up to date, and Migaru still being a nuisance to their side, managing to roll away, just allowing Shanghai Dragons to take this point for once before they try to re-engage with the whole team regrouped.
Now Shanghai Dragons getting a chance at trying to capture these flash points, and they have so much to work with. You look at something like that tactical visor, to be able to shut down the entry routes that they go for. But Milguru with a first draw here onto Gangnam Jin, that does take away the rotation ability from Dragons.
Was helped a little bit too by Aldo here, but Jay being the first to get taken out as Faye had popped Primal at the very end there after losing out. And Gangnam Jin is going to be big. They still get to delay the fight, and they still delay SPG from trying to take this point here as the rush is active here is. Nice cycle through these ultimates and economy that Dragons are working with. Backing up just for right now here too, it's going to be SPG waiting to see what they can do to approach. They're about to get the minefields, looking for as well as Wuchen having that Captive Sun ready.
Yeah, so the minefields and the Captive Sun might actually be a nice combo here. You also have the burst damage coming through for something like the Pulse Bomb, and so SPG actually have a great shot at being able to get back into this.
We're activated already to close out any entry points, putting in some extra damage like we saw in that first point originally here too. Overtime ticking away before it's flipped in favor for Simprisa. Recall being used up, although struck his head on that pillar. Nobody saw anything before backing away. He's safe right alongside King Jae and Fuchang. Here comes a minefield there too to just block out another entry point. Become more of a nuisance on top of it as Kisu is set all the way up the map. Unfortunate. Migaru happy to make those comms while forcing the Shanghai Dragons just funneled inside of this room non-stop with the aggression.
It has just been absolutely non-stop here, and especially after SPG has been able to get that flashpoint control back, it's actually looking like they might be able to just bring us to a match point flashpoint here. Like, especially if Aldo can get in there and try to use this pulse bomb quickly. Sadly, Wuchen can get away, but it's opening up the door for SPG to draw even more damage.
Well, Viper and Fate were so fixated on Wuchen here. Meanwhile, in the back, it's going to be Aiden and Aldo who get their own individual picks. Although with that pulse bomb onto Kisu, which deletes the visor from contesting onto this point, here comes SPG now, making the rotation right back. They gave some space over the Shanghai Dragons because they got those individual picks, but having to reclaim it to avoid that overtime from ticking down further. They're about to get to 99% after being at such a huge disadvantage.
Wow. Look at how Milguru was able to control that space. Shanghai Dragons were in a position to go back in and get the recontest, especially after giving up that control to Simprisa Gaming, having about like 12% remaining. Now you're in this position where Simprisa have brought us to a flashpoint match point. They only need one more. And we take a look at where we are heading next. It is going to be Ruins. This is a very, very small flashpoint on this map. And it's a lot of enclosed space. There's not necessarily a great opportunity for you to just kind of keep your head. You have to try to play around this point.
What's interesting too is that Ruins isn't very far away from Temple, so immediately as we were able to make that quick rotation as the visor is getting called in Kisu, SPG have so much to work with. Aside from the Molten Core tries to run away after Aldo gets the stick with the Pulse Bomb. They were grouped up together, and it was a 2-for-1 deal here, fighting Gangnam Jin and Fate. Fate could come back in with the Primal, but this is still extra progress that SPG is getting away with here on this third point.
SPG has been able to win these team fights one after another, and now that you have the Wrecking Ball mines too, with, again, one of the smaller flashpoints on this map, just layer it on top, set yourself up for that success. Because see now why Simprisa Gaming wanted to bring us here. They have practiced this with the Wrecking Ball, and there's the minefield.
Moving in, Migaru here. Having to avoid the rush. He's going back and forth like he is in a bowling alley. Harassing the backline here. Eri is back to health. Fate falling incredibly low, taking so much damage. Literally won, but he can't get away in time. Wuchan's gonna be able to find him, and he's about to get the Captain's Son online for this fight. Activating immediately after utilizing the outburst here. Tries to find the mark as he finds Gundam Jin, and although finds Kisu on the ground on top of it all. Watch out as Iris also gets taken out, and it looks like SPG take another team fight here. It's gonna be so difficult to now take the point after they've already passed 65%.
Yeah, the ebb and flow has now put Simprisa Gaming into a position where Shanghai Dragons have to make a very, very fast rotation. May not even be able to get in as a full team of 5, as although is looking for that entry route. Try to nail somebody in the back, especially if you can get down somebody like Gangnam Jin. That is a major source of healing down.
Overtime ticking away
Down
in
this.
favor for Simprisa here. Viper activates that blade. Iris goes out, but he is able to find A here. Huge opportunity for the Dragons to turn things around with the overclock here from Kisu. Migaru falls low, manages to get away for right now. They'll give that space over to the Dragons, and Migaru has got such a good record right now. He has yet to die thus far with all the damage output that he's been able to put down so far.
And that's what you want to see from a Wrecking Ball. It's all about your own self-sustain while also trying to take yourself out of the situation. Migaru also has the Wrecking Ball lines up again. As we get a chance to look at Shanghai Dragons trying to match that percentage, they need to win this fight to keep themselves in this map. Shanghai Dragons have to win this next one, and they don't have a lot left in the tank.
Oh wow, the multi-core as well as the minefield. Where do you jump on this point here without feeling the pain and the pressure? Overtime taking away, but here comes the Shanghai Dragons. They've called aid and Migaru. It's the opportunity. Take care of the minefield if they can. I say Wuchan, who takes the guys here real quick with the Captain's Son. Can any magic get done here as Viper dashes to Wuchan? Here on Temple, you have that limited sky space. You have that roof that you have to worry about. You could work around the windows, but there's not many places you could go here too. Shanghai Dragons living off that line of taking that third point.
Okay, Shanghai Dragons have bought themselves another life in this map. Eventually be able to take this away from Simprisa at their pick, but now we are going over to the next flashpoint. It is going to be Garden. As you can see, SPG start to get set up there already, and it's just about the southern half of the map now. Garden and Palace are the only ones left. Garden 2, like such a beautiful point to play around with, and a lot of open space to work with.
Oh wow, Salvator doesn't come in fast enough to help out the Iris there, but still was able to activate the rush right before feeling the pressure with the rally from Pungjae. 3G, take care of Fate. Kisu Viper coming in as Wuchan finishing off what is left of that backline from Gundam Jin, and now they're able to claim that point first.
Claiming it again already, like it's just continuing to work with that momentum that they can generate, especially being able to make it to that point first. But Shanghai Dragons have a lot of scrap in them. That's why we ended up seeing them able to take that third flashpoint, and they're still going to be able to stay in this one. They have ultimates now to spare too. You got the Primal Rage for Fate that helps to buy just so much time. And you could also kind of throw yourself in this minefield if you want to try to blow that too, as Maroon is going to lay that down.
Tries to cut off the rotation point here too. Still being that nuisance. Putting in some extra pressure, although could try to go in for a follow-up here. Zoo jumps off from the side window. Does have that overclock. He's been doing such a good job of putting in a lot of damage output. And as I say that, and as he activates the overclock, gets shut down by A. Viper still fights Wuchan here. Pungjae goes down. Shanghai Dragons have the number advantage. He took a rest real quick while just helping Viper get enabled, but is it gonna be enough with although getting that post on pick? No health pack for you, Viper, although it's here to clean up on aisle 3.
Although on fire at this point, and that's gonna potentially do it. They can come in and touch, but it's already 99% in overtime.
Actually insane overtime ticking away while Hisu managed to make his way back. Gets that charge shot onto, although this is gonna be enough right here too. Chen does have that Captain's Son. Just waiting to see if the follow-up opportunity is there with Migaru as well. Shanghai Dragons are able to reclaim the point. They were given some space by SPG just right beforehand because they got the rally on top of the Captain's Son now activated by Wuchan. Sound Barrier was being held onto just for a moment like this. With Migaru now having the minefield, it's going to be able to help control so much space and try to negate some extra damage that this rush can be given by Eurus. Viper gets taken out here, and the Shanghai Dragons now playing as a 4-man team. Gonna tie that with Hung Jae going down next. One by one, though, they get the trade-off. It's such a long fight here, too, and the overclock was built up just as quickly by Kisu.
Yeah, and the longer that this team fight goes, the more pressure that Shanghai Dragons actually have to be able to take this point as well. Will they be able to get a reverse sweep here? It's starting to look really likely. The Shanghai Dragons now are going to be in a position where this could also be final fight for this flashpoint, and then we have to go to the 5th and final. Fate with the Primal Rage could just body block this point, as Simplicity Gaming are going to try to get back into this one, but the Molten Core as well as the Pulse Bomb, they got to get these in now. That was a huge step back here for Simprisa.
I love the looks that we've seen so far from Flashpoint. It's been so much back and forth for so many of the teams in the series that we've had thus far. The Primal is ready here from Fate. Overtime ticking away as Shanghai Dragons even things out. And Miyagaru not going to be involved in this fight. The Molten Core needs to be the saving grace, but it doesn't look like it can be enough here. With although an 8 going down, Shanghai Dragons are bringing us to another point here for Flashpoint. Next, we're moving on to Palace.
Palace is going to be the final one. And like, so exciting to see all the high ground that you can play around with. If you're able to get set up on the ledge, like Hisu might be able to just kind of nest up there, try to grab those Sojourn shots. It does feel really nice to just have those sight lines. You can see Fate as well, like so many corners just to be able to jump around. There's not a whole lot of ways either that this game can actually try to. So a lot of great defensive positions. Shanghai Dragons getting here first, and also with 4 ultimates to spare. It looks very, very good for them.
Able to navigate around this high ground here too, with SPG just playing them slightly split up. Migaru going to help heal Hung Jae as Wu Chen takes the sky. Once again, activating the Captive Sun. It's Sound Barrier just waiting for them to answer right back. Fan had used the Primal here too, but again, it's SPG just playing around, just waiting for the opportunity to re-engage, wait out these ultimates. The Dragons have already used 2 of them.
Dragons have already used so many ultimates, and now you're looking at a position of just trying to continue to have those eco pushes. You got the mines down, but now what is the next ultimate you get out of the Dragon's pocket? You have to be able to survive that with a rally.
Oh, Fate can't get away. He's gonna be able to claim him. He's here. It's Viper. He does have that play. With Kisu going down, the minefield from Migaru is gonna be able to negate so much space away from Shanghai Dragons. Would want to hold on to that for right now. But what's good here is that Shanghai Dragons have been stalling long enough on this point to delay SPG from taking it from them. So they're already set up for nearly 60%.
Oh my goodness. This is so back and forth. Especially when you're running these dives, it is so chaotic to see where these team fights are going to actually take place. Look at how far forward Shanghai Dragons is going to have to try to play this because SPG is pushing them off of the point. Oh, with the Molten Core 2, you can see just how far back Wu Chen and 8 are actually going to try to play from, just so they know that they can nail Shanghai Dragons as soon as they walk in. Oh, Fate is already so low, too.
Ooh. Alright, manages to just disengage for right now. Here comes the blade coming in from Viper. The Molten Core to enter right back, delays that space away from Viper and the blade. Good answer back here from SPG. With an ult for ult, and the Pulse Bomb unfortunately didn't get anything for although. But the rest of Shanghai Dragons are so low in this side room before restabilizing. Gunham Jin finding Runjay there. The sustainability is now off the table for Sinprisa. They're about to near 99%, but this is the opportunity for Shanghai Dragons to flip this if they could take care of Migaru, stalling on the point long enough. Although follows up, and so does Aid, and the Shanghai Dragons cannot contest any longer. Taking it all the way down to the wire here on Flashpoint, all the way down to our 5th point, Necrum. We see Sinprisa come out on top.
Shanghai Dragons almost got the reverse sweep. They played that 3rd and 4th point so well, especially knowing that they were at the deficit of not only not having captured those flashpoints first, but also just having to claw their way back from already being on a match point. This has been such a back and forth series, and we still have more maps to go.
Actually insane to see so far. Map number 4, we're going to be moving on to push on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. Simprisa Gaming currently sit at match point versus Shanghai Dragons. Necro, so far, our tier 2 teams have been feasting today, and they're looking to continue pushing it to the very end. We got map number 4 underway, and we are moving on to a push map.
Yeah, I mean, we had 2 contenders versus contenders matches to start up our day, and then we saw O2 Blast be able to take down the charge, and yeah, we've got one more where we've got Simprisa Gaming on a match point already. And the last train is gone. They're leaving the sign. They had to be able to go to Central Station in order to get home this time.
Unfortunately, sorry to tell you, that may not be happening out here.
Yeah. No, the trains are gone. It's over.
Oh, it's already done
late.
for. Oh, well,
yeah, it's over.
Oh no. That's unfortunate. Well then, you know what? You gotta stay through for the rest of the series. Make do with what you got right in front of you with some quality entertainment here in the Overwatch League. We just saw Flashpoint go in favor to SPG, where it was incredibly close, honestly. Shanghai Dragons were bringing it down to the wire. But I just gotta see, Mugaru is on another level when it comes to that ball pick. He's shown already a lot of flexibility, even going through with the Orisa earlier on. But between the Orisa, the ball, the Ryan, we're seeing that ball put in the work. We are making our moves now next to Esperanza.
It's so exciting to see that as well, because there's often very few times you see somebody that's able to come in on the ball but also be able to show you a lot of other looks. Like, to be able to get really good at Wrecking Ball, that hero has such a high skill ceiling. You need to know your rollouts, you need to know how to be able to work against multiple different compositions, and also protect yourself from things like stuns or hacks, ways that would be able to shut off your ability to actually be useful. The fact that Mugaru is able to make that work is so impressive. I have been blown away by that, and maybe Esperanza is another opportunity for Mugaru to show us that. But this is Shanghai Dragons' pick, and this is what they need to be able to get back into the series.
We could expect, though, certain pieces of SPG to probably not change up. I do like the space that SPG is able to claim between the minefield and the molten core side by side. It's so much space that Shanghai Dragons have to worry about. But seeing that we are going on to Esperanza, they have different routes that they could take to deal with the bot and then try to take high ground if necessary. So I do like this pick here for Dragons.
I do too, especially if you're gonna roll out with something like the Cassidy. Like, the magnetic grenade was a piece of that kit I feel like could be very useful against SPG. If you're able to nail that down onto literally any of these targets, like maybe you actually force out the immortality field, that would be like the absolute best case scenario. Or you just end up getting a straight pick just to be able to finish off a low health target. So Cassidy does provide a lot of value here. And there aren't too many actual bad heroes at this point that SPG is going to be sending after that particular DPS. That's also nice. Just a long range damage.
On top of that, and dealing with the Tracer, and dealing with the ball that Mugaru is going to be rolling out, that Deadeye also could create so much space to also counter Wuchan whenever that Captain Sun is online. And Captain Sun does send the Yari up in the air. Viper is able to find Mugaru now. Shanghai Dragons have basically nailed down what SPG are going to roll out with, and let's see if they're going to be able to continuously roll through with this bot.
I thought the Brigida choice is super nice. When we ended up seeing the Onnit with the Zenyatta paired with it, and while that's really nice to be able to get that damage down quickly, I also believe that the Brigida in this situation is just so much better. No good you could shield bash, same thing with all those Tracer, and just be able to shut down their mobility, make them vulnerable to being cleaned up by someone like Kisu or even Viper. So fantastic stuff for Shanghai Dragons to identify that that's a key piece that they're missing in order to be able to take these fights a little bit better. But still have to get past this neutral point, and that's been very difficult.
The Sun here in the Nana boost from Yisu, he activates the Deadeye for the reason that we were expecting here, but the Immortality Field, wow, the spacing for that to allow Wuchen to just use it as insurance just in case to draw back on. If that Deadeye was already ready, the window next from SPG, the next attempt to stay on the high ground here while also giving the support to A, who's got that multi-core ready, sending it right through with a huge anti getting heated Furious. That space has been bought, and Gundam Jin is looking to retaliate. Yes, although gets that post-up pick up to Kisu, who's been a problem being on that Cassidy. We saw the rally from Dragon before, playing a little split up though, as SPG here just trying to rotate around. The health vector's right there, but although doesn't prioritize it, just was in the line of sight of Viper.
Shanghai Dragons are on a roll now, too. They're going to be able to get so close to that checkpoint and potentially even capture it at this point. Myoguru is an incredibly fast hero. They'll be able to get the rollout. You can already see him waiting in the wings for any other type of reinforcement to come out, too. But no, doesn't even want to attempt it. There's nobody else close enough by. Simprisa Gaming are just going to get set up right past that checkpoint to try to get that pincer movement in. But checkpoint being unlocked is huge here for Dragons. They're taking already an insurmountable lead over SPG.
Coming in here, Migadu gets put to sleep, gets hit with an anti. Talk about all the answers Dragons has after making the adjustment that they needed from the previous few maps onto Migadu and the ball threat that he's been bringing out. Immediately with the swap, I agree with this. Swapping over to the Orisa, although swapping over to the Soldier, something that we've been seeing much more commonly in our last few series of the day.
Soldier's been really nice just to try to get some mobility on the board, but Myoguru too. Yeah, like you get the Soldier, you get the Orisa in now just to be able to continue to inch forward, march this bot ever closer to your actual side of the field. But the damage has kind of already been done. Shanghai Dragons still have the nano boost to work with. Fate is able to put on so much frontline pressure if you do apply that to that Winston. Oh my gosh. Like, it's just going to be tough here for any of Simprisa Gaming to actually try to get back into this without investing all the points.
Again, just waiting for the opportunity to find that Captain Sun, except Uchan here was able to capitalize off of finding Fate over on that side corridor here. It's going to be able to find Kisu, and that's the Dragons who used up that nano boost specifically for that reason. Kisu to try to capitalize off of that. Meanwhile, Uchan instead walked away with getting a quick 3K in that entire team fight. And they could finally get some progress on this spot for the first time.
Okay, so already past the first hurdle of actually starting to get this under the bridge. The next one is going to be to just try to use these ultimates to find enough value to get this checkpoint unlocked as well. You did shut off those close spots for Shanghai Dragons, so it will be a little bit of time before they can come back, but Gundam Jin has the rally, which is a great way to be able to shut off the core or even the amplification matrix to try to fight around.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's nice.
Right through a window originally there too. Takes care of Kisu, although has the visor ready. Gundam Jin has the rally. He also has the molten core while they hold on to this high ground. It's about getting the progress on this bot around that next choke. But the Shanghai Dragons playing right behind Migadu while he's so close to having that Terra Surge. It's going to be crucial to get to that next checkpoint.
Well, the next checkpoint is already going to be activated. There's no world where Shanghai Dragons come back in and try to contest this. And they still aren't even a full team of 5 until we see DCU actually just run right out of the spawn room doors. Very quickly now, the tides have turned. Simprisa Gaming, with the momentum and the wind behind their sails, is able to start walking through these first kicks. If all those able to get the one target down, that opens the door to win this series. The rally has to be used here to even kick things off here for Shanghai Dragons.
The rally was also used to help take care of that turret as Abe pops that molten core, clearing some space here too. Fate has the primal to reset, so the survivability is there. Nano boost now put onto Viper, and here he is to clear the way. He's found 3 off this Dragon Blade after getting the dash reset from Aldo, and it's a clearance here, fighting the entire team of SPG. Fate had to deny that from Viper, but it's fine. Viper's going to be able to walk away with that 4K after contributing to that other 5th member too.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a winning blade right there. One of the reasons why we've seen Viper pick up this hero more often than not when it is meta viable. We're also going to see a bit of a switch too. So no more Cassidy coming up from Kisu. It's going to be the Ashe. Especially when you see Simprisa Gaming playing the composition that's a bit more pumped up. That thought damage coming through from the Dynamite is a really nice piece to have. Just to make things a little bit easier there for Viper to go and clean up something like Dash and get those resets.
Just swap ups too here for the progress that SPG were able to already put in after finally maintaining control over the bot for the first time in the last minute or so. He's also going to be able to have that Bob as an extra body here, too. 3 ultimates online for SPG. Uchan does have that captive son. Also getting that healing pylon to help them out. And the turret on top of it. Having to shoot not just the turret, but the pylon on top of that is something that Shanghai Dragons need to focus on. And already clearing out the rest of the Dragons while getting that progress back going is going to set SPG up in the driver's seat and having the advantage for this progress.
Absolutely. You still have ultimates in the bank, and Fate just switching over to the Orisa. I think that's going to be more important to just have this head-to-head bash against each other. And that does set you back a lot in terms of the ultimate charge. You don't have the Terror Surge online. Terror Surge not necessarily like the key ultimate in this matchup in particular, but that pick certainly is. Viper's already out of here. Simprisa Gaming are now staring down the barrel of just getting a full capture to complete the series. No way.
This is actually insane, the turnover that we've been seeing between both these teams throughout the course of the series. Dang, that's Javelin. I think Fate know where the business is when it comes to Bigaru. Talked about having that surge ready here too. The nano boost on top of that. Viper has the blade ready to go in, but that's before Aid was able to find Gundam Jin and Hisu. It's a trade for trade as Buchin had popped up captive sub, but you can't run away from the skies from Viper, who's ready to dash right in your face. Faye able to follow up right afterwards, and the Shanghai Dragons making another swap here, looks like. Jin going right back over to the Baptiste. The team wipe, and this is what they needed for this team fight, to get the bot right back over to their side with this limited time back that's left.
Yeah, it's only a minute left. You get a chance to walk this bot over the midway point, but not before SPG are able to come out of those closer spawns. Now you shut them off, but this is going to be 3 team fights in a row, really, that Dragons are going to have to win neutral around that first checkpoint, and then they still have to get this cart rolling. That's tough when all those going to get the first kill.
If it is an Aid, it's all though. We've been able to prioritize Viper as that first pick here. Gen next, getting Gundam Jin. Be big, no immortality field to delete, or rather help you out through that Terror Surge too. Everybody was grouped up there. It was a feast for SPG to capitalize off of it. Now you got less than 20 seconds on the clock, while SPG already have that advantage.
This is so difficult to come back from at this point. I don't want to call it over, but the fact that there is already a 70-meter differential, as well as just the ability to get a quick pick. Like, SPG has been fighting them more often than not. You do take down the Molten Core, but the job is not done. Dragons still have so much more work to do.
Overtime ticking away, but with the Bob there, SPG really quick to disengage just for right now. Right behind this next choke, hanging out right next to the Bob here too, or rather the bot here. The Bob's cousin at the same time. And ending up behind the window. Having the high ground here is going to be able to claim Gundam Jin as Fate. Also having the Terror Surge themselves, but the rest of SPG just playing a little split up. The Terror Surge pulls in although, and right behind them, it's going to be Iris. It's been doing such a good job of surviving for as long as possible, and as I say that, Wuchen is able to find him right after. Shanghai Dragons had the number of advantage despite that, without having the nano boost. Wuchen coming in, following up with the Molten Core. Nobody from the Shanghai Dragons touched the bot, and seen Prisa take the entire series, our final series of the day on Esperanza.
Every Overwatch League team got spoiled today. It was all about our Tier 2 contenders teams being able to bring it to them. Look at how happy Simprisa Gaming look at this point as well. They have prepped so hard for this. One of the things I have loved about this season is the fact that these contenders teams get a chance to showcase their talents on a bigger stage against these heavy-hitting Overwatch League teams. That is a huge win for them, though, and now Simprisa Gaming get a chance to move up a ring on the ladder to be able to go face off against the Seoul Dynasty tomorrow. That is a powerhouse team.
Actually, so excited to see how tomorrow's matches play out. Before we move on to that, we have to give credit where credit is due. Player of the match is going to go in favor to Migaru right there after the performance and the flexibility that we were able to see throughout the course of the series.
What's exciting about Milguru as a player is they actually don't have that much competitive experience. They played on a smaller Tier 2 team towards the back half of 2021 and then continued through as actually just a substitute for Simprisa Gaming before making their way onto the main roster that you are seeing today. Fantastic stuff as well, not just showcasing their signature hero of the Wrecking Ball, but also showing us other looks as saw the Arisa as well as even the Reinhardt hitting things off on North Peninsula.
What I like is the quick adjustment, not just from each round or map in general, but like we saw at the very last map actually, where we saw the swap over to the Orisa, had a lot more outcome out of the shatter in that first round here too that we got to see on AP from Migaru versus Fate. There's a lot of moments where Migaru was just being cheeky. We got to see the boop on Takisu hitting the wall right at the same time. On top of it, the Terror Surge here on the high ground here too. Lots of great highlight looks from Migaru to work together with the rest of Orisa.
And especially with this meta that we are starting to see develop still in its baby form, we have a lot more to discover about how these teams will find the power level cap of each of these positions. You need to have that flexibility in the tank, not only just because it's Overwatch 2, there's only one of you now, but also because of the fact that each map is going to require something a bit different. And so we saw like the Wrecking Ball into the Orisa were offering a mod, and that felt really good watching Migaru have to flex in between even just so uniquely different styles of tank in one map.
And how it works so well into the strength of this team in general, whether it be the minefields controlling extra space alongside the molten core from A to stuck to the core makes it time here. Terror Surge at the very end. Well, we saw at one point he was able to pull in, although at the very end of the map, but SPG, they played so well. Let's jump into an interview with this team to see how they're feeling after that dub.
승리 축하드립니다. 밀가루 선수 승리 소감 어떠신가요?
Congrats, Milkara. How do you feel?
일단 굉장히 좋고요. 상하이 많이 빡셀 것 같아가지고 긴장 많이 했는데.
I feel really good, and I was really kind of nervous because Shanghai Dragons is a good team, but it really feels really good for that win.
POTM 받을 거라고 예상하셨나요?
Did you expect
절대
getting the player of the match today?
저는 오히려 에이드나 얼도 선수가 받을 줄 알았는데.
No, I thought Aid or Aldo would get the player of the match today, but
방금 중계석에서 어떤 이야기가 나왔냐면요. 밀가루 선수께서 문창식 해설의 개인 방송에서 피드백을 받은 적이 있냐 없냐라는 그런 의견이 나왔습니다. 혹시 어떤 일이 있었던 건가요?
So, at the Korean cast, there was some talk about Milkara getting feedback from Changshik. What's the story behind there? Yeah, there was a little bit of interaction, but not too much.
상대 진영을 정말 잘 흔들었음에도 불구하고 굉장히 생존력이 뛰어나더라고요.
Your wrecking ball was really impressive. You harassed our enemy lines, and your survivability was really unbelievable. What's the secret behind that?
많이 맞춰야 되고요, 팀 상대한테. 그리고 레킹볼이 일단 굉장히 빠르기 때문에 그냥 줄거고 이리저리 돌면은.
So, when you cast your shield, you have to cast it like when you're in the middle of everyone and the enemy lines. And also, Wrecking Ball is a really quick hero, so you have to use the mobility to its fullest if you want to survive for a long time.
혹시 오늘 나오지 않는 영웅을 포함해서
Your Ryan mirror was also impressive as well. What more can we expect from your hero pool?
저는 개인적으로 레킹볼이 굉장히 자신 있어서 레킹볼 기대 많이 해주시면 감사할 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, maybe not just out of the heroes that I haven't played, but Wrecking Ball is really my ace in the hole. So, just I think most expectations should be on my Wrecking Ball.
저번 시즌에는
So, what's your goal coming in to the rest of the season?
순위가 좋지 않았는데 이번에는 열심히 해서.
Well, last tournament we hadn't had the best of results, but we're trying to fix it this season. So, yeah, please keep the support. And that's the end of the interview. Back to you, Vicky.
Thank you so much, Unknown. Shout out to Unknown for the amazing translation and getting to know a little bit more about Migaru. He's so young, so humble. You love to see that energy here in APAC and up-and-comers from the Contenders team that have been able to put a name for themselves so far within the bracket network.
really have. I mean, take a look at the winners today. I mean, we did kind of expect to see Poker Face and Dreamers come out on top of their own matches, but O2 Blast and Simprisa Gaming getting the upset over the Overwatch League teams, that makes me even more excited to see what's going to come next, because all these teams have a very tough hurdle ahead of them. When we take a look at our brackets, it's all of the top Overwatch League teams that are waiting in the wings for them and their respective brackets.
Yeah, everyone can relax for today, because tomorrow is where the real business really goes down. We got Poker Face versus the Dallas Fuel in Group A, Dreamers versus the Hangzhou Spark, and then we got Panthera and Roach just waiting in that loser's bracket for right now. We also got the Group B bracket after the action that we just saw within our last two series. It's been a good time thus far, but it is also very exciting to see how these contenders teams were able to match up against our Overwatch League teams like the Guangzhou Charge, like the Shanghai Dragons. So this has allowed SPG to fight off against the Seoul Inferno, as well as O2 Blast playing off against the Seoul Dynasty.
It's going to be really tough, especially in bracket B. I feel like this is kind of like the bracket of death when you take a look at just how heavy hitting a lot of these teams are. Not only do you have like Seoul Inferno and Seoul Dynasty that have been sitting at the top of their respective leaderboards all season long, but of course they're also going up against some really tough opposition in terms of their matches they played today. They were close. Simprisa Gaming and O2 Blast still had a they had to play really well to still get those wins, is all I'm saying. It wasn't a dominant sweep.
Yeah, it actually looked really close, and I'm so glad we got to take a look at Flashpoint being played for the first time in the Overwatch League. Kind of gives us a little sneak peek of what we could expect over in the West in just a few hours. But you guys saw on your screens the matches that we have for us coming to you tomorrow. I'm excited to see how that plays out, especially seeing what we've already witnessed from Ilari right there, as well as the different Flashpoint maps. Now, can some of these teams make those adjustments where they need to iron out things that they just didn't like? We saw so many different compositions being played. The Ball, the Orisa, the Ryan. We saw Sigma. We saw the Ram, I believe, at one point there too. It's really nice to see the diversity comps coming in after we had basically the same meta for quite some time between the Sombra, the Tracer, the Winston, and now we get a little bit of a mix-up by the end of the season, Necro.
Yeah, well, especially when it comes down to these APAC teams, it does feel like they leaned a little bit more heavily into like the Sombra Tracer dive on all accounts, and so to see how they're going to adjust and develop their play styles, I can't wait. Knockouts is where it does get tough for these teams. They only have one life. Tomorrow, when you look at the lower bracket or next weekend, we're sending teams home. So, gotta be prepared, gotta be ready.
Yeah, we actually had a day of 3-1 Overwatch all day around, but don't let that deceive you. You guys definitely need to go back on these matches and see, especially, again, I have to highlight, it's been one of my favorites just to watch how Flashpoint played out and how close it was for all the series that we had for the day here in APAC. Necro, was there a specific favorite that you want to call out here that you got to see for the first time with these different patch notes that we're playing on now for the new season?
I am seeing more Torbjorn than I thought I would ever see in any iteration of an Overwatch meta. I don't know how I feel about it. Not sure yet. As long as you get more hammer kills, I will be happy. That's all I have to say.
I know also Jaws is very happy to see Tor being played too. Jaws loves that hero, but it's also nice to see, again, it's the highlight on the diversity that we've had thus far. The Molten Core coming into clutch a lot, especially for those close quarter points that are activated on Flashpoint too. We saw that being done a lot, or we could see things like Aid at the other side, who is very comfortable in playing the Torb, no matter what map you're playing on, working hand in hand with the minefield that we saw from the Ball when it comes to Miligaru.
There's another interaction that I'm looking forward to seeing how that develops, and that's going to be Ilari and how teams decide to respond to that hero choice. We did see a little bit of a nerf come through on the live patch that we're playing on just before we ended up walking into this weekend, but still teams are looking at that Ilari choice to help bolster up that backline. How does Kiriko come into play? That Suzu cleanse, so important now to be able to shut off certain things like the sun, the closing sun. That I just want to say that that's going to be something that'll be really exciting to watch.
Hopefully it helps them out with the sunburn, put some ointment on that. That's what the clans helps everybody do when it comes to that captive sun. All right, guys, that's going to be it here in APAC. Don't forget, we got some more Overwatch League action for you for today, looking at the West, as well as more action tomorrow you do not want to miss within APAC. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you later.